Yeah, because those two chairs, actually, I think maybe you should remove. I don't know. I don't. Uh, Thanks very much, Prasipom. Good morning, uh, colleagues, members of the media. Um, I think what we keep this short, so if you want, you can also ask questions. We are very glad that you are able to come this morning, and we're looking forward to your reporting in the next coming days. It's quite a big event for the Commission, this conference that we started a couple of years ago to really spark the discussions on competition policy and law in South Africa, as well as discuss some of the enforcement cases. So over the years, it has really become a premier platform for exchange of ideas in this area. So we're quite excited as the competition community to be able to do that. And we are delighted that you have an interest in this. It's also important, of course, because this is my last day in office. So it's quite nice to be able to bid my farewell to you. I think the media has been very much a part of my journey at the Commission, and I am glad that I'm able to personally extend gratitude to you. And incidentally, this is one of the things I want to first speak about, namely just the position of the competition authorities today in society. I think I'm very careful of speaking about legacies where one was involved, but I think one of really the things that I enjoy today is that the debates about the competition policy are not competition commission debates, they are society debates. The Commission has really been placed at a position where it is seen as the guardian of competition in the interest of consumers, in the interest of small businesses. In fact, we get complaints from competitors all the time, big and small. And I'm glad that people can see this as an instrument that can help. So that is the first thing that I really want to emphasize. And in celebrating that, of course, I join with you, because it is you who transmit this information to society, and it is you who popularizes our work. So thank you for that. It's been recognized also by policymakers as an area that can help. Our economy is in trouble if we speak frankly with one another, and I think we are looking for solutions everywhere. And policymakers are looking up to competition policy to unlock dynamism of our economy so it can grow. An economy that is concentrated, an economy that's exclusionary, is unlikely to respond to our socio-economic challenges. There's not going to be innovation coming from large firms. This is well known. There's not going to be necessarily large-scale employment coming from incumbents. The real dynamism in an economy is when, particularly SMMEs, coming in, they tend to employ a disproportionately higher number of people, empower people on the ground, families, they empower communities, they incorporate the informal sector. And we see this as really an important aspect of the environment. And I'm glad that policymakers are seeing this. It's not just local, by the way. I mean, the OECD, I think, issued their report about a week ago. I think recommendations touching on the need for South Africa to really prioritize competition so that its markets are competitive in order for it to grow. The World Bank has done reports on this. We've also said study more. Consumer protection cases. So if you look at our COVID-19 cases, we got the price for testing COVID dropped, and that benefit to consumers from 850 to 500. That was direct consumer benefit. The intervention in the data costs, where we reached a settlement with both Vodacom and MTN, that was a direct consumer In fact, all our work during COVID, during the COVID lockdown, was really directed at alleviating the plight of consumers. And we continue to do this, as I've said, not just through enforcement. We produce a report, food monitoring report, that's also trying to highlight what's happening in the very important food markets, very important especially for the poor, so that we can make interventions, but also others can make interventions that are necessary to tackle the problems. I cannot list all of these cases. I think we would lose a lot of time if I were to do that. But the third theme is what I call promoting inclusivity in markets. And again, we've done a lot of work in this. A lot of people may be able to put it into context when they report on it. But if you look on a lot of our major remedies where we impose conditions, lately we are deliberate about getting measures to also, matching firms to also promote this inclusivity, whether it is by promoting local suppliers, creation of localization funds, really enhancing the investments by the firms in things like R&D, but not just for themselves, but for the development of their sectors in the economy, ESOPs, employee share schemes, PEE. All of these have been really about inclusivity, sharing the cake, if you like. And we've been quite active about these. And I think you know the famous cases we have tackled in this regard. So I won't also talk about them. But we've also done this with advocacy. Advocacy coupled with a bit of enforcement, coupled with a bit of market inquiries. So our work on data pricing was not just aimed at consumers, it was also aimed at small business. Our work on the market inquiry into digital markets is looking at the role of platforms who have really become gatekeepers for a lot of small businesses that want to enter. So if now you want to get your house into the rental market, you are bound to use a platform of sorts to do that. I think now everybody knows that it's almost impossible. You can't just put out your house and hope that somehow it will get into the market. Somehow you will have to relate to a platform. That's the easiest example I can give. But what is most heartening with this market inquiry is to see just by how much these digital markets have grown in their importance. And I think most of us don't realize that. So how many people are actually shopping online? How many people are booking for various services online? The growth of the likes of food delivery, as an example. So all of that work, we do it quite deliberate to promote access. So we want that dressmaker who is using machines in their back room to be able to access the market. We want that person who is developing a small B&B to be able to use the access the market. Even on traditional markets, we've been doing this. So if you look at our market inquiry into the retail sector, we've been very concerned about, those competitors who have been kept out of the shopping malls through the agreements, exclusive lease agreements with the large incumbents, ShopRite, Pick n Pay. So we all know that for any shopping mall, there must be an anchor tenant, and it will have to be one of the big retail firms. And what's been problematic is just the clauses that then seek to exclude everyone else who may compete with them, or who may even have a specialist product that they want to push, whether it's a butchery, fresh produce, and things like that. All of that work, I think we have advanced quite significantly in the recent past, and certainly throughout my term. In the auto sector, for an example, we sought to open the aftermarket so that the market for maintenance of motor vehicle is open from the word go. In other words, from the time that a consumer buys a car, it should be possible to service and repair it at a place of your choosing. Something which has seemed almost impossible not so long ago, through all sorts of risk to warranties that you may lose, service plans that kind of lock you to going to the same dealership network or things like that. So we've been making small progress in these areas. And I have to say, because it's detailed work, technical work, it tends to be reported by people who are interested. So you'll see that people interested in the auto sector would be interested in this, and people who are in retail might be interested in the retail. But if you look at the totality of what we've been doing, you will actually see a strategy kind of getting implemented. So I just thought I should mention those at a high level. We have details on them. I mean, we have details in the annual report. I'll be talking about some of them today. We've produced, as I said, the concentration tracker report is also out there. So none of the things that I'm talking about are not there. The last thing is we've also been quite advancing in terms of creating precedent that enable us to do all of this work. So the focus, for example, on cartel enforcement, we've been making remarkable precedents in the courts on just expanding the scope of our interventions and our ability to bring about enforcement cases. Again, we have a litany of court cases there going all the way to the Constitutional Court. And I mean, we've had a 100% success rate at the Constitutional Court in the past 3-4 years. We haven't lost a single case. And that helps us because every time we go there, it creates a precedent that expands the possibilities of our intervention. And recently the Constitutional Court has pronounced, and we are going to see a lot of this moving forwards. In the Mediclinic Matlosana measure, they have pronounced that the Constitution is central to the interpretation of the competition statute. So there we use the right to health care to actually block a transaction. And all of these things are helping us to create precedent, to be able to use various angles, to be able to implement, to intervene in markets, to promote consumers' interests, but as I have said, to also inject some dynamism in the South African economy by enabling a thriving SMME environment where black entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, all of these groups can come into the economy and have a space to expand. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner's remarks will be available shortly. They are being transcribed. As soon as that is ready, it will be distributed to all members of the media. It is now time for questions, if any, from the members.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner. I'm sorry that I have to just derail you a bit from this beautiful speech that you've delivered, but I thought you will touch on the recent insurance sector rates My specific questions are just to get a sense of how the Commission got wind of the practice, alleged practice in the sector, and also it said in the statement that this started in January 2021, and then when I spoke to insurers, a lot of them said that they only got to know about it on the day of the raids. So just to get a sense of, if it started in 2021, it means obviously you've had a year and a half of investigation, just how far those are. And one instance, I believe that, there was, there were attempts to get into one of the buildings where the competition authorities were blocked, but were they all cooperating when you got there on the day to do the raids? But of course, I get a sense that there were issues where somewhere, it almost, glass doors almost broke. Who was cooperating? Were there instances where there was resistance to you conducting the raids? Thank you.
Snetemba.
Hi, Commissioner. Congrats on your tenure as the Commissioner of the Competition Commission. Mine is just a very simple question, is to ask you, as you reflect, it's your last day as Commissioner, reflecting on your tenure as the Commissioner, is there anything you regret that you think you should have touched on, did not do, that if given a chance they say, okay, we're extending your contract for the next year or so, what would you do that you feel in your tenure that you're leaving you did not touch on? Just that one question.
More? Right at the back. I just want us to make sure that you take this round of questions, given the fact that we have to start at 9, so that we can finish as soon as possible.
Good morning, Commissioner. I'm Nondumiso from Maniweb. The PwC South Africa Economic Outlook for August determined or found that the country recorded a record high of outward mergers and acquisitions of over 200 billion. Is the Commission, working to do something different about the acquisitions and mergers that are actually going out of the country instead of mergers that are taking place within our country?
I didn't get that clearly. The mic was not very clear.
The whole thing?
Just specifically the question.
The question.
Yeah.
What is the Commission doing to encourage more mergers and acquisitions in the country as opposed to merging and acquiring companies that are outside of our economy?
Morning, Commissioner. One quick question about the insurers case. You launched a really enormous case just days before you're about to leave. Was the new commissioner part of the decision to go after the insurers, given that it is she who's going to have to lead this rather massive case? And I ask particularly because the banks case, which I think must now be 10 years old, kind of, as far as I know, has gone nowhere. So, a simple question of, is the new commissioner, she's being landed with something, did you ask her? But second sort of unrelated question, you say that you are very excited about the extent to which the courts have sort of confirmed the kind of precedents about competition law. For example, human rights, the Constitution trumps competition issues, inclusivity trumps competition issues. At what point do you get worried that competition itself, which is really your mandate as the competition authorities, gets completely subsumed in sort of broader policy concerns, and we lose that kind of focus on actual competitive dynamics that you talk about, because we've now overloaded it with so many other things? Is there not a point at which you become concerned that competitions become too subsidiary to all these other imperatives, if you like. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Adelaide from Bloomberg. I had a question adding to the insurance questions that have been asked. One of the insurers issued a statement yesterday saying the accusation that has been leveled is relating to the fact that insurance premiums haven't gone down, apparently. And I'm curious, can you just explain if that is the crux of the investigation? Is that what is being discussed? And then there is some concern about whether or not the discussions and some of the studies that have been done by the Competition Commissioner seem to be, like she said, just going on and not really reaching fruition. So I'm curious about your argument about the raid itself and the kind of case that you're building. Are you confident that this will have more, move faster and have more gravitas than, for example, the bank case that she mentioned? Thank you.
Thanks very much. I thought you were going to be bidding me farewell. But, this question about what you regret, I don't like it because I spoke about it with one journalist, and that was just about the only thing they wrote about. So I skeptical. There's always room for improvement, and I, in the past, reflected challenges. They are not just challenges you need to fix this. Gonna have problems, so it's a try run this. Sorry to use it to you, but yeah, I think must get batteries. Yeah, thank you. So I mean. The one area, obviously, for everybody is the digital markets. I think the digital markets are growing much faster than we thought they would, and they are having a much broader impact in society, not just in competition. I mean, the whole issue of privacy. When you are sleeping in your bedroom and you have your phone, whether it's on or off, it is monitoring you. One way or the other. When you are walking in the shopping mall, it is with you, it is monitoring you. So the whole issue of privacy and use of data, and included in that, obviously, all these things about cyber attacks and data security. I think as society we are all behind. I mean, top academics are saying this, so that also includes competition policy. I mean, in other areas, there's a big debate now about intellectual property deriving from artificial intelligence, and there's no law that regulates the registration of these patents. When AI independently kind of produce something that can be protected by patents if it was produced by a human being. So we are not the only ones. I think all of society and various aspects of society are grappling with impact of technology. You yourselves, as the media, you have a big competitor called social media. It has no journalists that are in the room that are being paid. Your own media houses are paying you to produce the content. But those guys will use the content one way or the other, where and how do we deal with this? And at what point does regulation kick in? So we have to admit we are behind. As competition people, we also know that platforms have led to dominance of markets in ways that we've never seen before. It's happening much more quicker, and it's happening at a much greater scale. And competition authorities all over the world are debating, what forms of interventions are required, and whether these markets have not reached a tipping point. I am worried that South Africa, the Commission is doing a lot of work in this, but it's also fair to say that this is not mainstream. This is by no means mainstream, within government, but also within society. It's communities actually that are raising all of these issues about digital markets elsewhere in the world. And I feel that we are a little bit behind. So I think just raising awareness about them more and more is important, but also advocating for more interventions. Europe has just passed a law that is going to regulate the so-called gatekeeper firms. So everybody, the US's Congress is also looking at this. So it's not communist countries, these, by any means. It's genuine free market economies, but where people are really concerned about the impact of these. And I think we should be spending more time understanding this and dealing with it. So that's what I think is quite important, because the economy we see today is shrinking. So the traditional economy. I always say, just Google the top firms in the world. 10 years ago, these were like energy firms, like your oil companies and so on. The top 5 now is all technology companies, without an exception. In Europe, the top 3, it could be more, the top 3 biggest fines leveled in the past 3 years have been all technology companies. So they have been prosecuting single firm conduct by platforms. So I'm saying that the world is moving, and it's moving quite fast. You will be amazed by what South African firms are able to do with data today, using technology and so on. So I think as consumers and as regulators, we are behind. The issue about mergers, I think we are noting it, but it's not really we don't really promote mergers. Mergers get notified to us, and we deal with them as we encounter them. So we can't say, merge, do a transaction with a South African firm, or don't do a transaction with an international firm. We don't enter that space. We deal with things that are before us. Dawn rates, I just want to say that it's still important for the competition authorities to deal with cartels. Cartels actually should get no sympathy at all from you guys, from the media. I always find it sort of difficult to understand this. But cartels are all over the world considered the most egregious transgression of competition laws. They are criminal here in South Africa and elsewhere in the world. It's criminal to engage in a cartel conduct. So there should be as much kind of attention paid to them like you would have in any kind of fraud case, because that's what they are. Having said that, let me just talk briefly about these dawn raids, because I see a few of you are interested in them. First, we have said this in our press release, this is an ongoing investigation, so we will not be saying much about it. Suffice to say that we have started the investigation indeed in December 2021, and the investigation is progressing well and is quite advanced. How we got the tip-off, I cannot answer, because that's sensitive to the investigation at the moment. And how we've also said what we are alleging has happened, so we're quite happy to talk about that. But we must still prove it, and this is the point I really want to emphasize. We can't be constrained in doing investigations, and dawn raids are part of the investigation tools. But you have to understand that the fact that somebody is raided is not guilty. We are making, it's like in a criminal case having suspects. Suspects are not guilty. They are just being pursued by authorities for purposes of the investigation that will ultimately go to courts, who will pronounce on the guilt or otherwise of the parties. And so, yeah, maybe it's a little bit of a dramatic form of investigation, but that's all it is. And it does involve, invading privacy, which is why we do it with a warrant. We cannot be denied entry, so we do sometimes, when you get into firms, you can encounter security at the gates, and they are not going to necessarily always understand what their processes are. So maybe this is what you may have witnessed. But all the companies that were raided cooperated. We were able to enter and do what we needed to do, and we're still doing that work. I think, I also don't think it's okay to talk about the internal discussions at the Commission. What I can assure you is this, I think you should also write about this. You must also write about good things. You must write about how well the transition has been managed, because Doris has been there. We've been discussing a lot of things with her, so she's aware of the cases, and I'm also going to be supporting her in the next few months after she takes over. So don't worry about transition and the internal discussions. Those have been taken care of, but I won't give you details about specific cases. Constitution is supreme, so I don't worry about the competition law being diluted by the Constitution. It should be, because Constitution is supreme. But I would admit that insofar as there are expectations of what competition policy can achieve in South Africa, yes, there may be, we might be taking a lot of burden. I mean, consumer protection, there is a consumer protection agency, regulated sectors, there are sector regulators. So there is a risk that we may overextend ourselves, but I think this is a balance that the leadership of the Commission has to take into account all the time. When do you intervene in regulated sectors, and how do you do that? And how do you deal with issues beyond just competition, public interest issues? They are very much part of our mandate. Hi, Dave. So I think there is, that risk is inherent, but I don't necessarily think that is something that I'm worried about. But as I say, I mean, this is something that people will have to balance moving forwards.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thanks, Commissioner. It's now 9:15 and the conference is starting at 9. I know there may be further questions. The Commissioner will be there. I'll be here. Members of the Competition Commission will be here. If there's any matter you need clarity on or any discussion that you want to have, time and space allowing, you can interact with the members of the Commission. The experts will be here, legal and economists. So we are here today and tomorrow. You can interact with us and we can have one-on-ones later in between. So once again, thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate your cooperation with us all the time, and we'll continue to interact with you over the next 2 days. So once again, thank you. And this now means we have come to the end of the breakfast meeting. I think breakfast is served here just outside these doors. I'm sure some of them have already had some breakfast. Thank you very much. Talk to you later.
Could we all please sit? Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Songezo Mabete, the official program director for today. I am employed as legal counsel at the Competition Commission, and as has become custom, it is indeed a pleasure to be standing before you today. 891 days ago, officially, the President, for the first time, on 23rd of March 2020, addressed the nation. It was not a State of the Nation address. It was an address unprecedented for most of us, if not for all. Then, the President confirmed that the nation would go into lockdown. None of us knew what that word meant. Certainly none of us knew what the implications of those words meant. And the world stood still, if even briefly. In the intervening period to now, the world has lost 6.49 million people. South Africa has lost 102,000 people. And of all of what I've said, one word is the common denominator: COVID. In this room, there are many whose lives have changed irrevocably. They went home to mom and dad one day. On another, there was no mom and dad. Wives, husbands, children. The world between the 23rd of March 2020 to now, for many, if not, I dare say, for all times, has changed. We would see midday reports every day coming from the government, letting the people know what COVID was. We learned anew the basic concepts of hygiene. We adopted different ways of living. Social distance became physical distance, became emotional distance. For many, became loneliness. It cannot be lost on anybody here now just how privileged we all are by our mere presence here today. Whoever your God is, it probably would be due, if you haven't already, be thankful to that deity of yours. The Commission has been impacted, the Tribunal no less, our friends and external stakeholders. Minister Patel himself has lost a comrade. Who can forget the quiet poise of one Jackson Mthembu, who was in our homes a lot of the time, giving us briefs. There were emails circulating within the organization, letting us know how to conduct ourselves, encouraging us to make contact with each other. I was living alone at the time, and anything could have happened. A lot has changed since. Not necessarily for me, but for you at home. It was also a time for riches and blessings. One became two, and two became three. There are many new faces here that, Mr. Commissioner, are now our colleagues. We are thankful for them and their contribution. And so, equally, for the first time since 2019, the Commission, the Tribunal, the CAC, and their respective friends meet for the 16th Annual Competition Law, Economics and Policy Conference. I think just on that, it's a good time to be thankful and give each and every single one of us in this room a round of applause. The time is 9:30. Understandably, the greetings took longer than usual. It's not something we do quite often. Many of us are wearing suits and ties for the first time. Many are wearing makeup for the first time in a while. And of course, I have to say, Mr. Commissioner, we have a beautiful staff complement. Mr. Commissioner, although that title is living on borrowed time, it is an honor to once again be standing here today and reminisce of times past. It feels good to be in each other's company, and it remains a singular honor for me, in the presence of these men and women, to welcome you on stage to give us the official opening address of this very august occasion as we once again come together and brainstorm the ideas of law, of economics, in the context of competition regulation in South Africa.
Are we talking on the mic on this? Thank you. This is quite a big pulpit. Minister Ibrahim Patel, Chair of the Competition Tribunal and members of the Tribunal. I don't know if there are justices of courts who are here, but if they are acknowledged. We did invite some for various sessions. I'd like to acknowledge them. Heads and representatives of the competition authorities across the world, my colleagues and leadership of the Competition Commission, the incoming Commissioner, Doris Tsepe, members of the legal profession, and various experts in their various guises and groupings, our international guests. I'd like to welcome all of you and acknowledge your presence. I also want to really extend a special word of welcome to our former colleague and dear friend Dave Lewis. I'm so glad, Dave, that you could make it to the session. You know, we don't meet quite often, and Songezo is correct. We have not met for quite a while after COVID, so we've not seen people. So I think I'd like to join Songezo in celebrating all of you. It's good to see you after so long. There's a lot of excitement, and people didn't want to come into the hall in the morning because they were still greeting. So we've been through quite a lot, and I think we should really use this next 2 days to reconnect and celebrate. There are many. I think the program is less hectic than it usually is, although it's it covers a variety of topics. We've kept it a little bit relaxed because we are reintroducing you to conferencing, so we don't want to be shocked that you have forgotten all. I actually was not sure how to handle today, but it said that the French philosopher Voltaire, when he was on his deathbed, and he had, I did have one of the commission staff when I was coming in to consult with them on a case. He said, "Oh, well, welcome the newly departed commissioner." So apparently Voltaire's disciples came to him when he was on his deathbed and said to him, "Well, master, it is time to exorcise the devil." And Voltaire looked very worried and said to them, No. This is not the right time to make enemies. So I will not talk about anything that will make enemies today. I can assure you that. Firstly, I do want to thank a few people before I get into the business of what we are going to do today. I want to firstly really acknowledge and thank the minister. He has been a consistent supporter of not just me, but the commission and the competition authorities throughout my term and I suppose his term. He has pretty much attended all our conferences, I think, and I can't think of any minister who had done that before, except the year that it fell on Ramadan. So thanks very much, Minister, for this. But also he has placed competition policy at the center of his economic agenda, which is also something rare. It's rare in South Africa for sure, but it's also rare around the world. I know that perhaps this is changing. We're seeing a lot of focus in this area from President Biden in the US and across Europe. Here in Africa, we're also seeing a lot of countries adopting competition policy. But I can say without any doubt that Minister Patel was a pioneer in this modern era in recognizing the central role of competition policy in economic growth and development. And I think this has been now widely acknowledged by even international organizations such as the OECD, World Bank, and so on. So I'd like to really thank him for this. I know that we do have a farewell dinner later on where we might get a chance to speak. I also want to, and I'm sorry, Dave, I don't want to put you on the spotlight, but I think Dave is probably, I can't think of any person who has advanced the work on really understanding single firm conduct, the damage that single firm conduct causes. We know that in competition law we're all very excited, myself included, about cartel enforcement, about all of these things, and they are important. But I think Dave, more than anyone else I know, has really awakened the world on the dangers of a single firm conduct, dominant firm conduct, particularly from a perspective of developing countries. And I know not all his judgments have been upheld in this respect, but the theoretical framework of what he left as a legacy is something that we really are grateful for. Again, we're seeing that there are people who are advancing this work now quite a lot, and quite impressed that Europe is really focused on dominant firms, particularly focusing on digital markets. And we are, in this respect, in good company, but we are also pioneers. I also want to take the opportunity to also acknowledge our international counterparts who have walked this path with us. And I'm very glad that Professor Eleanor Fox from NYU can join us also for this conference for today and tomorrow, because I think she probably single-handedly represent the collective goodwill that as authorities in South Africa received from the time that we were established. So thanks very much, Eleanor, and you know what you've also done during my term. I want to acknowledge that. We will continue with these acknowledgements, as I have said, because we have other platforms, dinner tonight, to do so. I do want to take also a little bit of time introducing Doris. I know you are all interested in this. And by the way, one of the things I didn't say in thanking Minister Patel is just how well he has handled the transition at the Commission. I think it's very rare for this type of a handover that we are having with Doris, and we're grateful for that. So we have government has announced. We know that government has announced Doris. And Doris is not new to us, so I take the opportunity to welcome her. I worked with Thompson before. I also worked with her again at the Commission. We had quite a notorious case involving a fertilizer cartel. It first presented itself as an abuse of dominance case. And when I went to the Commission, I remember this case was handled by Nomfundo Maseti, who is now with NERSA. And the economics team and the Commission was not keen to take this case. I won't bore you with the details of it, but what you had essentially was an arrangement amongst fertilizer producers, LAN, which is a nitrogenous fertilizer used mainly for maize and wheat, grains like that. They had arranged that the local producers would produce enough such that there would be no need for imports. And if there were imports, they would agree through an arrangement of ownership of import facilities how much imports will come into the country. And we were pursuing this case against Sasol as an abuse case. And as we were pursuing it, it became clear that it also included an agreement of sorts, not exactly to fix prices, but to take the surplus out of the market. So through overland exports, excess fertilizer would be sold to neighboring countries, and that would keep supply and demand under check locally. As I said, through that case, we realized that we had a wrong economics team at the time. So we got in Doris to also help us with this, and we pursued the cartel case. I know that we had at that time Simon Roberts had subsequently joined, rescued the economics team, and we had I think Wendy Mkwananzi is not here, who was at Legal Services working with me. We got Sasol to approach us for a settlement, and we know that their council had opposed this position, but we got a 250 million fine and an admission from Sasol on the cartel, and a commitment to divest from retail to address the abuse of dominance element in the case. This case probably, in my view, more than any other, illustrates the intersection of various areas of competition law. A lot of people think that you can recognize a cartel when you see it, or an abuse of dominance when you see it. But we learned through this case that actually often it is naive of us to want to characterize the case before we actually know what happened, what really was the intention of the parties. In this case, it was restricting supply and demand in the market, which essentially looked like a cartel, which it was, but it was also reinforcing a dominance of one player. And so when we think about cases, we have to think of them beyond thinking about them as either vertical or horizontal agreements, because they could be a combination. I think what's more important is the intention of the parties on what they do. And so through this case, Doris and many people at the Commission, I think, did establish quite a strong bond in the relationship that has been lasting up until now, that she has been most recently, still is a panel member of the Digital Markets Inquiry, again demonstrating this connection between the Commission and her. So it is true that Doris comes from outside the Commission. It's also true that she has been intimately involved with our casework for quite some time. So welcome, Doris, and good luck. I also want to, I spoke to a few colleagues about what to say, and I think they all agree that one doesn't speak about his own legacy. It is for you to interpret it the way you want, or discard it. What I want to do, though, because I think it's quite important, is to just say that institutions matter. And I think if we have messed up cases at the Commission, getting wrong decisions here and there, judgments against us here and there, that would be fine. It also would have been fine if we didn't always get it 100% in our various targets, you know, as long as it is within reason, so that you are not held before a disciplinary committee for incompetence. But it would have been fine not to meet these targets 100%. But I think it would have been disastrous if we had failed to create an institution that can be trusted by its stakeholders. And I don't want to count all of you. You all know yourselves as stakeholders. And that you are here today really is something that I appreciate, because it also confirms that whatever we have done, you know, we could have scratched each other here and there. After all, this is a litigious environment. But we have institutions we can trust. They make decisions that we know are informed by either legal consideration or economic considerations. They are institutions with integrity. They are institutions that we can submit our complaints to without worries. They are institutions we can be proud to litigate for, but they are also institutions we are not afraid to litigate against. And I think that system we have created together is something to be truly proud of. And in this respect, I'm again going to go to our predecessors who, from a policy point of view, foresaw the need to create these independent institutions to enforce this mandate, but also those who were there in the beginning to start the work of putting together the institutions. I think that it is their legacy that we are celebrating today. Of course, it is important that we acknowledge that the legitimacy of institutions and the continued trust by stakeholders is, at least in part, dependent on how they respond to the needs of these stakeholders. And so I'm not downplaying by any means performance. All I'm saying is that it will be for others to assess this aspect. I'm quite proud that we are handing over an institution which is beyond its teen years, a young adult who is ready to take on the world. We have a fine institution. And at this point, I think that is all that matters. But we do have people who came here with expectations that we will talk a little bit about the work, I would refer you to the program. It is exciting. Just maybe I will take about 5 minutes before I conclude, putting into perspective a few things. The first is, I think what we've seen with the competition authorities in the past 2 or 3 years, I don't know now when exactly COVID struck, but what we've seen with the competition authorities is an almost immediate and natural role of defending consumers, of protecting consumers. And you would have seen that with whether it's cases around food prices, cases around PPE, price gouging, and things like that. And that's building into a theme of protecting consumers from exploitative pricing, which we saw with the data market inquiry and the outcomes of that. So that's one area. The second area has been the theme of opening up markets. So whether it is the work we have done in the retail market inquiry that sought to break down barriers to entry for SMMEs, HDI-owned firms to get into shopping mall spaces without restrictions, not only as full competitors to retailers, but also as specialty stores, your grocery, your sort of fresh produce, things like butcheries and so on within the shopping malls. You will see that theme running through to market inquiries. You will also see it running through major conditions. I am only here to admit that it was deliberate. You will also see a third theme, that of really trying to infuse the normative values of the Constitution into the work that we do as competition authorities. You would have seen recent cases on this. We had the Constitutional Court in Matlosana Mediclinic judgment, and I'm glad that that work is being advanced also at the CAC now. So looking at constitutionalism beyond the process, but also on the content of what we do. I think that we are at the very early stages of many of these things, and it is probably premature to declare success. I will not talk about the challenges I think many of you are aware of. I wanted to put that context. Let me, in my conclusion, say that I don't really know why I want to leave the commission, but we have this, the people thought it was a joke, but it's actually through this that the problem with commission people is that whenever they leave, they want to come back. So I tell them that they must be very, very careful before they decide to resign, because when they want to come back, normally we ask them to go through the process, and they don't always succeed because we would have to take the best candidate. So it's been a
a pleasure to be here, and I won't look back. I just allow me also, because I know that not all my colleagues might make it to dinner, to also acknowledge we've had quite a stable institution over time with very stable management, and I think that this is due not just my presence at the Commission, but also the leadership that has been provided by our management committee, the commitment of our staff to our cases, to our cause. So I'd like really to pay homage to them, to really acknowledge all the work that I have tried to highlight today. It's really credit to them. The rest of you, I will still acknowledge you, as I have said, at the dinner tonight. Thanks very much and welcome to the conference.
Londi, where your task is to make sure that the Commissioner's details do not leave the system, lest he might want to come back. But I don't know how that's going to happen, because we don't have titles for such, and I don't know if the government arrangement allows. For instance, when Prince Buthelezi left the IFP's presidency, they simply made him President Emeritus. Archbishop Tutu left the church, Archbishop Emeritus Tutu. Sis Doris, I don't know if you are comfortable with the title of Commissioner Emeritus in your organization, but it remains nonetheless a possibility. The least you can do is gear yourself for something like that. I don't know why equally the Commissioner did not call the minister up. I've never had the honor and the privilege to call a minister up on stage. Who is me, a mere legal counsel at the Commission? But if this is a prophecy of any kind, Mr. Commissioner, I certainly do receive it. Mr. Patel, please come and address your people.
Commissioner Thembinkosi Bonakele, as well as incoming Commissioner Doris Tsepe and staff of the Commission, Chair of the Competition Tribunal, Mondo Masuai, and members of the Tribunal, members of the Competition Appeal Court, competition regulators and practitioners from other African countries, from BRICS countries, from the European Union, and from the United States, members of the legal fraternity and eminent senior counsel who's with us today, practitioners in the economics profession, many colleagues that I have worked with over the years. I was really pleased to see Dave Lewis, Eleanor Fox, Simon Roberts, and many, many others. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the opening of the 16th Competition Conference and also the changing of the guard. Thembinkosi Bonakele is stepping down as Commissioner after 9 groundbreaking years at the helm and many more years in shaping the work of the Commission. And Doris Tsepe is taking over the baton for the next phase of the work of the Commission at a critical point in competition policy. Thembinkosi, of course, has had an exceptional period as Commissioner, helping to redefine the way the Commission works, energizing it, placing it at the center of the national conversation. Doris is a talented, experienced professional who we are very pleased to have attracted to the post. At dinner tonight, we will be able to pay a fitting tribute to to Tembing Nkosi, and to welcome Doris to her new responsibilities and to introduce her a little bit more formally. I hope I will see all of you there tonight, share a meal, and celebrate and toast these two proud South Africans. It's been 3 years since we met like this. 2019, when we last convened a competition conference in person. And our world, as our MC said, has changed significantly. Let me take you back to June 2019, just about a month and a half, 2 months prior to the last in-person conference. The country had just emerged from a period of state capture that has caused serious damage to institutions, to growth, to the well-being of South Africans. Though, of course, the hard work of gathering the evidence and prosecuting the wrongdoers was still to lie ahead. Following the most far-reaching reform of our Competition Act since the 1998 Act was promulgated, a number of amendments had just been passed by Parliament and signed into law by the President at a ceremony in Cape Town. And in his SONA address of that year, he lifted the importance of competition law in contributing to economic development goals. The newly elected President of the Republic, fresh from an election, addressed the nation in June of 2019, and there was a palpable sense of optimism as he set out a vision of growing the economy founded on what he termed a reimagined industrial strategy, to reignite growth and industrialization, to support green industries, to increase investment in infrastructure, to adapt the economy to the opportunities arising from the fourth industrial revolution, and to expand trade and investment linked to implementing of an African continental free trade area. It was an ambitious vision, yes, and it provided a clear sense of where policymakers would focus their efforts. That was in June 2019. Now, on that day in June 2019, or indeed at the competition conference that took place shortly thereafter, imagine that I had to tell you that over the next 3 years, we would experience a number of unexpected events. Imagine that I said first that the world would face the biggest global pandemic since 1918, with a virus that would cause millions of deaths worldwide, shut down businesses, require all of us to wear masks and walk around with bottles of 70% alcohol to rub onto our hands, that it would lead to the sharpest recession since the Second World War, and start a process of disruptions to global supply chains that would cause policymakers to think and to rethink quite fundamental elements of economic policy. Imagine that I had to say, secondly, that South Africa would be rocked by the largest unrest since the start of democracy, following an ex-president being sent to jail, that the unrest would cause damage to physical and commercial infrastructure and lead to significant loss of lives. And that, by the way, it would happen just 6 months after an attempted insurrection in the United States, with supporters of an outgoing American president trying to take control of the United States Capitol building. Imagine further that I would say, third, that there would be a war in the heart of Europe, with a nuclear-armed protagonist on the one side and nuclear-armed supporters on the other side. That the one country would be shut out of the global financial system, that Europe's supply of energy would be threatened, that a sharp rise in fuel and food prices would affect, among many others, South Africans. And incidentally, that I would also say and add that the spike in oil prices would be just 2 years after oil prices had reached their lowest levels yet, and at one point oil producers would pay people to take the oil from them. Imagine finally that I was to tell you that the dangers of climate change would show itself in the largest floods in living memory on South Africa's eastern seaboard, washing away lives, livelihoods, housing, and parts of our main freight goods train artery between the country's largest port and its industrial heartland, and that it would take place in the same year that temperatures reached record highs in other parts of the world. If anyone had to offer these predictions, they may have been thought of as a couple of sandwiches short of a picnic. But they illustrate how much has taken place since the last in-person competition conference just 3 years ago. I know you would all want a less eventful next 3 years. These disruptions have been accompanied by other developments that have heightened the complexity in our world, the complexity we have to deal with. And we've also had some new developments on the competition policy front. The economic, geopolitical, and technological rivalry between the United States and China has intensified in the past few years. And significantly, it's continued beyond the term of the previous US administration. It's become mainstream in the US. It's been heightened further by tensions relating to the territory of Taiwan. Major corporations and policymakers are now focused on de-risking supply chains. In the European Union, the policy framework of what the EU has termed strategic autonomy has been given an additional impetus by the challenges experienced during COVID-19, and there appears to be a number of efforts by Europe to quietly build its own supply chains in key product lines. The shortage of semiconductors is a striking example of a new strategic industrial policy that's emerging in a number of countries. The shortage, based on rising demand for chips and, among others, cars and electronic products, coupled with a reduced supply caused by supply chain disruptions, has led to extraordinary levels of public subsidies and incentives being developed across the world, ranging from the US, China, the EU, Japan, India, and South Korea. It has also reduced the output of South Africa's own car industry, with some plants facing longer shutdown periods in South Africa than they experienced during even the first wave of COVID-19 lockdowns. The pandemic laid bare the vulnerability faced by South Africa and the African continent in securing access to basic medical goods. Let me step back from the detail and reflect on the implications of this new reality on competition policy. We have arguably reached an inflection point, and faced with these many challenges: disrupted global value chains, the rise of big tech and the GAFAs, high levels of global inequality, geopolitical tensions, and climate change pressures. And the question is, what does competition policy offer to the world in dealing with these crises? The old paradigm of the Chicago School is under pressure even in the United States. The Chicago School fundamentally shaped the way in which competition policy has been viewed in most countries for many decades now, deftly shifting the focus of the original US antitrust policies. The pendulum may be swinging away from the Chicago School and from its doctrine that chained the mandate of competition policy to the test of consumer welfare, where only price and quantity are taken into account, and in which the competitive process, including entry of new small firms and innovation, are ignored. The doctrine contributed, no doubt, to increased concentration and arguably deindustrialization, on the Faustian bargain that the loss of economic inclusion and production is worth the benefits of choice and prices. The work of Lina Khan, the current chair of the Federal Trade Commission on the Amazon paradox, challenged the idea that this approach to consumer welfare was a sufficient or indeed principal lens through which competition policy should be viewed. The recent focus by Jonathan Cantor, the head of the US Department of Justice Antitrust Unit, on the challenges posed by private equity firms during multiple acquisitions that relate to each other in ways that are not immediately apparent in each separate merger transaction will be watched with great interest across the world and bears further thought. South Africa, of course, had our own experience of Bain Capital taking over the Edcon Group in 2007 and saddling it with significant debt, with the country's largest clothing retailer eventually bleeding to death. Shocks, however hard they hit us, are often the prelude to new insights in society. Disruption can inspire innovation. The question is, how will we as South Africans respond? Can we de-risk so that we reduce our exposure to the downside and increase our exposure to the upside of a world that is rapidly changing? At home, we can remain trapped by the short term, wrapped in gotcha politics and fighting over a small cake, a zero-sum race to the bottom. Or we can look up and beyond and see how the world is changing, which will allow us to shift drastically and build a real consensus on the hard choices, and with discipline and focus, grow the economy inclusively so that it can create jobs and opportunities for young people and in a way that shares rather than concentrates wealth. Disruption has reaffirmed the need to move with speed in finalizing the implementation modalities of the African Continental Free Trade Area, what we call the AFCFTA. Considerable work has been done, and a package of rules of origin which defines the level of African value add required for each product to benefit from preferential trade has been finalized, covering now several thousand products and 88% of the tariff book. Last month, trade ministers across the continent finalized this package with an approach that concluded the deal on sugar and tobacco. Discussions are now ongoing on protocols on competition, on intellectual property, and on investment protection. The focus of discussion on a competition protocol is currently on what should be the level of ambition and its scope, and how can such a protocol and should it impact on national and regional competition authorities. In particular, the matters that have come up in discussion relate to how best to deal with cross-border cartels and with the regulatory challenges posed by global online services. It has proven to be very hard for national authorities to curb global malpractice, particularly in the context of the digital economy, where the source of the service can be located anywhere. At home, the Competition Commission is considering how best to address some of these challenges through the market inquiry on online and digital markets. Its analysis of the market and common practices is thought-provoking. Its proposed measures seek to address particular conduct in some ways specific to this market. And I look forward to your views and, of course, the final report of the Commission. South Africa was, on some accounts, an outlier in competition policy in 1998. Now, in many jurisdictions, they are recognizing the value of a more appropriate competition policy with this wider lens. You see it coming up in so many different ways, not always in its own name. And so the outlier may be the pioneer. Our competition regime blends traditional competition concerns with development outcomes appropriate for South Africa. Not an off-the-shelf, not a cut and paste, but something customized to the reality of a country. Our competition policy aims to address high levels of economic concentration and promote effective competition that supports industrialization, builds dynamic firms, protects and creates jobs, and promote economic inclusion and transformation. The economy remains characterized by what is still a racially skewed spread of ownership and high levels of economic concentration and exclusion. Concentrated markets tend to inhibit new entrants, to limit investment and employment, and to stifle innovation. Dominant firms are able to charge higher prices and exclude rival firms, disadvantaging customers which pay more for inferior quality products, and reducing the competitiveness of the economy. This results in increased imports, depriving the local economy from expanding industrial outputs and jobs. Our competition policy provides a range of tools to increase competitive dynamism, including through regulation of mergers and acquisitions, to tackle high concentration and abusive behavior by dominant companies, to proactively open markets and develop a more inclusive and transformed economy, and to advance the public interest. And these are complemented by other industrial policy tools like industrial support and trade policy. The challenge of what we need to do as a country can't be on the shoulders of competition policy alone. In a number of studies on the South African economy, there's a growing concern about high levels of concentration and the impact thereof upon viable competitive process and the enhancement of welfare. By market or economic concentration, of course, I mean the extent to which a small number of firms account for the overwhelming share in a given market. I guess, perhaps, you could say that this high level of concentration started in 1652 with a monopoly. A monopoly, the Dutch East India Company, or to use its proper name, the Verenigde Oost-Indische Company, the VOC. It was a private corporate entity, the result of, by the way, a government-directed consolidation or merger of a number of rival trading companies. It was a vast conglomerate with its own private army, merchant ships, and significant colonial territory under its control. Google would be jealous. Under apartheid, concentration manifested itself through the dominance of conglomerates in the economy. By 1990, 6 corporates controlled 84% of the JSE. Anglo, Rembrandt, Sanlam, Old Mutual, Liberty, and Anglo-Val. The struggle against apartheid had at its core a vision of a more inclusive society and economy. The Freedom Charter adopted in 1955 and an inspiration for our Constitution says that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that the people shall govern. And it also says that the people shall share in the country's wealth, and that the land shall be shared among those who work it. And these are connected visions. They go as a package. Speaking at the Options for Building an Economic Future conference in May 1990, not yet president at the time, Nelson Mandela, who was a fierce non-racist, who passionately believed in a non-racial democracy, remarked, and I quote him, "If we are genuinely interested in ending the old social order and bringing in a new one characterized by the notions of justice and equity, it is quite obvious that the economic power relations represented by the reality of the excessive concentration of power in a few white hands have to change. We make this demand not as a result of any imperative that might be said to derive from ideological convictions. We make it because we cannot see how it could be possible to pull our country out of the economic crisis, in part caused and exemplified by this control of economic power, while at the same time we perpetuate this power structure." End of quote. This approach inspired the Reconstruction and Development Program that was the basis for the governance program of the first democratic administration and informed the development of the Competition Act. While conglomerates have been largely dismantled, concentration remains. This is the finding in arguably one of the most significant public documents released in the past 12 months, The report on measuring concentration and participation in the South African economy, its levels and trends. And I really would like to congratulate the Commission for an excellent piece of work. The report is really a who owns the South African economy. It sets out the firms that produce what you eat, where you shop, where you go for your medicines, your blood tests, your x-rays, what you read, what you drink or smoke, or where you gamble if you do, what you drive or you fly with, the pipes for the water we use, renewable energy and also the coal, your insurance, your retirement fund, your medical aid, and who you bank with. The study found that of the 144 subsectors of the economy with sufficient data, over 2/3 were highly concentrated, 21% were moderately concentrated, and just less than 10% had unconcentrated markets. An examination of trends over the last 10 years for these subsectors found that the industries that are highly concentrated are more likely to see further increases in levels of concentration. Industries with dominant firms were 3 times more likely to face increased concentration rather than decreasing concentration or constant concentration levels. Almost 2/3 of oligopolistic markets were not becoming less concentrated. It found that the number of SMMEs was growing, but that they face increasing exit rates and have a comparatively low share of value add. The analysis of the SARS administrative tax data showed that while 95% of firms in 2016 were SMMEs, that's a very big proportion, together they only accounted for 24% of turnover. In contrast, large firms made up only 5% of all firms, yet comprised 76% of total turnover. Our high levels of concentration and inequality are comparatively high relative to OECD countries, where SMMEs make up 99% of business and generate between 50 and 60% of value add. There were high degrees of inequality in the distribution of firm income. Again, using the SARS administrative tax data set, the study revealed that high levels of inequity in the distribution of firm turnover was present across the economy, with the largest 10% of firms averaging, call it 86% of all firm turnover. It calculated a Gini coefficient for the distribution of firm turnover in the economy at 0.837, which is much higher than the coefficient measuring inequality in household expenditure. A number of subsectors in the economy have a coefficient that is 0.8 or higher, with the exception of sectors where SMMEs typically thrive. So you see a direct correlation. And finally, the report drew particular concerns arising in the agriculture value chain, the commercial agriculture value chain. It said that while the commercial agriculture value chain should offer opportunities for participation, it should be easy to get into it. From 2015 to 2019, there was a 24% decline in the number of commercial grain farmers, a 31% decline for commercial dairy farmers, and a 56% decline for commercial livestock farmers. This decline threatens efforts to bring in small emerging farmers who face difficulties in transitioning to scalable business. High concentration levels, of course, have many drivers and causes. In part, pre-democracy government policies, but also strategic barriers to entry created by incumbents, including companies that were privatized but gained huge market share prior thereto by virtue of state largesse. Low rates of business formation, the small size of the domestic market, and perhaps in some cases mergers and acquisitions. Concentration at the levels observed in South Africa is not adequately explained by improvements in efficiency, nor is it in many cases driven by innovation. A number of studies of the South African economy, including studies by the World Bank and the OECD, have pointed to this unusually high levels of market concentration. The World Bank's report, An Incomplete Transition, Overcoming the Legacy of Exclusion in South Africa, notes the following. It says, competition issues in South Africa are reflected in the large dispersal of rates of return to capital across sectors, with some exhibiting very high markups. Substantial market power in those sectors is likely to result in suppressed demand for capital and labor, low total factor productivity, keeping poorly competitive firms in business, and reduced price competitiveness for sectors that use as inputs the inflated goods and services produced in concentrated sectors. Markups above normal profits are estimated to amount to close to 10% of GDP in South Africa. I mean, that is an astonishing finding. The World Bank then goes on to say if markup rates were to be progressively halved by 2030, investment would pick up by 10% on the baseline, in line with the new investment opportunities, as do exports by 9% with increased competitiveness, resulting in the creation of an additional 405,000 jobs and higher real wages. Inequality would be reduced as capital owners, mainly concentrated in the richest decile, would see their real disposable income grow less rapidly than poorer deciles, with the Gini coefficient at 58.8 by 2030. With cheaper goods and higher labor incomes, the poverty rate would also be reduced by 11%, lifting an additional 1.1 million people out of poverty. That's from the World Bank study. Now, I cite these to make the point about how important this is, why the conduct of competition policy can have a very significant impact on the achievement of our national development goals. And if that sets out the problem, if the Competition Commission's landmark study gives us the metrics of the problem, the recent reforms to competition legislation provides us with some of the solution. When it was introduced in Parliament, those reforms were described as a new deal for economic transformation and inclusion. And you'll see as a golden thread through all the changes that were made, with the exception of the institutional changes, the issue of increased participation and inclusion runs through. Those reforms affect a number of changes to law that will focus on inclusion, the promotion of small and medium enterprises, the opening of the economy to new entrants, the promotion of investment to address, and the need to address unusually high levels of economic concentration. The provisions on, among many others, price discrimination, predatory pricing, monopsony, are significant, and the test cases that will enable these innovations, these legislative innovations, to reshape our market is eagerly awaited by many small businesses. The reforms provide for the remit of market inquiries to include issues of industry structure, including the level and trends of concentration and ownership in a sector. This is quite an important element of the reforms, that it shifts the focus from solely looking at conduct to the way in which the very structure of a sector, its ownership patterns, restrict or inhibit the achievement of broader economic and competition goals. And that's the sea change that the competition reforms passed by Parliament introduces. And it provides the competition authorities with enhanced powers to address the harmful effects of economic concentration. Already, even before the reforms were formally introduced, when they were already going through the legislative process, the competition authorities began to put a lens on practices in a number of markets. Examples include the data market inquiries, impact on lowering data costs and providing zero-rated access to educational and government services at a critical time when the pandemic forced learners and citizens online. The grocery retail market inquiry resulted in agreements with some large retailers to end the practice of exclusive leases, and thus, we hope, enable small grocers, butchers, and others to access retail space in malls. The inquiry conducted on online services is the first under the new legislation and is also one of the more complex sectors to prize open. Now, of course, we recognize, and this is important to state, that sometimes concentration may be the unavoidable outcome, given the unavoidable outcome of other factors, given a combination of scale economics in production and the size of the domestic market. However, even in these instances, it's incumbent upon firms in these markets not to exploit customers or exclude rivals, and particular attention should be paid to ensure that black South Africans are not excluded. While I've spoken of competition policy, the policy landscape globally within which competition, trade and investment law plays itself out and which shapes new thinking and approaches in related disciplines has changed significantly over the past few years. In trade policy, the economist Danny Roderick has characterized the shift as one being from efficiency and growth to economic resilience, caused among others by the disruption of supply chains and the shortages of basic goods within national economies. Competition and trade have complex relationships. Many of you will know that there was this effort between 1997 and 2003 at the World Trade Organization to have a working group set up to look at a general agreement on competition policy in the WTO. It pointed to a number of issues of competition law enforcement and competition policy with significance for the global economy. It included, for example, the international dimension of competition law cases and the potential spillovers for economic welfare and the potential for conflicts of jurisdiction, the broadening application of competition policy in relation to intellectual property rights in the global economy, important issues concerning the potential for monopolization and the maintenance of competition in digital markets. This is many years back. Issues concerning state-owned enterprises, the role of industrial policy, and the question of competitive neutrality in economies, and the request on the part of global business to ensure non-discrimination, transparency, and procedural clarity in competition law enforcement worldwide. Not surprisingly, perhaps, given the different national objectives and the desire by country to retain policy space, no consensus was reached at the WTO on a general agreement on competition. But the work does point to the significant interface between domestic competition policy and matters connected to international trade. In June this year, the World Trade Organization held its much postponed ministerial conference and concluded with a set of agreement that may be of some interest to competition practitioners, covering relaxation of some of the rules on intellectual property in order to facilitate production of vaccines in developing countries. This initiative was led by South Africa and India. Now, intellectual property rights, of course, confer a time-bound monopoly on the use of specified products to a person or a legal entity. And these rights are protected in the World Trade Organization through a trade-related intellectual property rights treaty called TRIPS. During the pandemic, it became clear that the supply and price of therapeutics, diagnostics, and vaccines were constrained with supply challenges, but also the ability of producers to use product under patent, where patent holders refused that even where production capacity existed, that their patents be used without their authority, and they then declined to offer such authority. The free pass that e-commerce companies had from customs duties on digital goods was a sticky topic, and ultimately it was agreed to grant a time-bound extension of the moratorium to early 2023. The food price crisis was dealt with by the WTO through an agreement to discourage use of export restrictions on food and the prohibition of subsidies on illegal fishing, including by large foreign fishing fleets in national territorial waters. In South Africa, the rising food prices were the basis of work by both the competition authorities and trade regulators. And I've had to deal with this in a recent decision on poultry anti-dumping duties and an application for tariff increase on frozen vegetables, trying to find that careful balance between pricing challenges and considerations and producer challenges and considerations. So policymakers are taking trade, industrial, and competition policy, what needs to be changed, what needs to be retained. It's part of a wider rethink of economics. Above all, countries across the world recognized that the international division of production and labor, although accompanied by significant benefits in normal times, created substantial vulnerabilities and came with enormous costs in times of crisis. And that's led to this deeper rethinking of the role of these various instruments of policy, industrial policy, competition policy, trade policy. In May last year, we published a statement setting out more explicitly what our competition policy from a government point of view is, and we titled it Competition Policy for Jobs and Industrial Development. We remain over-dependent on offshore sourcing for our own economy and on a few products, mainly commodities, to drive our growth, leaving us as price takers and with our economic performance over-dependent on what happens in global commodity markets. This means that we risk losing out on the greater opportunity that this new wave of diversification and regionalization can bring. South Africa can play a more prominent role in this world of regionalized production hubs, and we can do so with other African countries, building cross-border regional value chains and tapping the opportunities in the African markets. But we can only do so if we step up our focus on improving the dynamism and capacity of our industrial base and create opportunities for firms in our market to grow. And we've codified it into three key things that we will focus on in the year ahead: intensifying industrialization, spearheading transformation, and building a capable state to execute our strategy. The competition authorities have been dealing with ownership issues in mergers more systematically than before. Two key trends relate, on the one hand, to funding mechanisms for BEE commitments, whereas previously, as long as a headline announcement was made, it was incorporated in a competition condition and left there, often resulting in poorly structured empowerment deals. But the competition authorities have now started to really look at the structure and financing of those deals. And secondly, the expansion of worker ownership in enterprises. This new focus on inclusive growth saw about 100,000 additional workers securing shares in the firms that they work for in the past year through, in many cases, competition-related settlements with companies. Burger King, Imperial Logistics, ShopRites, and others, bringing the recorded worker shareholding in the economy to over 400,000 workers. In some cases, with provisions that workers would elect persons or nominate persons to serve on the boards of those companies. One of the innovations in the competition reform has been the provision for exemptions for a class of firms from certain provisions of the Competition Act, the so-called Section 1010 provision. Its value was shown during the pandemic and indeed in the July unrest last year, and it's been used on a number of occasions. Today, we are publishing a draft notice in the Government Gazette setting out proposed terms for a new block exemption for small and medium enterprises to be exempted from certain categories of agreement or practices in the application of Section 4.1 and 5.1 of the Act, in order to enable collaboration between small and medium enterprises that would otherwise contravene the Act. The agreements cover a range of areas: research and development agreements, production agreements for goods or the provision of services or toll manufacturing by one firm for another, joint purchasing agreements which may include collective purchasing by a subset of firms, joint selling prices of goods or services to and through an intermediary, commercialization agreement which can include cooperation between firms relating to selling, distribution or promotion of their products, standardization agreements on technical or quality issues, and collective negotiation with large buyers or suppliers on the terms and conditions for purchasing or supply of goods and services. There's a 30-day period for public comments, and I hope that participants at this conference will provide comments during the course of tomorrow's conference proceedings. A number of companies have in the past made the case for a facility where the Commission can provide non-binding advisory opinions on request. This was taken up in the amendments to the legislation, And a draft notice has been issued previously for public comment. Some representations have been made. The authorities have taken it into account, and during September, we intend to publish a final notice providing for the issuing of non-binding advisory opinions so that market participants may have the benefit of current thinking and interpretation available to guide their decisions. By their nature, the competition authorities have to apply and enforce the law. It requires rules, it requires paperwork, and as part of the commitment to smart regulation and removing unnecessary red tape or ambiguity, by October this year, we will publish a number of revised forms, notices, and rules of the Competition Commission. It's our hope this would contribute to reducing red tape and improving the working of the authorities. The 2019 amendments aim to strengthen enforcement by removing the so-called yellow card warning for all contraventions of Chapter 2 of the Act. Once greater certainty on the enforcement approach was provided through regulation. The Ministry aimed to complete this process by November by issuing draft regulations for public comments for horizontal agreements under Section 4.1a and vertical agreements under Section 5.1. The purpose of the regulations is to provide greater clarity on the types of agreements that may fall within these sections, as well as the parameters, the factors, the benchmarks to be considered when undertaking the rule of reason assessment. The regulations, we hope, will provide a framework for how potential efficiencies are weighed against any harm and may provide safe harbors where there is a presumption of unlikely harm to the extent appropriate. The regulation is intended to provide certainty for business to proceed with agreements that promote growth and efficiency while strongly deterring those agreements that seek to harm competition through, among others, administrative penalties. They'll also ensure that enforcement furthers the objective of promoting more inclusive growth through the participation of SMMEs and historically disadvantaged persons in the economy. Our experience over the last 12 months of participation in mergers and acquisitions the last 12 years. Our experience over the last 12 years of participation in mergers and acquisitions have yielded considerable learnings. Our obligation to look not only at the narrow competition grounds for whether a merger can or cannot be justified, but to look also at the public interest and to balance these two is central to South Africa's competition regime. The Act explicitly compels us to look at how a merger impacts on employment, on small and medium businesses, on black business, on regions and industries, our ability to compete in international markets, on the spread of ownership in the market, particularly that of black South Africans and workers. Over the years, we've negotiated with a number of companies in all manner of industries, from food and beverage, national retailers, miners, oil and gas companies, and financial services. And the settlement agreements which have come from these negotiations have created platforms for partnership between the South African government and social partners, protecting and creating jobs and driving investment in resilient, competitive supply chains and in fixed assets. So the market has said, can we get more certainty on what's expected? By February next year, or sooner depending on our work, I will publish regulations in terms of the Competition Act setting out a guide for how the DTIC works with merging parties to craft an appropriate set of public interest commitments. These regulations will serve as helpful models to the market on how both our shared public interest and that of shareholders can be enhanced during a merger. With these regulations, we hope to address many of the questions which merging parties have on how the DTIC participates in mergers and how a meaningful set of commitments can be shaped. In conclusion, complexity and the level of national ambition will give many more areas where competition policy can help the attainment of national goals. The President has spoken powerfully on the value of social compacting, of a broader partnership for growth, investment and jobs. Some of the settlement agreements reached during merger proceedings may be described as social compacts at the micro level. At the same time, some of the efforts to foster greater local industrial development needs to guard against collusive actions that undermine strong and dynamic competition between firms. So it's to just navigate this complex terrain. Our goal with competition policy are ambitious. It's been described as ambitious. It's been sometimes criticized as ambitious. The level of ambition is set by the size of the challenge South Africa faces, by the reality in townships and workplaces, not by the ideas in our heads. In our level of ambition, though, we should always carefully calibrate implementation with capacity and build that capacity. And always recognize that as we reform, it is unavoidable to disturb vested interest. That the test is not whether every single economic interest is happy, but whether the authorities are effective and that we make progress on that journey that President Mandela set out so clearly, and a journey that young people in townships and in rural areas desperately need us to take with greater vigor, greater energy, and greater expeditiousness. It strikes me that the practice of the new competition framework, being pioneered by the South African competition authorities, the Commission, the Tribunal, and the Competition Appeal Court, has at times moved faster than the conceptual and intellectual work that normally accompanies a paradigm shift. There is a real need for a competition institute that would galvanize more PhD work on the South African model of competition policy, secure greater case studies that show us from whether it is predation to excessive pricing to a merger settlement agreement, what the impact is on the public interest. Deepen the teaching of the new competition framework to officials within government departments, to other regulators, to officials in the competition authorities, to practitioners in the law firms in Sandton and elsewhere. And that's something that I think would be an endeavor that we should take forward collectively. I hope you can come tonight. I hope you've all been invited for the dinner. I should check that first from those who are paying the bills. Because I think at this changing of guard moment, it would be appropriate to thank those who have led the work and to welcome those who are going to be leading the work. Thank you very much.
Nkosi Mhlekazi obekekileyo umphathiswa wezoqoqosho nezokhuphiswano nezoshishino jikelele obekekileyo Ibrahim Patel. Thank you so much, sir, for your words. I mean, you said a lot, but I will say this. All I heard was Burger King, Imperial Logistics, and ShopRite. I feature there. Thank you, Minister, for the recognition. Represented here today in the continuation of salutations are, of course, South Africa, Kenya, Mambo Peter, habari. Very good. China, India, Angola, Brazil, Greece, Egypt, the United Kingdom, Zambia, Switzerland, the DRC, Nelly Sakata, Lesotho, Zimbabwe, of course, our friends from the United States and Russia. At a multilateral platform, the African Union, COMESA, Common Markets of East and Southern Africa, UNCTAD, of course, BRICS, of course, the ACF, and the resurrection of one venerated boxer, but now he's a director at the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, I kid you not, Muhammad Ali. We have, of course, in keeping with this very fluid program, by the way, the program is no more than a guideline. The authority is here. Because what is happening on the program is not what in reality is turning out to be. Mr. Dave Lewis, please come forward. You know, Americans talk fondly of their founding fathers. We're talking about people who were party to the drafting of the Constitution in the late 18th century. They still talk about them today. Okay, so we will do the same thing. We have the opportunity to have Mr. Dave Lewis among our rank today, founding father, if you will, of the competition authorities as we now know them to be. It is great to have him among our rank, and a round of applause and a standing ovation is most due. Mr. Bonagele.
Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. We've decided last minute, and I'm really grateful to Nandi to present a token to Dave. Dave, as I said, we're grateful that you could be here. I mean, it's true that if there was a Lifetime Achiever Award for this, you would be a worthy recipient. But we don't have that. Forgive us. But Nandi has been very creative in doing a little token on our behalf, and we'll have the minister presenting it. It's the quotes from Dave's judgments, which have been framed, and Nandi will read them.
Okay, you all know the commissioner. Thankfully, he's commissioner for one more day. He likes to ambush people, so I've been ambushed, and I'm here to deliver this tribute to Dave Lewis. We could not think of a better gift, Dave, than to remember you by your own words, because it's your words that have influenced us and the way we think in no small way. You know, judgments like the nationwide polls judgment, the ANZAC one, and speeches that you've written over the years have really shaped the way that we think as a competition agency, and we're very grateful for the way you pioneered that road for us. So there's 4 framed quotes in the package that you'll get, but I'm just going to read from one of your speeches from 2002, which I think every practitioner probably has read by now. But it's one of those, it's a classic from you, and it stands out. And I think to all the young competition practitioners, this will just give you a sense of the kind of wit that Dave always puts in his judgments and his speeches, and the way in which he brings competition law home and makes us feel like we all understand what is going on finally, and it applies to all of us. So let me just read this one quote. And please remember, this was in 2002, so this was at a time when public interest was not common in competition regimes around the world. And we were really, in South Africa, seen as an anomaly. And so this was one of the ways Dave Lewis defended us, which he had to do on public platforms, international platforms, quite a lot. He wrote, "I've come to treat our task in dealing with public interest in much the same way that I treat my mad uncle, in much the same way that every family treats its mad uncle, with wary respect. We may try to ignore him, we may even deny his existence, but he somehow manages to turn up, invited or not, at every major family event. For the most part, he turns out to be quite an amiable, agreeable old chap, but he does have the potential to behave in a very unpredictable manner, one that causes severe embarrassment to a smug, complacent family, often threatening to tear it apart and reduce its reputation and standing in the society at large." So, Dave, thank you very much for everything that you've done.
There it is.
Thank you very much. I mean, this really was not the intention in coming here at all. It really is a pleasure to be back in this environment. Because I'm a man and not a woman, I can only do one thing at a time, and so I have not been as kept as current with competition law and practice as I would like to have been. I've seen Eleanor consistently, and others with whom I've worked and practiced, and truly it is the most exciting and intellectually stimulating branch of law, and I think economics. So you're really lucky to have it. I mean, I think, I'm here today as living proof of how old the competition authorities are. Eleanor was at the beginning of competition law. I don't know if you know, she was a personal friend of President Teddy Roosevelt and kind of invented competition law. And I was one of her outputs, if you like. It was truly, I've had the good fortune to do a lot of interesting things, including, I'm sure in this room, the person who has worked with Ibrahim for the longest possible time. My children many years ago used to call him God, because he was the only one who could call at 11 o'clock at night while he was a union leader, and after I'd left the unions. And there were negotiations of one thing or another at NEDLAC, and ask for a data or a speech to be prepared by sort of 8 o'clock the next morning, and I would actually do it. I don't know to this day why I did, but that's why he got called God. Anyway, and he must now be one of the longest serving members of cabinet, not quite as long as Minister Sisulu, but then he doesn't have quite as elevated a surname. And it has been, we haven't always agreed with each other, but it's always been a very stimulating relationship. There's no doubt about that. So thank you very much for this. It's a really a lovely present to receive, and I indeed will put it up on the wall now that I've started actually working and thinking again after a period of not doing so. And so you'll hear from me. Thank you.
If you'll all remain standing as Mr. Lewis leaves the podium, just as much we know that the minister has to attend to his other obligations, not least because it is a Wednesday, cabinet meetings. So Minister Patel, thank you so much for your time. Dave Lewis, Godspeed. We wish you well, not least your health. And for all of those in attendance, please, we will take, I'm not going to call it a tea break because it often makes it a lunch break. Let's take a comfort break, no more than 10 minutes. Dr. Vilakazi, you and I should meet very briefly, please, because we need to start in 10 minutes from now, with or without your panelists. Those who are in the overflow room, please come and make your way into the main auditorium. There are a couple of seats that are available. We don't want you to think you're the forgotten stepchild. It is the comfort break. Please, everybody, 10 minutes. 11:07 now. 11:17 we resume. Welcome back to the first official plenary, Competition, Regulation and Policy Development for Sustainable, Growing and Inclusive Markets. Dr. Vilagazi, Chris Maligane, Simon Roberts, Harun Borat, Kanki Matabane. If we don't start now, I suspect this will play as a metaphor for the day. And of course, because we have a dinner that is set to start at a specific time and end at a specific time, and this being day 1 of 2, we need to start, please. So could I request that we settle down inside? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Who removed it? The bonus thing, I was like,
does everyone have a mic? If we could have the doors closed, please. If we could shut the doors, please. South Africa is currently facing constrained economic growth, weak economic transformation, challenges of inequality, unemployment, low investment levels, and over-regulation have been identified as some of the key contributing factors to South Africa's dire situation right now. There's need for an analytical, comprehensive, in-depth discussion on how government, business, and labor can indeed work together to alter the country's trajectory to an economy that grows and does so sustainably. The panelists will set out the key economic questions and debate the decisions required from government, firms, and labor, and the role of competition authorities in creating this ideal South Africa. Moderator, member of the Tribunal, Dr. Thando Vilagazi. Professor Chris Maligane, Wits University. Simon Roberts, Professor, University of Johannesburg. From the UCT, Harun Borat. I understand he is on his way. Zwelinzi Mavavi, SG of SAFTU. Thando, you have 3 of your 4 panelists. If Vavi should join, I will just usher him onto the platform, but please start. You have 1 hour and 10 minutes, and that includes question and answer. My time is 11:22. I'll be back here at 12:32. Thank you. No, sorry, 12:32, I'll be back.
Right. Thanks. Well noted, MC. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Thando Vilakazi. I am the director of the Center for Competition, Regulation and Economic Development at the University of Johannesburg, with a side gig at the Competition Tribunal. This panel, however, has got a lot less to do with competition law proper, but actually using this platform and the kind of caliber of candidates that we have on the panel to talk about some of the big picture issues. We, as the Minister has set out, live in a very complex, challenged society in terms of the kind of overlapping, reinforcing challenges of poverty, inequality, but also access to opportunity and participation that play out on a daily basis. I think the Minister puts it starkly when he says the issue is about what happens in our townships, in our workplaces, and how do you change the plight of those that seek to be at least participants in this economy. We also work in a space where our law has, perhaps quite uniquely in the global context, introduced this idea of participation. This idea that the law, competition law, is not necessarily just a playground for really smart lawyers and economists, but actually that what matters is the substance. What matters is what we deliver. What matters is whether we can reduce barriers to entry and open up access to this economy so that all can participate. And I think this is an exciting place to start. Even as we evolve through the program, starting to get into the nitty-gritty of our work, it's important here to have this caliber of academics, of practitioners, that think about these issues on a daily basis. And I think allowing us to zoom out slightly from the work that we do in the competition authorities. Thankfully, the MC has introduced my panel, but just to reintroduce Professor Harun Borat, Professor Chris Malikane, Wits University, and then Professor Simon Roberts at UJ and at UCL. I'm told that we're expecting a colleague also, some of you might know him from the labor movement, and might also be expecting a colleague from the Black Business Council, Ukhanki Mantabane, to join the panel. But in any event, given the time constraints, we'll just get straight to it. So the task of our panel is to think through the broader competition policy issues, policy development as it relates to sustainability, inclusion more broadly, and development in our society. Now this is, as you see, very much part of the central kind of focus of the competition authorities. And so I suppose in many ways what we say here might be able to shape mandates going forward. Harun, I want to open and maybe bring you in first here. I mean, you've prolific author that spends so much of the time thinking around issues of broader labor markets in South Africa, of economic participation, but also even recently in 2017, some of the challenges wrought by, I think in a piece of work you call with colleagues, the betrayal of the promise, some of the challenges of state capture, and this task of now having to rebuild institutions for effective inclusion. I wanted to draw you in here maybe to set the scene for us in terms of certainly what do the trends look like coming out of this kind of COVID environment, but I suppose also reflecting a bit on the role of institutions, rebuilding institutions and the pathway forward for an economy like ours. Over to you.
Great. Thanks, Thando. I can confirm that post-COVID, one of the things I least like is getting up at 4 a.m. for a 6 a.m. flight from Cape Town to Johannesburg. I thought when I was invited to the panel, I could lead with the fact to avoid the flight that I wasn't a competition practitioner, even though some of my best friends are. That didn't seem to dissuade the panel. So I'm going to march on anyway and talk about everything except competition policy, because that's not really my area of research. But I'm hoping, actually, listening to some of the deliberations this morning, that it may, using your own lens of thinking about firms and firm behavior, lend yourself to thinking a little bit more expansively about what I'm going to call the supply side of the economy. And I want to sort of take us towards two ultimate points. One is that I would argue that we've thought about the unemployment challenge in a very, very superficial way. And in fact, want to introduce, as I've done repeatedly, the paper is still coming, a very important notion about how we've missed our analytical insight. We've missed a key analytical insight in thinking about unemployment. And the second proposition is that policy, as a consequence of that lens, in South Africa has focused far too much on households and far too little on firms. And on the firm side, that would include the kind of work that goes on within the Commission. So let me start with the unemployment story. So, you've heard the statistics. You'll glaze over them. You see them repeatedly. That South Africa has one of the, and in fact, by the latest WDI, World Development Indicators, has the highest unemployment rate in the world. So that includes countries that you would consider post-war, fragile economies, and so on. So I looked up the numbers yesterday. 34% is our sort of acceptable post-COVID unemployment rate. The closest is Djibouti at 25%, followed by Eswatini, also at about 24%. So you've heard those numbers before, right? And that's where we stop. The new piece of evidence to, not the new piece of evidence, but the evidence to associate with the highest unemployment rate in the world is that South Africa has one of the lowest rates of informality. And that's a really, really important coupling of the two statistics. So if you look at a distribution of rates of informality, and don't get too hung up on definitions, they generally coalesce around non-registered businesses, survivalist enterprises, unpaid family work, and so on. If you look at a distribution across a sample of countries, mainly in the middle-income country space, low-income countries tend to be agriculture dominant, we're right at the left of a bar graph. We have informality rates of about 25% as a share of the labor force. The Latin American average, the average is 45%. In other middle-income countries in Latin America, it's north of 70%. So here's the point, right? That and let me add one piece of sort of just to support the argument of where I'm going is that if you look at output employment elasticity, so if you look at, so I know there's some lawyers in the room, so the output employment elasticity is the relationship between growth and employment. The output employment elasticity for South Africa is about 0.7. Guess what? The rest of the developing world's output employment elasticity is about the same. So it's not like the rest of the developing world's really good at keeping their unemployment rates low through a growth employment conversion. No. What do? They resolve it by allowing the informal sector to expand and operate willy-nilly, right? There are massive informal sectors that mop up what would be the unemployed in developing countries. So that's why, I mean, just as a quick sort of dotted line link to this conversation, Ricardo Hausman, who led the Harvard delegation 10 years back and is now back again, looked at us and he said, but I don't understand this unemployment rate. It doesn't make any sense. It's only though when, in a recent conversation, the last 6 months, I said to him, but look at the rate of informality and compare it to Latin America. Suddenly the penny drops. Because the output employment elasticities are similar. The challenges with regards to growth, the structural patterns of growth that we have, we're not unusual, right? So what are these other countries doing? Well, and this is the point I want to come to in terms of policy, is they allow the informal sector to operate. They don't have an anti-informal sector bias, or they better not, right? So let me just give you one vivid example. You all know about the rickshawalas in India, right? These guys that drive, right? Try and formalize them. You try and formalize those guys, or you try and charge them license fees to operate their rickshaws. There'll be a revolution on the street, right? The informal sector in every single developing country or middle-income country, let's narrow the sample, is allowed to operate unfettered, is allowed to find a space of economic activity, a literal physical space of economic activity to operate. What does that do? It dampens unemployment rates. Some of the conditional estimates we're still working on would suggest that if we had unemployment rates, informality rates, similar to other developing countries, our open unemployment rate, our narrow unemployment rate would be between 8 and 15% lower. Think about that. So the big dial pusher on unemployment, right, and reducing unemployment, it's got not very little, but it's got far less to do with the patterns and the structure of growth, I would argue, than the size of the informal sector. So then you ask your question, so what's going on? Well, and as we've said in the President's Economic Advisory Council, and it came through the SONA, is the first thing is do no harm. Right? The first thing as a policy focus, what you could do is just allow the informal sector to operate. Don't see it your job to remove the informal sector, to beat people out of the cities and so on. Allow the cities to look like every single other developing country city. And so here's another sort of, for your evening supper after the second glass of wine, what's the visual image you want to take home? Is why does South Africa always look like a European city? Because there's no informal sector, right? The distance, as I tell students, between firm and household, so I'm coming back, firm and household. In an average developing country, the distance between you being a household and a firm is 1 meter. Because people sleep, right, in their home, in the cities, they open the doors and they start selling. And so that's not something you see in South Africa. And again, we don't have enough time to talk about why we've seen that. A lot of it's got to do with spatial apartheid and so on. But it's then taken me to a space, and I was trying to explain it without a visual, and I do have a visual which I can share, of what is it that government then needs to do in terms of thinking about growing. And this is a very unusual policy prescription, right? Because now we're talking about growing the informal sector. So most developing countries are thinking about formalizing the informal sector, right? Let's get them registered. Let's get them paying taxes. No. You've got to allow the informal sector, just as a first order of business, to allow them to operate unfettered. What that is definitely going to do is reduce your unemployment rate. But we're not set up in all sorts of ways to allow the informal sector to operate unhindered, as it were. And so the argument I make is we've thought, if you think of the unemployment challenge, we think of it, and that was the second point, that we think of it as a household-focused policy support program rather than firms. And I want to argue, and as we've argued repeatedly in the advisory council, that we need to switch the focus. We need to think of the informal sector. If you think of the unemployed, think of how can I find opportunities through survivalist enterprises for these individuals that are unemployed. That's moving from supporting households to supporting firms. The problem, at least in the discourse that we often have as microeconomists, not maybe necessarily in this domain here, is when we think of reducing unemployment, reducing poverty and inequality, we think of the household. We think of grants. We think of the SRD, right? We think of child support grants, maybe a little bit of search costs for the unemployed. We never think of the unemployed as potentially a firm. We never think of the one person trying to sell millies or cigarettes or chips in a city as a firm. And therefore, we don't have appropriate policy for them. And so I've argued, as I say, the paper is coming, that we need to switch to what I've called supply-side economics of a good type. And supply-side economics of a good type is, if you can imagine a table, right? With due respect, even the lawyers know what a table is, right? So you've got columns and you've got rows, right? Some of my best friends are lawyers, I promise you. But if you think of columns in the table as firm size must start from the survivalist firm, because that person is selling something. They are a firm. Don't only think of registered entities or those that are tax-paying and so on. Survivalist enterprises to 50-plus registered firms in the columns. In the rows is the categories of policy support that's required by government. Policy support or any kind of policy intervention. And you can categorize them. It could be infrastructure, it could be regulation, it could be fiscal incentives, it could be skill support, it could be financial markets. But the kind of support you provide is very different depending on the size and the nature of the firm. I'll give you one quick example. A survivalist enterprise or an informal sector operator in the city of Cape Town would need what? Storage facilities. It's as simple as that. They need ablution facilities. Not to be kicked out, that's supply side intervention. This is not expensive, right? But this is a supply side intervention. They don't need the ports fixed. That's for large firms. That's on the far end of the size spectrum. That's a different kind of infrastructure. And if you look at our policy discourse, we talk a lot about ports. We don't talk about storage facilities. We don't talk about ablution facilities for micro enterprises or survivalists. That's what's going to move the dial, I promise you. Not better ports are not unimportant, but it's about the change in emphasis if you want to think about unemployment. Just very, very quickly. So what are the sort of big ideas one can think of? Here's one example of how we get it wrong, right? We have a supply side intervention for survivalist enterprises, right? So we don't think of it so what is it called? It's called a hawker's license. You've heard of that, right? So if you're going to go and sell oranges outside Athlone Police Station where I grew up, there's a guy I still buy oranges from, right? He's got to go and register his business and he's got to pay a fee. He's paying a fee. How on earth why is he paying 1,200 Rand a year, right? That's a disincentive to operate. That's a cost of doing business, right? And so you think of all these constraints that the informal sector face, right? Those are the things to attack. Zero-rate hawkers licenses immediately. Yet what do? We debate endlessly. I promise I'm not going to get into the debate about the SRD. Even though the council advised in the SRD, I think it's a bad idea to make it permanent. I have one council member here who's smiling and agrees with me. But we won't we'll think of an SRD debate, right? But we won't think of zero-rating hawkers licenses, which is a supply-side intervention that gets at firms, right? And is potentially permanent, right? Potentially has a longer-run consequence in terms of allowing economic activity. Now, I've given you easy things, right? One of the hardest things to do, and then maybe I'll stop there, Chair. One of the hardest things to do, and that's where I haven't resolved in my mind how one can fix it easily, is the spatial dimension. So South Africa is probably the only country where the poor, right, live furthest away from where consumers are. Right? In most other countries, the poor are right where the consumers are. They're living in cities, right, where consumers with high disposable income. And so the spatial dimension is probably one of the key things to fix if you're trying to expand the informal sector. So very quickly, summarize. You want to move the dial on unemployment, think about the informal sector. And how do we know this? Because we have one of the lowest rates of informality in the developing world, right? Given that, if you look at our supply side policies, they're all focused towards the registered large end of the firm size spectrum. There's very little going on in terms of micro enterprises in the informal sector. And I think the more we think about that, I think we give more oxygen to a debate about sustainably reducing our unemployment levels.
Thanks, Haroon. So I think the kind of golden thread there, and I hope we can double back to some of the issues that you raise, is the idea of openness and an idea of innovation. Rethinking the way that we've perhaps thought about economic systems, and certainly in the South African context, rethinking the way in which we think about inclusion, right? And I think most of us are familiar with this in the context of analyzing barriers to entry, analyzing and dealing with the plight of HDP or SMME-owned firms in mergers and cases. But of course, we know that the problem runs far deeper than even the work that we do. So I think it's really important to open up the conversation to this broader set of issues. In keeping with that theme, I want to bring Prof. Malikane in here to bring the other side of the coin, if you will, the kind of the economic enemy being the macroeconomist, as it were. But also importantly, to give us a bit of context and set the scene as we talk about inclusion, as we talk about markets, the kind of broader picture, the state of this economy in terms of investment, the kind of shift out of COVID, and maybe some thoughts on trajectories forward.
Thank you, Doc, and good morning, colleagues. Professor Simon Roberts, Professor Borat, and my fellow panelists. Good morning. Perhaps the starting point is to state the obvious, that the South African economy is operating on a low growth path. That's the starting point. If you look at the trajectory of the South African economy from 2004 to see it clearly to 2022, you see that in 2007 there was this large demand shock that we experienced globally, and it affected the South African economy to a point where we never recovered. When you look at the trajectory subsequent to that shock, you see that we were growing on a certain path, then the shock occurs, and then we veer off. We just flew away from the original path. And when you look at, for example, economies such as the US, you see that immediately after the shock, they put in place policies that at least kept the economy growing parallel to the original path. But in our case, we simply flew away. We are still flying away, by the way, from the path. And the flying is flat now. We are going that direction when the original path was in this direction. This is what has happened before COVID. So, to a point that what worries me now, Doc, is that we seem to have forgotten about that shock. We are now focusing on COVID. But that shock, the failure to respond to that shock, is the biggest loss that South Africa incurred. So that's the starting point. That large aggregate demand shock, it's a demand shock, not a supply shock. And then in between, then we experienced short-run supply shocks, electricity shocks, prices, oil price shocks, etc. But that shock set us on a path that is opposite or perpendicular to what we were supposed to go to. Now, currently, as we have noticed, is that there's a war between Russia and the Ukraine. And the impact of that has been to increase the price of oil and other energy products. And that feeds into the increase in the price of food. It creates an inflationary environment. So that is, to me, the biggest supply shock that we've experienced since that huge demand shock. And these shocks that I'm talking about are persistent. They are persistent. And there is a tendency for policymakers in South Africa to sit on their hands, in my view, and not immediately take actions to try and steer the economy in a vigorous way or keep the economy on a growth path. Right? They sit on their hands, the shock works itself out, and then it gathers momentum, and other shocks build on this shock, and then it becomes too difficult to go back to the original path. Now, with the Russia-Ukraine shock, supply shock, what we have is now an inflationary environment in the context where there's massive underutilization of capacity in the economy. So there's a demand shock on the one side, there's massive underutilization of capacity, persistent, right? And on top of that, we've got a negative supply shock, which increases inflation. And in that context, then from the competition point of view, I think that environment provides nice cover for firms to do excessive pricing because it's a general inflationary environment. So perhaps that is one thing that the authorities have to look at. Now, in terms of the prospects for growth, right, in that environment, I do not see any prospects of South Africa coming back or even creating a parallel path to that original growth path. If you look at consumption expenditure, it's driven largely by incomes, right? Majority of the people do not have access to credit. So they rely on incomes. As Professor Porat was saying, some of the income is from the informal sector. But if you've got rising unemployment brought about by this negative demand shock, on the one hand, and then you've got suppressed wages on the other, all of those factors then work to weaken consumption as an outlet to boost demand. Interest rates, right? Those that have got access to credit, the Reserve Bank responds by raising interest rates, saying that they are controlling inflation. That suppresses consumption as well. So I don't see any prospects of growth or demand stimulus coming through private consumption. Already, those that have got debt are heavily indebted, right? And they are facing prospects of being unemployed because there's this persistent aggregate demand problem that is not being resolved. The president, moving to investment now, the investment component of aggregate demand. The president has been holding investment conferences. But some of us who know the basic drivers of investment, we know it's capacity utilization. You can't invest in your firm if you're already underutilizing capacity. What for? The second factor that drives investment is profitability. So if you look at the trend in the rate of profit, South African economy, it has been declining for quite a while. And this rate of profit, average rate of profit, is met with rising interest rates, which means that that gap between the industrial rate of profit and the interest rate is narrowing, which blunts the incentive to invest. So the key fundamental factors that drive investment are weak. We can have conferences, investment conferences, what they call this, motivational speeches, building confidence. That's what, there's this thing that we need to build confidence. But you can't build confidence when there's a structural underutilization of capacity, there's low profitability in the system, interest rates are rising. So you can have all these investment conferences, nothing is going to come out of them because the structural factors that drive investment are not correct. You will try to seek growth by looking at exports, right? So we've got a problem with Transnet, just basic stuff, Transnet. We've got problems with Eskom, supply of electricity, you can't even supply your export markets. That on its own disrupts your market share, right? And the global economy is not growing as fast to absorb your exports. So there's no growth prospects even with that outlet. Of course, imports negatively affect our aggregate demand. I won't go there. So exports out, consumption not sustainable. Because if you increase credit to households now, in the context of low growth and rising unemployment, it's not sustainable, right? Investment out, because there's excessive capacity underutilization and a no profitability incentive to invest. So if you look at COVID now, coming to COVID, I looked at the manufacturing capacity utilization, the measure from the South African Reserve Bank. Manufacturing capacity utilization before the global crisis was 85%, right? It dropped to 80% and stayed there, which means that that gap, that 5% gap, is that permanent underutilization of capacity over and above that underutilization that was there before, right? COVID hits, right? There's a dip in capacity utilization, but then it recovers to 77%, not to 80%. So the COVID shock further pushes us away. And why is it that the economy is not responding? The first thing is government's response is weak. Government's response is weak. Government has been administering what is called fiscal consolidation over years, which in my view is just austerity. When other countries intervened in their economies to fund massive infrastructure build programs in unconventional ways, fund social infrastructure programs in unconventional ways. But in our case, government could not intervene because of limited what is called limited fiscal space, when other countries created that fiscal space through their central banks. And another factor is the neoliberalism. The minister was talking about the need to fundamentally rethink economic policy. It's not happening. In South Africa, we are the largest adherents of neoliberalism. Even those that we followed in the early 90s adopted unconventional ways. New Zealand, for example, changed the mandate of their central bank to include full employment. We are stuck with inflation targeting. You see. So government is hung up on conservative neoliberal economic policies. And in terms of roles, just to conclude, right? There's this thinking that came that government is not government's business to create jobs. It's the business of the private sector. But as economists, we know that the private sector's aim is to maximize profits. And if in that process it leads to job creation, so be it. So if government abdicates the responsibility to create jobs to the private sector, then I think that we are in trouble, because the private sector will not create jobs if there's no demand.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And then lastly, if you want labor, right, to play its role in the so-called social compact, the main thing that labor can offer is wage moderation. But wage moderation cannot come if the wage goods, the prices of wage goods are not in check, so that the real wage is protected. So one of the things that the Competition Commission must look at is the inflation rate in wage goods in this context. I saw some statistics showing that cooking oil has increased by 70%. So if you look at those components of the wage goods that particularly affect the poor, it will go a long way in mitigating the impact. Sure. And infrastructure, of course, the value chain. There needs to be a focused attention on infrastructure value chain by competition authorities, so that government intervention, whatever it does, it's effective.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Prof. Yeah, so I think you put a lot on the table there. Content which I think is important even in the context of discussing what is otherwise essentially a microeconomic tool. But the translation there is really that also prices, markets, this environment in terms of inflationary pressures can come from cost-related factors on the supply side, etc. But also firms set prices. Firms charge excessive prices. Cartels of firms are prone to charging super competitive profits, right? And I think this is an important link between the macro environment where we're in, where we know that prices tend to be sticky downwards, but are very quick to rise. And part of resetting the economy, I think, is finding that balance, again, that Prof is talking about. I want to take this opportunity, in fact, to bring in the General Secretary of SAFTU, who's joined us, Comrade Vavi, who, in fact, I think most recently has been thinking and working on these issues, not least in the national shutdown of 2 weeks ago, led by the trade union movements in the country. And I've had a chance to look quite closely at the declarations as they related to the issues that were being raised. And I think they link quite nicely with Prof's points earlier that we're in a very challenging environment. And I think at the level of households, it's even more intense in terms of rising cost pressures, etc. Mr. Vavi, if I can bring you in here, maybe to give us a sense of the kind of core messages that were being conveyed in that environment and in the declaration, and the pathways and challenges, I suppose, that you see. Sure. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, and I wanted to see you first before I can proceed. And I guess that my coming here has more to do not just with the institution that have played such a critical role, in particular in the recent years, but more so the tenacity of you, Comrade Bonagel, who have been steering the ship for the past 18 years, firstly as a deputy and now in charge of the tribunal. And we can only be very, very thankful and applaud your work as part of this very critical institution that today we are speaking about. And thank you very much. Thank you. I guess that somewhere down the line, the labor movement must find time to honor you and to thank you and the people we have been working with behind the scenes to bring some of the rogue elements in the private sector to book, to embarrass them. I'm sure they don't like you for that. And but at times to punish them and to find them. How I wish that you could have more power though, so that when we gather here, we're speaking about few CEOs in prison. In particular from the banking cartels, who have been doing everything that they can to undermine the transformation agenda you have been championing. And the struggle to give you that power to jail people continues, even if you are operating elsewhere in society. And it's a very critical struggle that I guess all of us have to pursue. The right to send people who are milking the poor dry to prison for committing serious treason against them. And we've been big admirers of the work of the Competition Commission. From the time you started to really be on their tails when the country was celebrating and the biggest sporting event ever in South Africa, you exposed them. You exposed the cement cartels who, instead of joining the country in celebrating this biggest soccer event in the world, they were angling to look at how they will profit unfairly and increase the prices of cement and take advantage of the vulnerability of a society that was so eager to have a world standard beating World Cup in 2010. Around the same period, you were chasing the milk cartels, the milk producing companies. Can you believe it? They're after the bread. Everything basic that you will think that should be the fundamental right of human being, private companies in South Africa have been angling to take advantage of ordinary people. And latest now, massive guys, big fellows who control us literally in every respect of our lives in the insurance industry. Again, the Competition Commission have been there to chase them. And I think that for that, in my view, you personally, but also the team that you have been working with, deserve a round of applause, even if I'm going to be alone doing so. Andinamona. Having said that, it's been like climbing an oiled pole though. We are living in a country which we inherited monopolies and which inherited an economic structure that was designed to make South Africa some post for colonial activity of extracting the minerals, sending them raw out to certain colonizing countries, and increasingly now our friends who are our foes, at the same time China. And we're living in a country that was arranged such that everything that is arranged through that main activity, which was mining and extraction, is developed and in the process becomes a monopoly. Competition is a nice word said in the context of the economic arrangement in South Africa. Seems like we can sit in these nice hotels and speak about 4IR and forget that where I come from, there's no one IR there. There's no first industrial revolution. There's no road. There's no public road. There's hardly any working water system or sanitation or anything like that. It's so nice to speak about those things when their full context is not properly explained to people. And I think in this particular context, we've got to whilst giving you applaud for the work that you've been doing, but at the same time be realistic about the setting in our economy. That our economy is currently totally dominated by a handful of massive multinational corporations that have made South Africa their home and who are therefore able to bully the state in particular to adopt everything they believe in. And Chris was speaking about how the monopolies have been able to dictate what should be the policy direction of South Africa. And that's why the guys like Bonakele are so unpopular in certain quarters, because they've been disturbing the arrangement, the eating arrangement, the real capture of the state that nobody wants to speak about. And that they have been exposing how cold and they can be when they are in pursuit of profits. So I came here to speak about the critical importance that even in that arrangement, which is not an ideal arrangement at all, you can still play a role, and that society must still continue to champion a competition commission and a tribunal that can still have even greater powers than we have been able to lobby government to give yourselves in the recent period. And I don't know what more I can say except to condemn these guys. Are they here in the house? I honestly don't know.
They might represent themselves as we talk through the Q&A. Thank you for those remarks.
Are they represented? Can they stand up?
Of course.
Thank you very much. I'll come back, I guess. Yeah.
So I think you raised some important issues about the kind of critical role that these institutions have played and the kind of competition authorities, right? Because it is not necessarily an easy environment in which to open up markets, to deal with strategic barriers to entry, and to hopefully open up markets for participation. We know, in fact, as the Commission's very sterling work on concentration the economy tells us, is that although things have changed, very little has changed as well. And so essentially the challenge of economic concentration, but also broader participation in the process of growth, in a kind of wider conception of inclusive growth, means that we haven't achieved some of the objectives of making this a truly participatory economic system. And on that note, I do want to bring in both Simon and Mr. Matabane here, maybe to start with you, Mr. Matabane, on representing the apex umbrella body of black businesses, the Black Business Council. These are issues, I imagine, in engagements with your membership, but also trying to engage with stakeholders in the economy, policymakers, etc., are kind of front and center, right? We're talking about issues of barriers to entry. We're talking more broadly, just to remind colleagues that it was the Black Business Council, I think in the late 90s, that, amongst others, triggered the process that ultimately led to our Black Economic Empowerment Act in 2003, right? And that's 20 years old next year. Have we made progress? What's still on the table to be addressed, and how can you see the fit between the wider program of Black economic empowerment, but also dealing with inequalities of participation of different kinds, gender, etc., and how it might match and task the competition authorities to take these issues further.
And good, it's not morning yet anymore, it's a good day. And I think I would like to join Comrade Vavi in congratulating the commissioner, the outgoing commissioner, and his deputy. I can see the deputies there for sterling work that make them unpopular. And we applaud them and we support them. They've done extremely well. I think it's one of the few government institutions that are really functioning well. Yeah, but I think as part of opening the market to other participants, maybe next time when we have a panel, make sure that the panel has women in that. I'm sure 28 years into democracy, we do have capable women, especially black women. So even if I'm not invited anymore, I think it's fine. But I think maybe let's start with where we are. So we're here 28 years into democracy, and except a few of us who managed to be where we are, the economy basically looks like pre-1994. We still have oligopolies. The economy is still run by white males. The economy is still owned by white people. So you're wondering, but what was this government doing in 28 years? Did they actually do anything? And we think they didn't do much. They have not changed the economy. They haven't changed the structure. Look what they've done with the spectrum. Instead of opening the market and bring new entrants, they decided to give the spectrum to those who have. And I suspect even now, MTN wants to buy Vodacom. I'm sure they're going to allow it. And we then going to be having MTN and Vodacom owning 90% of the economy. And we expect small business to participate in and contribute anything. It's not going to happen. Because remember, most of the economic sectors are owned by 2 or 3 companies that own 90% or so. And then all of us who are sitting here, some of us who are sitting here, have to then compete for the 10% or the 5% that is left. And we expect to grow the economy. And then which leads me to the next question. Do we really have, as a country, have an economic policy? Because one has thought that the National Development Plan was our economic policy. And it said, if you want to deal with unemployment by 2030, and remember we're in 2022, by 2030, we should create 11 million jobs, and 90% of those jobs must come from small business. But the government is not doing anything to support small business. They're actually supporting big business. And you think we're going to be able to create jobs. I don't think it's going to happen. So I think the call for us is that us as professionals sitting in various places, the economy and our country is going down with us. And the question is that what is it that we're going to do about it? Our kids are going to blame us. Our kids are still going to fight the very same fight that we should have fought of making sure that the economy is transformed, that the economy is open to new players, and that is not happening. So the question is, what are we going to do? Are we going to sit and complain in Twitter, Facebook, and other social media? or are we going to be there and try and fight? I know most of the ones who are working for corporates, they are so scared that they can't even say black where they work. They rather say people of color. Yeah, I know most of the black people, even in summer, they'll be wearing jackets and you think it's because they want to be formal, but because they can't control the they can't control the aircon. So I think it's up to us, as especially black professionals, to really do something, to take the power that is there. No one is going to give you the power. And force government to make sure that we open the economy. We cannot grow the economy where the majority of the firms who own the economy are like top 3, top 4, or top 2 in all the sectors. So we have to support the work of the Commission and make sure that we open the economy so that we can transform it. Because in our view, a transformed economy that is inclusive will create jobs and will grow the economy. Otherwise, we're going to face what we faced last year in July, and that may just happen and become a permanent future where the majority decide to render the economy and the country ungovernable. And the few of us who are staying in gated communities will be sitting there helpless. People coming and taking what we should have given them before. So it's up to us. I think I just basically want to say it's upon us to do something to transform the economy and open it to new entrants. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mataba. I mean, I'm going to come back, if there's time, a bit later to ask you kind of what are the issues and what needs to be done. Because I think it's also important, even as we stock take across the board about kind of the state of the economy as it is, it's no good if we're also not trying to think through what are the pathways moving forwards. Simon, you've spent years in the competition authorities, but of course together at CRED and trying to think through these challenges of black inclusion, of SMME inclusion, of broader opening up concentrated economic markets. And I think in many ways, in some of your writing, you speak of the idea of changing the rules of the game for inclusion in that as well. So perhaps a few remarks that kind of maybe set the scene, but also point forward in terms of key challenges and issues that need to be the focus of the authorities, but also policy more broadly as it relates to broader participation.
Thanks very much also to the Commission and Tribunal for the invite to be here. It's a great honor, great pleasure to be here today. I'm not sure if my clock on the computer is the same as everybody else's, but and the credibility of the timekeeping. But anyway, I'll carry on. I imagine I'm going to get cut off halfway through in preliminary remarks. I think where I wanted to start actually is trying to reflect on the major challenges and think through what does this mean for a changing regime going forwards in the context of incredible urgency. Because I think we've heard about the urgency in terms of the structure of the economy. We know about the urgency in terms of climate change, and there are things that we can learn about responding to it from COVID. I want to make one comment about the climate change thing, because actually we're living in a bubble at the moment in terms of climate change. The rains are good here. Food prices have not increased that much. If you are looking at, in Brazil, you're talking about a drought, the worst drought in 100 years. If you're talking about East Africa and Kenya, worst drought in 40 years. The impact on food prices was so substantial that the government, over the month of the election, halved the maize meal price just by a direct agreement with the millers. It was so dramatic, it was so important. So we are living at the moment in the kind of illusion of kind of, what's happening, looking at everything else. When the drought comes to Southern Africa, the shocks will be so substantial. And those shocks will have implications for markets. And so what I want to talk about is how we can think about how we have responded to the COVID pandemic and think about the shocks looking ahead. And that future is now. We have to do this very quickly. And we need a mobilization across society to do this. Now, it seems almost impossible to think about how this can happen in the context of the recent history. And I'm all in favor of opening up markets for informal sector activity, but I don't think this is going to move the dial in terms of the structure of the economy. So I'm not against it, but I think we need to think much further ahead. In terms of on what can be done, the Commission led the world in responding to the price gouging, taking advantage of short-term monopoly power, and responding to that with the tools that they had right then. I was working for the UK authority at the time. The UK authority was sitting on webinars, listening to Temikosi and James, talking about applying those tests and reading the decisions of the tribunal. Okay? The question is, how do we then build on this to rethink what we need to do for a markets regime? Because this was about rules for markets in that context. And a lot of other things, of course, have to happen along the way, but I'm going to talk about what we might be able to think about in terms of the market. I think there are two things that are happening already, in actual fact, that we need to recognize. First of all, is moving from thinking about a competition authority to what a markets authority looks like. And that's an authority that really takes up the market inquiry's findings, to be able to deal with things like barriers to entry, but to be able to act and not talk. So one of the other things that's very interesting looking from the outside in a comparative context is that aside from the COVID thing, there's been actually a lot of action in other authorities around things like supermarkets. And there's not been action here. And so I think that's very important. If we move to a markets authority, we need to be able to take action on markets. And we need to think about the standards for healthy markets. And this is questioning the kind of the microeconomics paradigms that are used and how we evaluate that. And that's what I think we've seen in the excessive pricing, price gouging decisions. So that's when we've been developing these ideas at the research center, Tanda Directs that I work in as well. So we're happy to talk more about that. Okay, so I'm going to try and dip into a couple of things and give some examples there. So I'd foolishly, of course, started to think about preparing slides and then realized that it wasn't going to be that kind of thing. So I'm not so able to talk on the hoof as some of the other panel members are. So thinking about the major challenges to markets that we have, and these challenges are all here and they're all here right now, and not dealing with them is a choice. The high levels of concentration. In South Africa, these high levels of concentration have existed all the way through, and they've changed relatively little. Digital platforms have shown what that concentration looks like in other countries, other regimes, and we're seeing the responses to those high levels of concentration. The question it poses to us is what could be happening to deal with those high levels of concentration in other sectors of the economy? So when we look at it in the context of digital platforms, these are businesses which control and shape how we choose, consume products, the value creation that happens back through value chains, etc., the control over data. We have got a revolution taking place in antitrust. We've got amendments to laws, we've got new institutions being established. And those institutions recognize that, first of all, the regulatory bodies that exist in silos need to be broken down, because a telecoms regulatory body, a finance regulatory body, a consumer protection body, and a competition body, the platforms cut across all of that. So we have analog regulators in a digital world. And so if we're looking at how people consume products and how they make choices in the data, do we really want a consumer protection body which understands how consumers make choices, or should do, separate from a competition body? No, we want one body with data scientists. We want armies of data scientists to collect the data that exists in private hands to understand how people are making choices in close to real time. We need to do that now. South Africa has actually clusters of data scientists. Right? It's actually, they can be hired, and they can be trained, and they can be accelerated very, very rapidly. But other authorities are already doing this. So this is a road from which we can learn. Okay? When we think about the conduct of the companies does not fit into a pigeonhole. They don't do exclusive dealing here. They're doing all of these things all the time. I don't believe they're necessarily new theories of harm, but it's multidimensional. How are we able to deal with that? Well, we need to think about introducing the terminologies that we've seen in other countries. In the German law, designating companies that have got paramount significance for competition across markets. Okay? Paramount significance for competition across markets. That's not limited to digital platforms. There are companies here that have got paramount significance for competition across markets. In the UK wording, which has not been adopted by this government, and I doubt will be, it's about companies with strategic market status. Those companies are subject to different standards. Okay? Now, either we introduce those standards for companies that have got entrenched dominance, or we don't. And the amendments obviously introduce a whole lot of things, but I think the one thing I think we need to do is a reality check. The reality check of the past 2 decades is that it will be another decade before these amendments have been properly tested. We can't wait a decade, I don't think, to open up the economy. So opening the economy through these amendments, given the structure that we have, the legal contestation, etc., I think, I want somebody to tell me different, that the amendments will lead, and maybe the Commission will be very creative about it. I'm sure they will, in fact. But I do believe that we should be very concerned about how quickly that can happen. That's on the concentration side. On the barriers to entry and black economic empowerment side, I'm going to skate over this quickly. We worked on this a few years ago, and there's a book which actually is Opening the South African Economy, which is a series of case studies. And the insights from the case studies come up with some pretty straightforward insights, I think, and recommendations, which is that when you're opening up a sector, you need to do a number of things at once. You need to address things like access to finance, skills and capabilities, routes to market. Supermarkets are critical here. Critical infrastructure such as storage facilities, and you need to do all of those things at the same time. If you only address finance, but you don't open up the routes to market, you're setting up the black industrialists to fail. Right? And this it's a package of at least, we characterize it as four main areas. If you can't get your products, you can produce the most wonderful product. If it's not on the shelf, you will fail. And here, Soweto Gold, the beer case is our test case. Master brewer trained at SAB. Brewery in Soweto, great brand, great beer. Packaging it and putting it on the bar top is essential. If you can't do that, you will fail. So bought out by Heineken. Right? What do we learn from that? We have to have that package, and it has to be relevant for particular sectors of the economy. So it's got to be based on the insights for those particular sectors. Strategies to open up. It's like a can opener. To open up sectors of the economy to entrepreneurship. In terms of the COVID issues, I think this was really interesting in questioning the economic standards for excessive pricing and showing that we need to think about where that price incentive at the margin is not incentivizing entry, it's not incentivizing increased supply, it's just capturing a corner of the market. These insights are really important because climate change means that's going to happen much more. Right? Climate change means that you're going to have short-term supply shocks, and as we know from all the economists' works on famines, that means that people who can corner those markets can make these impacts much, much worse. It's a market tool that we need to do that. The impacts in South Africa, the work we're doing really points to these effects in East Africa being very, very dramatic right now, and I would urge you all to look at that because that is what will be happening in Southern Africa in time. And now I'm probably over time. I'm going to say 2 last things.
This is also I won't come back to you in the second round, so that's fine.
Okay, I'm done. Okay, I thought I'd better get it. The monopoly over the microphone for a short period, very transient period of time. So in terms of healthy markets, we need to think about standards which capture participation, the prices and returns which reward effort and innovation, and healthy choices for consumers. Right? We need to think about markets in terms of these different dimensions. We need to think about a set of institutions which are markets institutions and that they set rules that shape markets in effective ways. A code of conduct for groceries, for example. This is not about being for or against supermarkets. All the supermarkets be subject to the same code. And it should be a code which cuts across Southern Africa, which will make it more simple and straightforward for the large supermarkets, but imposes a set of rules which they can comply with around things like supplier development, opening up shelf space to black businesses and smaller businesses across the region. And then in terms of the tools of the authorities, the one thing I want to say is that I think in addition to the consumer data gathering, is the powers to be able to make decisions, make and enforce decisions, possibly with a no-fault finding, right? This is what we're seeing with digital platforms. You find markets aren't working without necessarily finding an abuse has taken place, and you rewrite the rules. If you like, it's like cricket. If we don't like the game we have, we change the game. It's the same for everybody, but we change it. And if we don't like it, we change it again.
Right.
Okay? And we need to think about this for our markets. Thanks.
Right. Thanks, Simon. So the signal is that we are done for time, but I don't want to miss the opportunity to at least give the panelists a last shot. But it's going to be not so much in reflecting on the issues, but what is the one thing we need to then be doing, drawing from your work or your areas of expertise that we need to focus on? Haroon, for instance, you introduced some ideas around innovation in the way we even think about inclusion as not being about households, but actually being about firms. What should we be doing, and is there a role here for regulators, competition agencies, and that? And then I'll go through the speakers, asking for that one nugget that we can all take home.
Yeah, I mean, so to some extent, it's predictably about switching from households in terms of policy support designed to create jobs should be less about households, in fact, less about public sector employment and more about firms, and less about thinking of the private sector as listed entities that are large corporates, right? In the context that I'm thinking about, which is mass employment creation that's sustainable, you have to think of those at the bottom end of the firm size spectrum, survivalist firms in the informal sector, or poor households as potential firms.
Sure.
And if you design policy support for that, you can unlock growth, but I think you do definitely. I mean, the data is very clear. You move the dial on unemployment like no other growth strategy is going to.
Sure. That's the elevator pitch right there. Prof. Chris, the elevator pitch.
My view is that we need to really look at this issue of aggregate demand in the South African economy, because if we don't focus on that, what we are likely going to experience, and in fact we might be experiencing already, is capacity scrapping, where even our installed capacity that we had 10 years ago is getting scrapped, and our long-run capacity to supply gets constrained, and then we experience bottlenecks every time we stimulate the demand side. So we need to protect installed capacity. So if we don't really take this aggregate demand side seriously, we are going to shrink the economy further.
Sure. Right. Sobering. Mr. Mataban, the golden nugget that we should take away.
I think what we need is political will to open the market to new entrants. In a country that is a black majority, it's actually a shame that in 28 years we don't have a black-owned bank. Why can't we take African Bank and make it a black-owned bank? But that needs political will, which I think we lack as a country. Thanks.
Right. General Secretary, you can close us out.
Well, to me, until we change the structure of the South African economy, the whole idea of a competition will remain a myth. Until we address the massive structural deficiencies we inherited from the colonial era, which we've done absolutely nothing about in 28 years, about the concentration of wealth and ownership. The whole debate about market or free market economy becomes a myth. And let me just mention one or two important issues. In our country, as we speak, 10% of the population owns wealth, or 90%. 10% of the population owns 90% of the wealth of the country. Before you go anywhere, you're dead in the water. And that 10% we know is history and how it happened to be that 10%. There can be no competition in that context. And there can be no free market in that context. So if you don't address that issue of the concentration of wealth in just too few hands, you're dead. There's no competition. Because flowing from that, everything else looks like exactly that, like that. From, you must remain here and go to the restaurants at night. You will see that 90-10%. You must go to the streets around the bars here. You will see that. You must go to the JSC, the point that you are making. You will see that concentration of wealth. Until we address that as the main structural problem that we are facing, the poverty crisis, the landless crisis on the part of the black majority, and the fact that 28 years into democracy, you can only still define poverty, landlessness, propertylessness in racial terms, then everything else we speak about in competition becomes just a myth. So, and that's what I think we've got to be thinking about more. The issue of breaking down the monopolies and the issue of ensuring that there is real competition on an equal footing between all people of this country. Currently, there isn't. And currently, and I'm coming from the other side of the equation, in class terms, but also where I was born and what I regard to as my home. There isn't such a thing. You go there and have a competition commission talk, nobody will come. But you go there and talk about the access to roads, everybody will come. And until we address that issue, that's a structural issue, we're going nowhere. We can continue to have nice discussion, and we will applaud you. By the way, we must lobby you that you become the next public protector, because there's a vacancy there, isn't it?
Thank you.
The position is vacant as we speak. And the current one is not giving me any confidence whatsoever. The active one, or the deputy. So until we use every instrument that we have, in particular the Competition Commission, the Office of the Public Protector as a Chapter 9 institution, and everything else, a consumer organization that have teeth, a strengthened labor movement that have real teeth, because currently everybody is walking on a free park because the labor movement have been weakened. And, I can go on and on and on.
As you say it.
Yeah. So I think, to me, those are the few issues that I wanted to mention if we want to move from where we are into at least a different direction. Thank you very much.
So I'm actually scared to speak. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for your time, and I think for an engaging set of ideas that hopefully kickstarts some rigorous discussion for the rest of this conference. MC, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tando. That's why I didn't want to do this thing, Babujwa. No, you did. You did. It's just that Mr. Vavi and his wanton ways. Of course, it was a very important discussion to discuss the issues that remain a challenge, and of course, this would have had to have been the first session. I'm going to get to it. We are right now a full hour behind schedule. Somehow, I have to cover that. And I will cover that. So please work with me. This is now not me who was delayed. I was here at 8:15. We started a whole hour and 15 minutes after because it was you who was greeting each other out there. I asked for a 10-minute break. It became a 30-minute break. So we're just going to be a little more stringent. We're going to take a lunch break now for 35 minutes. Please. Ayabonga Tawe is here. He is on brief. We will start, cross my heart, hope to die, at 13 hours 10 with the next session. That's a 35-minute lunch break. And during the course of the day, we're going to chisel 10 minutes off each session with the hope that we can cover that time. The dinner is not here. It is at a different venue in Houghton. This is happening during peak hour traffic. If you look at your program, it's very ambitious to suggest we can move from here to Houghton in 15 minutes. These are the things I equally have to contemplate. So please work with me. It's lunch break now. 35 minutes later, we start. And goes. There are 2 floors for the lunch. There are 2 levels for lunch. One where, just outside here, 1 level down is another lunch venue. Let's distribute ourselves. 2 levels for lunch. This level and 1 below. Behind the escalators, just turn left and you will see the venue. Thank you. Conversations to be moderated by Mr. Ayabonga Tawe. If we could dim the lights, please, and focus on that side, because I understand there is, look at a TV, there or there. There's a video to be played that flights the contributions of Mr. Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, after which, Ayabonga, I will not come back. You just go on straight with your panel. Confirmation is that Mr. Ayabonga Tawe has until 14:10 for the session. Thankfully, it can happen because his panelists are only 3 and there isn't a trade unionist among them.
Thank you for inviting me to participate virtually at this annual conference on competition policy and law, which is convened by the South African Competition Authority. First, let me congratulate the authority. negotiations will be concluded. It is very important to build a competition authority and a competition policy framework for the entire African continent, because we want to enable Africa to respond to very difficult challenges which South Africa and countries such as Egypt have already responded to through their own competition policy laws and legal frameworks. These include cross-border cartels, questions around competition, questions around consumer protection, which are very important aspects of what we want to address in a framework for competition for the African continent. The AfCFTA has been ratified now, as we speak, by 44 countries. We expect that by the end of the year, almost 50 countries will be state parties to the agreement establishing the AfCFTA. It's a significant development. We are at the cusp of leveraging a market of 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion United States dollars to make sure that the African continent in years to come is globally competitive, has industrial capacity, and has competitiveness within country and within region. Of course, we recognize implementation of the AfCFTA is not going to be an easy task, nor will it be a task that takes place overnight. We as Africans will have to be disciplined, decade after decade of implementation of the AfCFTA, including, of course, the protocol on competition policy and law. But I'm very encouraged by the very, very good progress that we have made in a short space of time. In less than 2 years, as I've just mentioned, we have 44 countries that have ratified the agreement establishing the AfCFTA. These countries have committed to reducing and eliminating barriers to intra-Africa trade, to intra-Africa investment, and to ensuring that in areas such as inclusion and development, ensuring that the AfCFTA is equally responsive to that challenge. In this regard, we are negotiating the protocol on women and youth in trade because we believe that young entrepreneurs and women, small medium enterprises that are led by women, are actually significant contributors to Africa's overall GDP and create over 450 million jobs in the small and medium enterprise sector. Therefore, the AfCFTA must be responsive to their needs. Once again, I wish you very good deliberations. I hope to be able to join you in person next time. All the best and good luck.
Give Lemene a round of applause. I think he might not hear it, but he might be able to see it in the recording thereafter. I want to take the opportunity first to thank the Duke of EU, Songezo Mapete, for his earlier remarks. I must say I'm not the one who has the time limitations, so I must get that clearly out of the way. But afternoon to you all. I guess it's a real pity that we get the graveyard session, the four of us here, when everybody's eaten, because it means we have to probably do a much bigger show to keep all of you interested. And I certainly know that my panelists are certainly up to the task. My name is Ayabonga Tawe, and I'm going to be facilitating this session, which is going to be focusing on not just the concentration tracker, but more importantly, what it tells us about concentration in critical product and service markets across the South African economy, what it tells us about the continuing and persistent structural barriers to entry and advance for many firms and categories of firms across the economy. And I have a smaller panel, I must say. I do have a former trade unionist, though, so I must say that, and I'll say a bit more about that. But to my far left, and I don't know if he's on the far left of the spectrum, but we can have that chat, is James Hodge, who's the chief economist and also one of the deputy commissioners of the Competition Commission. Next to James is Pamela Mondliwa, who is the special advisor to the Minister of Finance. And then next to Pamela is Tanya Van Meerlis, who is the Deputy Director General in the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, looking into matters of competition and economic planning. She is the former trade unionist on our panel. So we must make sure that, I guess, we clear that up from the start. Let me start on my far left, James, because I guess much of our discussion over the next 45 minutes to an hour is going to be focused on the very thoroughgoing and detailed study, which is called the Concentration Tracker, which you certainly played a very integral role in. Talk to us about what story that tells us about not only just concentration, and I think the Minister touched on some of the insights from that report in the earlier sessions, but more importantly, I guess the genesis of that work, and more importantly, what it tells us about the landscape of competition in the South African economy.
Thanks, Aribonga. And I must maybe start by saying this is really the product of the Economic Research Bureau and even broader staff within the Commission, so they deserve any accolades. I'll take the criticism from that. I think the starting point was, first of all, to try and measure concentration across the economy and be able to track the trends as well. So there was great earlier work that looked at merger reports, but mergers can define markets so narrow as, you know, a 5-kilometer range of a pharmacy, and don't really necessarily resonate with policymakers and even the Commission. And there's a need, certainly in the Commission, in merger control, in prioritization, in investigations, to have that clear snapshot of what the landscape looks like, including the value chain. And that's where this sort of originated from. But the importance of the trend is that we can measure whether we're making progress or not. So there was a deliberate effort to go to public sources for data, industry associations, regulators, including our own merger reports, but also then Statistics South Africa and SARS Administrative Tax Database. So what is, I think, unique is the ability to track some of these sectors over time, and that gives us some of the unique insights. So you've heard from the Minister that many sectors are concentrated, but the interesting finding is where you have a dominant firm in a highly concentrated market, it's 3 times more likely to become more concentrated than not. And that drops off quite sharply, even in highly concentrated industries where you have more of an oligopoly structure. They're equally likely to get more concentrated or less. And I suppose that affirms competition policy more generally, where we focus on abuse of dominance. But it may also affirm that it is in fact dominant companies that have the ability to put up barriers that may be increasing concentration in their sectors. I think a second big element has been around the participation. So with industry associations, regulators, where you have licensees, you can also look at the spread of participation. And that is disturbingly low, as you would imagine, and often shrinking in many sectors. So the report looks at that. And the Minister mentioned some statistics, and maybe building on what Professor Borat said earlier about the informal sector. In the formal sector, so measuring using SARS database, so this is tax-paying registered companies, the SMEs, you know, are 95% of firms, but account for about 25% of the turnover. And that, as the Minister pointed out in the OECD, is double. So South Africa has a skewed distribution, and one of the other innovations was to use that data set to look at a Gini coefficient for firm turnover and firms. And certainly that was enlightening, because probably what it points out and what we see when we look at different sectors is you've got a core group that often dominate a sector, and then you've got a fringe of smaller or medium firms which aren't expanding and getting bigger and challenging the structure of the economy. So the fact that the bottom 50% of firms have 1.5% of turnover in an industry is revealing that you've got a group of very small or medium and some very large. So to give an illustrative example, in a lot of the agro-processing, you might have 150 grain processors, but 4 or 3 account for 60, 70%. So people have successfully entered, established themselves but are incapable of expanding. So if I had to look at some of the takeaways that we would see from this is one is a focus on expansion and the ability to expand in the market. We often put a lot of emphasis on entry. Entry does happen. There's high levels of exit as we document, which we expect. But the expansion element is not happening, and that may need to be a focus. And it may not always be small and medium enterprises. It may be small, large firms. How do we get that entrepreneur who's managed to establish themselves successfully, shown talent, to the next level? And that does bring in the broad environment around funding and government policy and support, as well as private sector support. I think a second element for us, we highlighted the food chain in particular. I mean, this is an area of the economy where there's massive potential for job creation, massive potential for transformation, quite frankly, because it's about the most untransformed part of the economy. But where we have a country advantage, there's growth. It's not as though we need to be constrained by our own consumption. So this is becoming far more concentrated, alarmingly so, and the minister sort of set that out. But we clearly need a strategy to open that up to small-scale farming. So again, if the informal sector might mop up 8 to 15%, agriculture in most developing countries of our stature mop up a huge amount more employment. But of course, the apartheid past has meant people have been displaced off the land, and now we can't get people back. And we can have a land reform program, but we can't make it succeed if people are unable to make a living as a small farmer. So the drop in farmer numbers is alarming. We repeatedly get told at the Commission that there is just no scope to succeed in this because you face price discrimination for your inputs, buyer power for your outputs. So I think there's a lot that reinforces almost the amendments that were made and some of the approaches we've taken to that, and I can discuss that later. But one of the main recommendations is funding and government coordination. And it was mentioned earlier, again, by Prof. Borat around what could be done for the informal sector, but maybe to remind everyone, our own grocery retail inquiry identified exactly those barriers to informal businesses in townships. Lack of security, lack of lighting, lack of ablutions, rules that are biased against small business and pro-big business. So roads would be built, parking lots would be enclosed for a ShopRite that moved in, but in fact that development often then fences off all the informal traders and pushes them away. That is located next to the taxi rank and the prime position. So the policies are almost actively pro-business and actively against small business, and that's something we have to change. I think on the funding side, we're seeing repeatedly, again through the work of the Commission, you can have a remedy to divest a business to historically disadvantaged persons, but we get asked for a variation order because there's no funding to support. And that's where even close coordination within DTIC could help amongst the funding arms and other parts. But let me stop there and not incite the wrath of Songezo.
Yeah, that's what people who sit on the far left often do. Thanks a lot for that, James. And Pam, let me bring you in here, I guess, just, because James' latter comment is a perfect segue to what I wanted us to discuss, which is that it does seem that all of the tools that aim to deal with the situation as the concentration tracker has laid it out, and I think James has also given us that insight. A lot of them, yes, sit with the competition authorities. A lot of them sit, in different parts of the state. And this issue around coordination alongside the funding issue. Some of your own reflections. I mean, are we using the tools in our toolkit, firstly, in synchronous fashion to get the kind of outcomes that we're looking for? And if not, what could we be doing a bit better?
Thanks, Aya. I think if we take it right back to the beginning of democracy in the 90s, concentration we knew was a problem even from the get-go. And the plan to address concentration was twofold. One, you introduce competition authorities, and two, you open up the domestic market to international trade, and this would be sufficient. But what we know now that we've reflected, is that this is not actually insufficient to introduce or support the expansion of new firms in the markets. What we should have done then, and what we can do now, as the tracker correctly identifies in their recommendations, is have a competition policy that then takes all the various tools that are required to support entry and expansion of new firms to be able to develop. Because the key thing here is you want firms to be able to develop the capabilities to produce goods and services at levels that are internationally competitive. So if you give a firm funding, for instance, but they have struggled with access to markets, and they struggle with the kind of looking at the relationships that they have within the value chains, that firm still has a low chance of becoming internationally competitive. So if we don't really focus on bringing the various tools together, I think we're not going to make the kind of progress that we need. You then ask, where do these tools sit? So if you think of industrial policy, which is, a big policy in terms of supporting firm entry and expansion, industrial policy tools do not only sit with the DTIC, right? So industrial development in South Africa cannot be the project of the DTIC. Energy policy, water policy, licensing, regulation, these are all critical components of a successful policy to be able to develop firms to the levels that we require them to be. Then the second thing, and very much linked to concentration, is if we look at the structure of our economy, it's still quite similar to what we had in 1994. The big change that we've seen is the growth in services. But if we look at industry, the firms that and subsectors of those industries that dominate the market are quite similar to those that were there in 1994. So there's a big challenge of structural transformation, and competition law on its own cannot deal with that, right? If you want to increase participation, you want to have more dynamic, diversified industries. So we have a lot of concentration, particularly at the upstream firms, particularly where they are producing intermediate products for downstream industries. Now, it's going to be difficult to really deal with that level of concentration because you've got issues of economies of scale. And in some instances, to be internationally competitive, some of those firms may need to be that big, right? What you need to deal with that is you need to have policies that set the rules of the game, that the strategies of those large firms align with the economic policy objectives of the country. And this includes things like dealing with the pricing from the upstream to the downstream firms. It includes then making sure that the lobbying that takes place to influence regulations is fair. Something that's interesting and I think doesn't come often enough in policy discourse is the political economy of policymaking, right? So if you think about South Africa, we have a very consultative process, which is good. But the groups of interest that are able to effectively influence policy are those that already have economic power. So if you are tied to the current structure of the economy, you have the resources, you've got the time to be able to write countless documents and comments, to be able to lobby policymakers, to engage at that level. Whereas if you're an outsider to the system, it's that much more difficult for you to be able to do so. So if we still are married to the fact that government alone is the representative of outsiders, we're going to struggle. We need to see it for the reality that it is in how it plays out at the moment. Government is the arena where the interests compete, right? And where they then find, an eventual answer. So we have a missing voice of the outsiders. So you'll say at NEDLAC we've got labor. But think about it. Labor represents the employees in the existing structure of the economy, right? We've got non-profit organizations, but they have a much smaller voice. So how do we start engaging with those power dynamics if we are really to start unpacking these key issues? I have many other points, but I know Aya has
No, it's fine. Pam, we'll give you another bite because I think you're starting to get into a direction that is quite contentious, and I could hear from the murmurs and the yeses in the room that it resonates. And we'll certainly come back, I think, to the political economy of policy making, but also the issue of alignment across the different sites of policy. And maybe talking also about aligning firm level strategy to some of the national policy objectives. Tanya, a lot of the work you do at the DTIC, aside from oversight over the competition institutions, is also, overseeing Section 12A3 related interventions on public interest grounds. Now these would be employment, the ability of certain national industries to participate in certain markets, and I think the point that James was making earlier on, the ability of firms owned by historically disadvantaged persons and small and medium-sized firms to not only be able to enter markets, but to also expand in those markets. Quite a bit has happened. You've also courted a significant amount of criticism across the competition landscape about how, invasive and maybe overreaching our frameworks are. Just some of your reflections and thoughts, and I guess on this question of policy alignment. You can use this one, it's fine.
Thanks very much. If we look at public interest, it's one of the tools that we have to be able to effect transformation in the economy. And we've done it successfully in a number of agreements that we've reached with companies. So, for example, some companies have agreed to increase localization. Companies have agreed to develop supplier development funds. They've agreed to increase their level of local procurement, specifically from small business. So that's one key mechanism. You must note that it's an agreement. We sit and we negotiate with the company in terms of the framework of the law. So the companies actually sometimes negotiate quite hard on what they can and what they can't do. But we've always been able to find each other at the end and reach agreements that we think will, in this specific case as an example, have a very positive impact on small businesses, on employment, on worker ownership. I just want to, if I can comment on the issue of coordination in government. Coordination in government, without a doubt, needs to be improved. There's a lot of work that we can do. Within the DTIC, we've been working to coordinate better within the DTIC itself. So I'll give some examples. In the Furniture Master Plan, the Furniture Master Plan has a specific section now on SMME development and how SMMEs can be supported, be it through funding, and a 400 million rand fund was established to support SMMEs, be it through technical assistance, be it through marketing and access to markets. That's one nice example of how the concerns around how we get more small businesses entering the economy and how that can be addressed through a variety of mechanisms, but also funding for SMMEs, which was pointed to as a problem. There's been a concerted effort to increase funding to SMMEs, and there's also been a concerted effort in some of the agreements to make sure that we're opening up markets to SMMEs.
Tanya, on the second part of my question, which, and I want to maybe just say a little bit about the criticism, because a lot of the criticism arises from a particular understanding of the function of competition policy. And certainly from what I've heard from yourself, from Pam, and from James, that competition policy, or the task of deconcentrating particular product and service markets, takes on a much bigger importance than just making sure markets function well, prices reflect marginal, product or marginal costs and so on. Just some of your thoughts on that, on this notion of overreach, because it is a narrative that is gathering steam, and of course it might be a serving narrative for many of those who are dominant incumbent firms in many markets.
On overreach, I just want to get back to what is the aim of our Competition Act and our competition policy. We don't pursue competition for competition's sake. The pursuit of competition is meant to enhance growth and meet developmental goals. And a very clear example of this is found in what the Commission and the Tribunal need to look at when they look at mergers. They need to look at competitive impact, but they also need to look at public interest impact. It doesn't help if we've got highly competitive firms or markets where we don't have employment, or where people lose jobs, or where workers don't get a stake in the economy, and where SMMEs, as an example, don't get access to markets. So we engage in that framework to try and say, how do we promote development more broadly? The Act allows the Minister to intervene, but the Act also mandates the competition authorities to take account of this broad range of factors. Lastly, it was raised a few times before, competition policy is but one tool. There are a range of other government tools where government does intervene to promote the same interests. So what we're doing in the competition arena, trying to promote developmental goals, is similar to a range of other policies that government is pursuing.
James, let me bring you in there on that point, and you might want to reflect also, I guess, on this overreach story. But also, you made a point earlier on that the concentration tracker is also looking, and it certainly has a temporal horizon. So you're looking at what is happening to market dominance over time. And I'm quite interested in how that also corresponds to, observations of dominance in what might be seen as new sectors, new industries that might not have necessarily been there, say 20 or even 10 years ago.
Yeah, I definitely would like to pick up on the claim of overreach. I think, in fact, I think I've become more convinced over time that, in fact, public interest also serves competition. What we're poor at in competition law is looking long-term and dynamic effects, because the courts will tell us we can't predict what will happen. But you can't have a stagnant SME sector if you want to have competition long-term. You need a thriving one where entrepreneurs can succeed, get funded, and move through the ranks and challenge the existing firms. That, in many respects, is a dynamic economy. You can't have economic growth, and this is a simple macro thing, if you have idle resources, if you have 35% unemployment, if you have entrepreneurs who can't participate, who have ideas, then you can't get growth. So to me, public interest is fundamentally also about deconcentrating the market and creating growth in the economy. I think it's also, we're not the US with 100 years of competition law. We inherited a concentrated economy. So merger control is about not making it worse. Maybe market conduct is about stamping out abuse. But how do you reduce concentration? That's something that we should exercise our mind about. And I think it's alarming to me, certainly in recent times, where you've had a lot of struggling firms that have been sold, or divestitures and business rescue processes, where repeatedly almost the worst suitor is selected. Historically disadvantaged businesses are overlooked. And because it's about maybe getting the most money. But we're presented then with a failing firm defense. There's very little you can do. But that can't be helping the economy grow. It can't be bringing innovation into the economy. If you've got 2 or 3 firms, I think, as the Commissioner rightly said, we're not going to see the innovation and growth. So for me, it's actually fundamental. There is a public interest imperative, but there's also, this serves competition as well. And maybe we need to be bolder rather than retreating. Maybe we need to look into, are there better mergers out there? Something at the moment our law maybe restricts us from doing. From intervening in business rescue processes and engaging with business rescue practitioners, with actually using the tool of the market inquiry now to force the breakup of dominant companies. So I think we have to think about these things in the interest of growth of the economy and in the interest of also the public interest.
Thanks a lot for that, James. And certainly something else I'm going to come back on. But maybe, Pam, there's something you said earlier which I found quite interesting. This idea of thinking through some of the complementary tools at a policy level, licensing, regulation, financing, to achieve particular kinds of market outcomes that at least are sort of convergent with what it is that we want in our competition policy framework. And let's maybe just take a look at the network industries that we have, because that's a very interesting market. There's historically a lot of state involvement in those sectors, but also these are sectors whose functioning or lack thereof has a ripple impact on other sectors of the economy and the ability of people to enter markets and expand in those markets. Some of your thoughts on, I guess, not just the competition implications, but the broader industrial policy implications of what it is that we do with these tools that we have at our disposal.
Sure, thank you. I mean, I think, so from a policy perspective, there's been a lot of emphasis on the structural reforms, particularly targeting the network industries. And the thrust of all the intervention is about how to get things working. And this is critical and very important because without that, the economy doesn't function optimally. I think something that I would emphasize is that as critical as that is, it is insufficient if you are trying to deconcentrate the economy. So the questions around industrial policy and the various tools and having that coordination, that must still be continually engaged with and put forward. And I mean, these are things like, so for instance, Tanya's mentioned there's all this work happening around financing. But from previous research that I've done, the problem with financing is design, right? So if you are going to say, I'm giving you entrant 10 million rand, maybe let's say 10 million rand. I'm giving you 10 million rand, but I want you to start repaying next month. What do you mean? So if you say, you know, I'm making available 500 million rand for firms that are struggling, but you must pay for the investment and then you can claim the money back for me. You are advantaging the insiders, the ones that are already inside who have the ability to pay for that, because we know that there are different challenges as well with accessing loans from banks. So it's about really thinking about within particular value chains, what is it that we need for firms to be able to succeed and how to make that happen. I think James made an example about agriculture. We know from past research that in agriculture, because of the vertical integration that exists in many of these industries, if you enter at one level of the market, you are at a disadvantage. So why then, as the policymaker, we're not saying, okay, we're going to fund firms at every level. We're going to make sure that these firms that we are funding have licensing. And we are, if there is an incentives around skills development, if there's an incentive around digitalization, we are going to prioritize them because then it gives them the best foot forward. And something that I've been grappling with maybe in the last few years is around what can we learn from other areas of economics in the competition space. And the one area is around global value chains. The literature on global value chains is very rich about understanding the power dynamics, about understanding the role that different role players play in informing the outcomes of markets. So there are things that we can learn from that. So competition law, for instance, will deal with either one level of the market or two levels. But global value chains literature says you need to look at governance of the whole value chain. Sure. That's how you determine if you're going to be able to build sufficient capabilities to be internationally competitive. There's an interesting paper that's actually publicly available around that, but more work to be done. Sure. So these are the things that we need to bring in. And the other point is really around monitoring and evaluation. South Africa has gone through ups and downs, but generally poor monitoring and evaluation. So if we're saying these policies are coordinated, are we ensuring that every government department that has a role to play is held accountable for their portion of what they need to do? Yeah. So it's things like this that really need to come together to work effectively. Yeah. There's a point, sorry if you don't mind, that I wanted to make earlier that I didn't.
Yes, yeah.
And this is around, there's a strong relationship between structural change dynamics and inequality. Mm. And this is something that we need to bring into if we are talking about participation. Because structural transformation, which is the changing of the composition of the economy, if you're moving towards more diversified industries, there's more scope for more entrepreneurs to participate. There's also more scope to create more jobs. So you're affecting both wealth and income. Sure. So if you are not then having or seeing those structural change dynamics, it's also affecting your ability to be able to deal with the inequality challenges that we see in this economy. So it's about not seeing things as isolated issues, but bringing them together and understanding how they interact with each other, and then the tools that you have to influence better outcomes.
You know, yeah, I think the point you're making there just on structural and technical change within the economy and the sectoral composition of the economy is something that I find quite interesting. And also the global value chain story. I guess it makes me want to go dust off my Gary Gireffi notes or something like that. But maybe, Tanya, just on that point that, that Pam is raising, which is more sort of linked to this whole notion of a capable state that we often talk about. And assumed in that is that you have a state that's batting on the same wicket on a lot of issues. And just in your own experience, certainly in the public interest work that has happened, this sense that, you know, the agreements that you might arrive at with one particular firm, the implications that that might have not just for that particular industry, but the entire economy. Does that feature in any way? And more importantly, what might be the constraints, you know, to making sure that whatever public interest intervention the minister might come in with is also able to have a multiplier impact on economic activity in other spaces as well? And I can see that Duke of EU says I have 5 minutes.
So part of what we look at in terms of public interest is the impact of the merger on a region, on an industry. And when we look at the industry, we do look at a value chain approach. The more that we've been engaging in public interest, I think our submissions have gotten stronger in the sense that we've won significant gains recently. The one thing that I think is overlooked in this discussion now is that of worker ownership. So we can have structural change, but we also need ownership change. And it's not just ownership for the sake of ownership, but ownership should be coming with control. So in some of the agreements we've reached, workers have managed to access a significant amount of shares, but they've also managed to get a representative on the board. And that helps push the bar in terms of creating a more inclusive economy, not just for SMMEs, but for all people who are working in it.
Thank you very much for that, Tanya. And I see, you know, the program director. I don't know what the sign looks like now, as long as if it's 3 minutes or so. But I think you are enabling my more autocratic tendencies, because I wanted to give an opportunity to get some views from the room. So I think let's take one round. Please be brief. Unfortunately, we are out of time. And if you are going beyond a particular, or if you're going for too long, I will stop you. So please bear with me. I only see one hand at the center of the room, so let's take that. No input from the left, okay? And I think the right wing of the room as well, no views, okay. Yes, ma'am, please tell us your name, where you're from. Please stand. Yes, please. You can use your shop steward's voice as well, it's fine.
Thanks very much for the great discussion. James, just a question to you, and that is the issue regarding impact studies. Because now we've been through processes of determining what is the concentration. We are implementing new policies. We can't wait, let's say, 5 years to go and test whether that was sufficient. So my question is, what now? How quickly will we start testing whatever we do, whether that is effective, and whether there is perhaps room for real-time impact studies? In other words, not waiting 5 years, but starting immediately after that merger has been implemented, tracking every step of the way to see wherever they experience some blockage and immediately solve it, so that one can save time in that respect. It's just a question.
Thank you very much for that question. Is there a hand from the left wing? No hands. Okay. So I think, James, you might want to take that one, but I'll start with you, Tanya, and then just also responses, but also just parting reflections as well unfortunately, we have run out of time.
Thanks. I mean, I think where certainly the DTRC is moving to is for officials to be activists, to have a passion to solve problems, not just to do policy, but there is, in fact, on mergers, for example, a constant follow-up. And there are a number of examples where, for example, a small firm needs access to funding that we've been able to assist with that. That can keep growing. But through this development, the development of an activist culture in the officials, we are seeing more action taking place, which is actually very encouraging to see. The other thing is we can look at policy over time and see the impact over time. But if we to make changes that are going to have a significant impact on small businesses, on medium businesses, on workers, what we also really rely on is for you to come forward and use the tools that we've put forward in the Competition Act. So, for example, if you think that you're a victim of abuse of dominance, we may not necessarily know it's going on in that area. If you come forward, we're able to activate the machinery of government to do an investigation for you.
Thanks for that, Tanya. Pam?
Sure, I think maybe the takeaway point that I want to say is just emphasizing the recommendation from the tracker around the importance and need of a competition policy, which would be a coordination of competition law, industrial policy, and other tools to really support the development of firms, and also emphasizing that the amendments, however great they are, do not do away with the need for that competition policy because of this need to coordinate different policies sitting within other departments. And maybe if I can indulge myself, the one amendment that I really was looking for and hoping would come through that didn't happen is what Simon mentioned in the previous session, which is around giving large firms a special responsibility not to distort competition, because this is something that we are seeing coming up in all other reviews globally of concentration levels in markets, because that allows for a certain flexibility. But with sufficient guidance on what is possible and what is not for the firms that are significantly dominant. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Pam. James, you have the last word.
Well, maybe just to respond on impact studies. I think as you've heard, there's a lot of learning that happens, and I think between the Commission and the Tribunal, we've learned a lot. And the mergers team in particular has learned a lot about what works and doesn't. But impact studies are going to be an important element going forward. And I think largely focused on whether mergers shouldn't have taken place, what can we learn about our toolkits, and what can we learn about remedies in particular. I think if I had to have a couple of last words, I think it would be, I've said this before at the last in-person conference, we have a passion for remedies when I think we should be prohibiting, especially when it's a competition issue, not a public interest, that I don't believe they work, and I don't believe that changes the structure of the economy. It just, in fact, makes it worse. I think the second is maybe we do need to start to differentiate in the public interest between ownership and control. And Tanya raised that point, but I think overall control, not just a director, that those are very different because you're creating a new entity with a new leadership that can take the firm in its own direction. And that is a fundamental change. So maybe we need to distinguish between that. And lastly, I think we have market inquiries. We have a lot of good toolkits that, in fact, other countries don't. And they really work. And I think it's going to be an exciting period now where it comes with more power to see what can be done with those, certainly.
Tanya van Mierlis, Pamela Mondliwa, and James Hodge, thank you to you as a trio. For your insights and sharing them so generously this afternoon. And let me hand over to the Duke of EU, who's making frantic notes there. Songas Ngozibut.
Thank you so much. Ayabong, a round of applause, please. If you don't nip it in the bud, these things last. I am not a duke of any place, not least that of EU. I would be seriously offended if that name outlasts this plenary. Ayabonga, it took us 4 hours, 15 minutes today to have a female voice contribute to this conference. Attention to detail is key. I hope this will not repeat itself. It's not a joke. That platform, there were 6 men, there was an MC who's a man, the previous panel was hailing a man, the minister is a man, the outgoing commissioner is a man, too much. And of course, the lady who spoke first, she and I go a long way. At the top of Oxford Street, for those who are familiar with East London, on the left is a girls' school. On the right, a boys' school. What a missed opportunity. We can't be missing opportunities here. Where are the photographers to take a photo of the panel members? Photographers, please take pictures of the panel members. We are done now. We are moving on with time as I call on the next session's moderator, Ms. Mapato Ramakhuba, Divisional Manager at the Competition Commission, Market Conduct Division. We are now entering Plenary 2, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the Competition Protocol, and mapping the road ahead. Wait. Mr. Hardin Rachisusu, Eleanor Fox, Willard Mwemba, Mahmoud Mumtaz, Chris Charter, Malik Diallo. We have 6 panel members plus a moderator. It's going to get tricky. And these are the big people at the commission, some of them. Mapato and Hardin, so I can't stop this panel. Mapato, I'm reliant on you to help me with time. Second, where's Ayabonga? Is he in the room? What people don't realize is that Ayabonga at 19:30 weekdays is on Metro FM. Perhaps to use a sporting analogy, I should say this. The main event is always preceded by a curtain raiser. Ayabonga is on entertainment, as a curtain raiser always is, at 7:30 in the evenings on Metro FM. The main event comes at 8 on SAFM. I say no more. The time is 14 hours 20. Please, we are really doing well to cover time. Lunch has come and gone. It is now 14:20. Dabawo, please. 15:25. I'm giving you some latitude given the platform and the fact that we've got some really august names here. For those who might have missed it earlier on, there was a word from the African Continental Free Trade Agreement Secretary General, Mr. Wamgele Mene. It bears repeating, especially in the context of this plenary, talking about the AFC-FTA competition protocol, mapping the road ahead. 15:25, I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to participate virtually at this annual conference on competition policy and law, which is convened by the South African Competition Authority. First, let me congratulate the authority, the Competition Authority of South Africa, over the last few decades for having made significant strides in implementing a workable competition policy framework, one that has very strong jurisprudence, that takes account of South Africa's development objectives, and of course, that ensures market operationalization efficiently. The African Continental Free Trade Area has a very strong interest in competition policy and law. You may be aware that as part of the legal architecture of the AFCFTA, there is an inclusion of a protocol on competition. We have started negotiating the protocol. In fact, the negotiations are at an advanced stage, and I believe that in due course, those negotiations will be concluded. It is very important to build a competition authority and a competition policy framework for the entire African continent, because we want to enable Africa to respond to very difficult challenges which South Africa and countries such as Egypt have already responded to through their own competition policy laws and legal frameworks. These include cross-border cartels, questions around competition, questions around consumer protection, which are very important aspects of what we want to address in a framework for competition for the African continent. The AFCFTA has been ratified now, as we speak, by 44 countries. We expect that by the end of the year, almost 50 countries will be state parties to the agreement establishing the AFCFTA. It's a significant development. We are at the cusp of leveraging a market of 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion United States dollars to make sure that the African continent in years to come is globally competitive, has industrial capacity, and has competitiveness within country and within region. Of course, we recognize implementation of the AFCFTA is not going to be an easy task, nor will it be a task that takes place overnight. We as Africans will have to be disciplined, decade after decade of implementation of the AFCFTA, including, of course, the protocol on competition policy and law. But I'm very encouraged by the very, very good progress that we have made in a short space of time. In less than 2 years, as I've just mentioned, we have 44 countries that have ratified the agreement establishing the AFCFTA. These countries have committed to reducing and eliminating barriers to intra-Africa trade, to intra-Africa investment, and to ensuring that in areas such as inclusion and development, ensuring that the AFCFTA is equally responsive to that challenge. In this regard, we are negotiating the protocol on women and youth in trade because we believe that young entrepreneurs and women, small medium enterprises that are led by women, are actually significant contributors to Africa's overall GDP and create over 450 million jobs in the small and medium enterprise sector. Therefore, the AFCFTA must be responsive to their needs. Once again, I wish you very good deliberations. I hope to be able to join you in person next time. All the best and good luck.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and I just want to extend a warm welcome to our panelists. Just to formally introduce them, I've got Mr. Hadin Rachisoso, who's the Deputy Commissioner, Competition Commission South Africa. I've got Professor Eleanor Fox from NWU. I've got Dr. Willard Mwemba, CEO of COMESA. Mohamed Motas, Chair of the Egyptian Competition Authority. Chris Chatter from Cliff Decker, Malik Diallo, Head of Trade Remedies, but also from the AFCFTA Secretariat. So welcome, panel members. I just want to acknowledge the warm message from His Excellency Wamkele Nene. I think his message appropriately frames this conversation. He made my job easy in the sense that I have to manage time. So I won't get into the introduction, but I'll shoot straight to the questions that I would like to pose to the panel members. I'll start with you, Professor Fox. And you know, this is an important process for the continent, and it's important that even the layperson understands this process and what would be the role of competition policy in this process. So maybe just to start, what do you think should be the role of competition policy in fostering the AfTA, in particular to facilitate free trade in the continent, and what would be the pressing issues that you think that this protocol can address? Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very honored to be here. And thank you for your very important first question. I think that having a competition protocol for Africa is a really great opportunity, and that I know many of you have been thinking about this and have done this, but it is very important to think down the line. What is your vision of a competition protocol for Africa? What ought to be done I'll call it at the center? What has been missing in Africa that can be done by competition at the center? And my points are both vision and voice. What has been missing in the international community is a voice for Africa, Africa at the table. And a big example is the mega mergers that may have harms all over the world. They often hurt Africa the most, being vulnerable. And here I would say a merger that actually went through with some conditions, but that's Bayer Monsanto, for example. There was no voice for Africa. If there had been a voice at the table for Africa, it is very likely that that merger would have been enjoined. I'm thinking of voice vis-a-vis the international community, and I'm also thinking of voice and vision, of course, at the top, the pinnacle of Africa, to have an eye out for what has gone wrong in competition, like what international cartels are hurting whom in Africa, and to be there to take a major role at what I would call the tip of the iceberg. I mean, these huge mergers don't come along every day, but they do come along. The huge international cartels are probably lying in wait of being discovered. I mean, they do come along, unfortunately. And for real Pan-African difficult problems, there ought to be a voice, and also in this very narrow area, that is narrow scope, there ought to be enforcement at the top. And that, I would say, is number one, although you can talk about which is 1 and 2. I'll say for number 2 that the protocol at the center has a job of leadership. And part of that leadership is facilitating and nurturing and trying to build up, but also devolving responsibilities to the whole structure below. So you have all of the member states, you have a number of regional agreements, some of which, but not many, are well functional, and that is the scaffolding on which the center should sit. And there is much work to be done to increase the functionality and abilities of both the regionals and the competition authorities of the nations to gear up to be able to handle the problems below. So in terms of the leadership, that is a really important point. It's a networking function, a knowledge function, a flow of knowledge function, both up and down. In terms of the leadership, I see another really important problem, and it's one that is below the radar screen. You can ask yourself, we'll start with the fact that African internal trade is a very small part of African trade. This is partly a result of the tracks of colonialization, that there is very little trade among the African nations. And that is what one would expect to the intra-Africa trade to build up to make the continent integrated and much more efficient and competitive. And there are restraints that are not caught. They're not caught on the competition side. They're not caught on the trade side. They're probably hybrid restraints. Some people are working on it, including CRED, Tando Vilakazi and Simon Roberts, to try to get the facts, what is hurting Africa, and go for it to solve these problems. It needs a tight integration of the trade, free movement, and of the competition. And the protocol should be built with that tight integration and the flow across the lines of trade and competition. And finally, I would say that Africa may need, and here I want to raise a question, how much enforcement at the center? So it may need a role that looks like any other competition authority, having a big competition law with many nooks and crannies, and examining hundreds, thousands of agreements, examining hundreds and thousands of mergers, deciding whether or not they should go through. And I want to propose that the law that details what is the competition law and what is prohibited should be slim and narrow, that it would be a real mistake to have competition at the top of Africa, buried in the detail every day of examining agreements and determining what couple of them should be prohibited and giving exemptions. It is a huge job and burden. It is what agencies do on the ground, and some competition authorities, regional, do. It is not necessary and would bog the center down. So you should look ahead, say look ahead 5 years, and what would be success in having a competition protocol in Africa? What would be not success? I would say not success if they spend 90% of their time on bureaucratic reviews of transactions. It would be great success if Africa is at the table at the next big merger, and if Africa at the center enforces against, they may be relatively few, but big Pan-African cartels. Thanks.
Thanks, Prof. Eleanor. I want to come to you, Malik, just to maybe touch on what from the Secretariat you're thinking is the role of competition policy, but just to pick up on what Professor Eleanor mentioned about the single voice of Africa at the table, right? We've got different levels of competition enforcement in the continent. You've got countries with functioning institutions, countries with legislation but not implemented. So there's variance in terms of the development of enforcement. So how do we get to that single voice on the table, and how can we leverage on these differences to get to where Professor Fox just referred to? Thanks.
Thank you, Mapatu, and I'm very honored and happy to be here with you. Let me just recall what my boss have just said, and also what Minister Patel said this morning in his very, very insightful statement. I think in the AFCFTA, we are in the trajectory of building the common market and the African Economic Community that have been laid down by the Abuja Treaty. But in doing so, the AFCFTA agreement is a step toward that objectives. And what we are trying to do, and what the state parties have agreed in terms of the trade liberalization agenda, in terms of goods and services, but also what the SG said in terms of the phase 2 issues, investment, intellectual property right, women in trade, and digital trade. This is a big agenda. And competition will play also a role in making those objectives achieved. So if you look at the numbers and the studies that have been already made in terms of boosting intra-African trade, which Professor Eleanor Sachs was saying is a bit low, around 16%. But if you are implementing the agreement in its full extent, not only in terms of tariff reduction or progressive elimination, but also in terms of trade facilitation that we have in the agreement as well, in terms of eliminating the non-tariff barriers, we are going to have an increase of 7% in income in the, let's say, in 2035. It means also that we will be boosting intra-African trade to 81%. It means also that the export in Africa will be also drastically increased. So in terms of poverty alleviation and getting, let's say, 30 million people out of extreme poverty, and maybe more than 60 million people in, let's say, average poverty, these are the dynamics or the benefits that the AFCFTA will generate for businesses and for consumers and citizens in Africa. So this is important. Now, in order for that to happen, we'll need also to make sure that those benefits and those gains will not be frustrated by anti-competitive business practices. So that's why the competition protocol is important. We want to make sure that trade will flow smoothly between countries, whichever reason or region they belong to, in West Africa, in EAC, COMESA, and also the Northern Africa. So these are the fundamentals and the foundations for the AFCFTA competition protocol. Now, what are the issues that we'll need to tackle? I think the commissioner yesterday was pointing to some issues that are important in terms of capacity building. As you said, we have different level of readiness in terms of competition, in terms also of enforcement capacities. So the protocol would need to tackle those also. And there are in the draft provisions that deals with capacity building, with cooperation, which is also an important area, but most importantly, substantive provisions that will deal with those issues that Professor Fox was talking about in terms of cartels, international cartels, cross-border cartels, in terms also of abuse of dominant positions, but as far as they affect cross-border trade and intra-trade in Africa. So these are issues that the negotiators will need to tackle and will need to also reflect in the draft competition protocol. Thank you.
Thank you, Malik. I just want to ask Dr. Willard, and maybe Mohammed, you can also reflect on this as well. Malik is mentioning issues of capacity building, and I'm wondering whether there should be a transition period that we need to factor in to be able to achieve that capacity building. And is it something that the negotiators should be focusing on, so that how do we get to that a level where we've capacitated the continent to be able to tackle this?
Thank you very much, and thanks to the Competition Commission of South Africa for inviting me to be with you today. Honorable and Comrade Hadin, thank you so much, sir. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area Competition Protocol, I think we should all agree that it's a very good idea, very ambitious exercise, very progressive. There's no doubt about that. We cannot have expanded markets, we cannot have intra-Africa trade enhanced if we still have certain barriers created by frames in place. So we really need to tackle that and have some framework at continental level, indeed, that would address that. So that's the starting point. Having said that, it is very important that we approach this matter with sober minds, very level-headed. We should be very pragmatic about these issues, because having a competition law and enforcement at national level, or even a competition law and enforcement at regional level, is not exactly the same as having a competition law and enforcement at continental level. And there are so many reasons behind this. I'll tell you about SADC and COMESA, and probably ESC, with which I'm very familiar. If you look at SADC, with a big brother South Africa here, if you look at intra-trade amongst the SADC countries, it's very embarrassing. When you move to COMESA, which is even a bigger group, when you look at intra-trade in COMESA, which even as a competition authority, it's equally very embarrassing. When you go to ESC, there's been some progress there, the East African community. I think they've done much better than all these regional groups when it comes to that. But even there, something better may be done than what is happening. And why is the situation like this? The situation is because of different levels of political and economic integration. We cannot run away from that. So it's very, very important that those matters are taken into account seriously. As I've always argued, and I think we've had some discussion with Professor Fox in the past on things like this. Sometimes we come and talk about the EU so much and give it as a model. It happened in Europe. There was a regional authority there. They did ABCDS. But we cannot just, as the minister said in the morning, copy, paste, bring that here, and it works. It can't. One of the reasons why the EU model is working very well is the high levels of political integration there, high levels of political will. In our countries here in Africa, and I want to be very frank about this, political integration is seriously lacking. To implement a law that is cross-cutting, that is supranational, it is not just about law and economics, it's very much about politics. You come up with a law today that will not be respected if you've not bought in on the desires of those countries that you want to be part of that. So coming to your question, which is a very important question, I was just trying to give a background. The issue of awareness, the issue of lobbying, the issue of capacity building cannot be overemphasized. Those are matters that we need to put in place. The people who come to negotiate these things, whether it's in Accra, Ghana, or wherever, are not the people who implement these things back home. Sometimes even, I know these things because I've sat in these government offices. Someone who signs something there and commit, the minister is not even aware of it. It was just after the speech. After that, there is no clue. So implementation becomes a problem. So it's very important to raise awareness. It's very important to lobby. It's very important to create and build capacity. You cannot have effective regional or continental competition enforcement where you have ineffective national competition authorities and enforcement. Because the national competition authorities are very close to the ground and very close to where things are happening. I'll give an example. Imagine there is no competition authority in Eswatini or even Lesotho, and there is an issue that affects competition. Lesotho and Eswatini, 2 or more member states. And there is no effective enforcement of competition in Eswatini or Lesotho. I think it would be very difficult whether a SADC had an enforcement institution or even COMESA, if those countries were members, to effectively address those competition matters. So a transition period is very important because we shouldn't be like a baby who is just born today and we expect that baby to run a marathon of 100, what is that marathon, 100 meters or something like that. Yeah, that baby will not manage to do that. That baby will not manage to do that. So the idea is great, but it should be taken progressively, putting in place all these important factors. It is very, very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Willard. Mohammed, do you want to take a bite at that?
Yeah, maybe I would say, actually, Willard have said it all, but let me emphasize on one thing. I recall back in 2016, there was a report that had been written by the World Bank in association and partnership with the ACF. It's called, if I remember correctly, Unlocking Africa's Potential. This report, along the pages, you would find a page that shows the cement industry and shows where the cement industry there was enforcement. And I recall that Egypt and South Africa at the time had some of the cartel cases brought up in these markets. And then there was in the next page, this is what's so-called multi-contact market analysis, which shows that the same companies are along the African continent. And here you can see in the same market, you can see higher prices in areas which I would assume did not have a good enforcement policy, which means that complementing of what Dr. Muemba said is actually very important, because even if we had a very strongest continental enforcement approach, as long as we don't have a national competition agency or a national, I would say, caliber within each country that could report and could monitor and could showcase these kind of practices, I would say this might be a downfall for it. So returning to the example, of course, capacity building would be a very important matter in that sense, and hence I would say, and I recall that we had some talks with the ACFTA on taking it on kind of phases in a way, and that's I think what's going on right now. It's basically enhance the capacity of national competition agencies, enhance the collaboration among competition agencies, because it's not easy. I remember also Egypt, when it came with the case against the Confederation of African Football. It was not easy, I would say, at the time. And then the COMESA came in and brought another case on the verge of the same case regarding this matter. And I would say it needs know-how, it needs capacity building, it needs coordination and collaboration.
Development in competition enforcement, the issues around capacity building, lobbying, consultation, and the like. What do you think can be the appropriate framework or appropriate modality for establishing this competition enforcement in the institution, in the continent?
Patro, for the opportunity, and I don't know, maybe thanks for the invitation, because it's not obvious that because I work for the Commission, I can be on a panel like this. So thank you very much for the invitation. I think where we are now, and listening to speakers, you know, there are a lot of comments about where South Africa is. I've attended sessions locally, someone says things are falling apart. But when we look at it, we are seeing a lot of opportunity, and we are seeing a lot of progress post-democracy. This particular institution that we are talking about here was not there before. I think you've discussed the concentration, analysis of the Commission, but you can see that there are certain markets where we do make progress, and there are still challenges. Why I start here? It's because at the continent, we must also have an understanding and a narrative. If we cannot find a narrative in South Africa, so I think for those that are visiting us, they might be very much confused. We'll have to do a bit of work during dinner, so we'll chase you and also tell you our own narrative. So what is the narrative? What is it that we require as the continent from a competition policy perspective? Do we all agree that we have challenges, say, for cartels? I give cartels as an example, cross-border cartels. South Africa has been quite successful, but if you look in the region, I think there are studies, CRED has done that, we've done the studies. There is no enforcement in our neighbors. Dr. Montage talks about a cement cartel. We have not seen any action except, I think, in Zambia, if I'm correct on this. So, what is our challenge? Is it capacity? Is it political will? What is it? Because the ambition we have for the continent will have to be implemented on the ground. There has to be that acceptance that we face certain common challenges. And from where I'm sitting, I think we lack a bit also, for research. I think this is where institutions such as the ACF are doing quite well, CRED. But there is no narrative on the continent. If I ask any one of you here, what are our sort of biggest challenges from a competition policy enforcement point of view? What is the challenge in the north, in the south, in the east, in the west? What is it? I have a view that maybe it's cross-border cartels. I have a view. Eleanor has other views also, that we have these mega measures that we have to deal with. But I'll be interested to hear first from maybe, say, COMESA, at a regional level, so I can see these problems. How are we tackling them? And we are battling to sort of get off the blocks at the regional level. How are we to progress at a continental level? Which means, and I think we've discussed this with the ACF, we need a lot of capacity building. We need a narrative. We need to conduct research. The FCFTA Secretariat is working very well with us, with the ACF. We should start seeing new cross-country studies to diagnose and understand our problems, because whatever we come up with, we should all be able to explain, maybe to our policymakers, that whatever the continent is thinking about will benefit the economy in this particular way, will benefit the country in this way. It will allow us to tackle the challenges we have not been able to tackle to date. I know that you want me to answer a specific question, what is this institutional structure? And I am not going to answer that question, unfortunately, because there are negotiations ongoing. South Africa happens to be chairing those negotiations. I happen to be the chair, I think, until November. So whatever I say here today, the meetings that are going to happen next week, I may not be able to moderate the discussions. If I tell you now what I think would work best. It's not that I don't have some ideas, but I do, but I think I'm a bit constrained. But I think maybe the lawyer will help on this because he's quite there on the ground. So thank you, Mopato. I hope I was helpful.
Yeah, you were sort of helpful. I'll ask Chris, maybe as a practitioner, what does all of this mean for you? And maybe you can assist the DC just to, how can we frame this? What institutions should we be working towards? Maybe it would be easier for you to advise as somebody that's on the ground practicing competition law.
Yeah, Hardin, I'm luckily not similarly constrained for at least two reasons. One is I'm not involved in any of the negotiations, and two, I don't think anybody really cares what I think. But I will venture a view from a practitioner's point of view, and I think maybe to start with is if we just remember, as I understand it, what the free trade agreement first and foremost is trying to achieve, and that's really, we're talking about competition, I know, but ultimately it's about creating a single market. It's about removing labor and capital barriers, and it's about facilitating investment. So the first thing, what you don't want to do is do anything that jeopardizes that. And so maybe if I can start by saying what I think we don't need is yet another layer of, with respect, bureaucratic compliance, another layer of merger notifications that overlaps with 3 to half a dozen others. That is not a way to facilitate investment or give confidence in a process and get things going. I understand there's a business model. These things need to be funded, so I anticipate that there will be a level of merger control oversight because that can generate the funds necessary to cover the costs of a very important sort of supranational body. I prefer not to use the word regulator because I think, as I said, we don't need necessarily more regulation. There are numerous regional bodies, there are numerous local regulators who are still cutting their teeth and I think need to be given a chance to do that. So if I had my druthers, and I don't, but if I did, I think what you want is along the lines of what Professor Fox is saying, is probably less is more. I think you want a really well-capacitated think tank almost that can play a strong role in coordinating enforcement activity with a particular eye on obviously issues, yes, through a competition lens, but that really affect trade between member states and competition at the continental level. And then to utilize local regulators and help build the capacity and the understanding and direct perhaps the enforcement initiatives of those local regulators to look at monopolies, dominant firms in their region, in their country, which might be affecting trade with member state. And I think that might be an appropriate use of the calories that an initiative like this is going to burn. I think that's one way perhaps to think about it, as somewhere in between perhaps. It's not as binary as saying it's a supranational regulator, an all-knowing, all-seeing eye, or just have a whole bunch of federations who all do their own thing. I think there's a real role to play in coordinating the effort to facilitate trade, greater competition, a level playing field on the continent. And I think that's what we need. It's not easy. It really will require tremendous capacity and foresight and buy-in. It will be a challenge, but I think it's certainly it's a project worth embarking on.
Chris, I just want to get back to you, Professor Eleanor. I hope, I mean, I'm not getting a sense from the DC and Chris. What modality should we be thinking of towards this thing? And how can we, whatever framework we come up with, how can we resource it to achieve maximum functionality, independence, and autonomy, but also reporting mechanisms and accountability? How can the negotiators start thinking about those critical issues?
So thank you. I want to answer that, at least most of it and not all. And I also want to pick up some of the ideas my colleagues have mentioned. And I also want to refer back to the quote that you have of Professor Bela Kikuwu, which asks the fundamental question of structure in a very clear, basic way. And picking up on that, one could have what I would call a total horizontal collaboration, with the center simply being a network to facilitate the collaboration, but not being a separate entity. Or you could have enforcement at the top, and as colleagues on the platform have said, and a lot in between. In my view, you do need both. You need the center to facilitate a collaboration from the viewpoint of the whole community of the continent, and you need a very thin scope, but a very important enforcement at the top. And I also think that you need to start there or you'll never get there. That if you start with a document that says, well, for the center, it should be a collaborator just forming the network, you will never get to Africa, its seat at the table, the voice of Africa in the world, as well as, and this is the internal part of the voice at the top, as well as a true vision of all of the harms and benefits happening from any merger, or also the perception that what you didn't know was a cartel is actually a cross-border cartel, but there's no way to know it unless you take the high view, the top view. So the one thing I'm not going to answer is funding. I don't know where you're going to get the funding. I leave that to everybody else. Skipping over that and just picking up on a couple of things that colleagues on the platform have said, I want to refer particularly to what Malik said about so much poverty that could be alleviated by a better integration and better flow of goods. And then also what Willard said about awareness and what Hardin said about a narrative. And these fit together. I think it's very important to have a narrative and information research from which you have that information so that the people begin to understand what is at stake. And this can be problems in particular areas like African Competition Forum. Towards the beginning, you did your research on poultry, fertilizer, cement, and sugar, showing exactly data that was preventing cross-border flows. That means that in some countries, the price of chicken is way too high. The price of cement is way too high, and you're not going to build roads and schools. People aren't going to be able to eat. They'll be at the poverty line. There needs to be a huge amount of both the research and putting it together for advocacy that is people interfacing so that they understand that something good can happen if the continent is more integrated, and they will get a better deal. They will have a higher standard of living. They will be able to have more food to eat. So that's awareness and narrative and lifting poverty. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Willard, could a phased approach where maybe we start with a cooperation framework and then work towards a supranational institution, could that be something that is workable? But I also want you to also address what, in your view, are the issues of convergence that you are starting to pick up between member states, and whether there are any other areas where maybe they still need, there's a need for more engagement.
Thank you, Mapato, for that question. Now that Comrade Hadin put in a caveat, I should now be putting a caveat as well. But I'm one of the people negotiating there, so it's very difficult to give a concrete view. So on whether we should cooperate or go full-fledged enforcement now, I think it depends on what the negotiators would come up with. My personal view, not that of COMESA, my personal view would be that in the interim there should be cooperation. And as I've said already, we have so many countries in Africa, even just in COMESA where I'm coming from, with 21 countries, we have only a few that have effective competition laws and enforcement that you can point to. Out of the 21, it's about 6 at most, or even less than that. So it is very important to bring on board those, and I would speak from experience. That's one thing we've attempted to do in COMESA. When we started, we had only maybe Zambia, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Egypt as countries you could point to with robust competition authorities and laws. We've managed to bring on board so many. Eswatini, Uganda now, in fact, their bill was signed by the President, Cabinet signed that. So a number of those things had to be put in place. And we would not want to see the challenges and errors that we made at a smaller level being made at a higher level. Because if those challenges find themselves there, I think the problem is even much bigger. You will recall, Dr. Momtaz, you're in COMESA. You will recall that when we started, other countries were saying, yes, there is that law, but it can't be implemented here. We've not yet domesticated it. In fact, other countries are still saying that. We've not domesticated this law, especially those from Anglophone countries. That is the issue. And if they say we've not domesticated, they'll tell you you can do whatever you want to do at that level. We will not recognize it here. So we went through that, and we've largely overcome that, not 100%. It is something that the continental level should be looking at. And that's why I said at the beginning that we should approach this with sober minds. It's not about, here is the document, it is there whether you like it or not. The implementers will be the same countries, and they'll come and remind us that this is not domesticated. So we need to address all those issues, and we have to be real with ourselves. I always say this when I'm in meetings that, unfortunately, I use the word Africa. But there's no way, there's no better way of saying it, that's a fact. That we're very quick at signing these things without appreciating the consequences of those things. And I've talked about America so many times, your country, Prof. I say when they sign things, it is serious business. And where they are not sure, they will never sign. That's why you find the Americans are not part of this ICC, these environmental protocols. They are not, because they know if we sign, it's serious business. If we are not sure, we will not sign. Here in Africa, we are very quick because someone has said it. When it comes to implementation, no, this is not domesticated. But Article 5 of the COMESA Treaty said member states shall not jeopardize the attainment of the objectives of this treaty. And you signed. The first page of this treaty has signatures of all your countries. So what is the problem today when we come, you remind us that no, it's not domesticated? You didn't know about that when you are signing? So we should be serious and be real with ourselves. And my guidance, my advice to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat is that these are things that should be on their minds. And that's why I use the word awareness, advocacy, lobbying, and things like that, so that we don't start from from the leaves, then start going to the roots. We start with the roots, then go up. So in my view, as I've said, the protocol is very important. We need to have a framework at continental level, but also that framework should ensure that it brings us together in the transition period so that we all buy in that and we all understand the importance and the benefits of that. I'll give an example. Even before we go to the continental level, even before you go to the regional level, just cooperation amongst ourselves, it is a disaster. Or you find a cartel in Zambia on cement. There's a cartel that has been pressed there. And I'm mentioning Zambia because I come from there. So if I mention South Africa, Dean may beat me outside. So, but you find a cartel that has been pressed in Zambia. And some of those companies are also operating in Malawi. And you can clearly see that the prices, the movements and everything is exactly the same as what happened in Zambia and the evidence they have. If you go to the Zambian authorities and ask them that, please, can you assist us with whatever information you have? We suspect these same things are happening. Just between Zambia and Malawi, the distance between Lilongwe, the capital of Malawi, and Lusaka, the capital of Zambia, is only 700 kilometers, very close. But just those two countries, that cooperation will never come. So we've not even demonstrated that cooperation amongst ourselves. And we've not done much. And then we are moving very quickly up there, draft something, then say, yeah, it's workable. It may not. And I'm not a prophet of doom, but I'm advising and guiding that we work effectively and efficiently to bring these countries together so that they buy in that framework. I hope I've answered your question, Mapato. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll pick up on that and say that we've got a functional structure, which is the African Competition Forum. Maybe let me direct this question to Mohamed and Malik. We've got the ACF. It's functional. It's done very good work. I mean, some of you already mentioned some of the outcomes of the ACF. How can we then use this structure to support the establishment of competition enforcement in the continent, but also within the context of the negotiations within AFTA? Mohamed, I'll start with you and then I'll give Malik an opportunity.
Actually, the ACF, as you've mentioned, have done a really good job throughout the years. But I think at this point we need maybe something that is more enlarged than the ACF. The ACF could be the cornerstone or the seed for something that is much more collaborative, as my colleague have mentioned. We need something that really goes into the ground of evidence, collaboration, giving the know-how, and this is really critical. And let me give you an example that we've done recently, which was so-called the Arab Competition Network, which is that we get case handlers together. So whenever there is a case handler that has a problem in his jurisdiction, he can just send, like, in a way of electronically to other members among Arab states his question, and everyone will give him his know-how, his expertise on that sense. So that kind of thing is much more, but because things like know-how most likely you won't find it in books. It's how you conducted a dawn raid and what was the kind of question that was posed on you and how did you deal with that and how they refrained from giving you some documents, how you get around these things. I think there is a lot of things that it's kind of come with experience, and I think these experiences are quite a lot in this continent, but are kind of, I would say, scattered around each jurisdiction with each kind of know-how. And as mentioned here, coming back to the cement industry, the know-how of investigating the same companies along the continent is not shared. And this, I would say, this is a more fundamental problem in my point of view. But returning to the question, of course, the ACF have done a great job. We couldn't know about these cement problems without the ACF work and the World Bank's report. So I think this could help in identifying in a proper research methodology how could we tackle the problems and how we could solve it in that sense. I think that would be a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Malik?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to come back to some issues. I think our heads of states and governments, they are really serious about the AFCFTA and more broadly about the agenda of the continent broadly. So I think commitments that have been taken at this high level, we are expected at different levels to implement them. So it's like that we can build the Africa we want. Now, and I think the different levels of readiness in the competition area, I see that as an opportunity. Let's say that in the competition protocol, the AFCFTA1, there is commitments, because there are obligations that state parties will be undertaking. And one of those commitments may be that, to put in place laws, regulations, and institutions also for competition. These are commitments that are important and that the state parties will be implementing. Of course, at different levels or different stages. And maybe that's where the transition period may come in, because depending on their capacities, they may take more time for some countries that are not there yet. But the commitment and the obligations that will be contained in these agreements is a big step forward. Another issue I think that is important and linked to that is the cooperation framework. And ACF is a model. I was there when it was created, and it's a platform for not only advocacy, awareness raising, but also research and capacity building. And ACF have been doing a lot in this area. And I think the African continental free trade area may build upon that model in terms of having a mechanism for enforcement of the AFCFTA competition protocol, where we will have all the enforcement agencies to cooperate, but also to find the best ways in order to achieve the objectives that are set in the draft protocol. This is what I wanted to add before our master of ceremony comes in. Thank you.
Thank you, Malik. I think maybe let me use the last 10 minutes to allow for questions from the floor before I give the panelists the closing remarks. Are there any questions from the floor? There's someone this side, and Odi.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much to the panelists. I have two questions. One to Dr. Mwemba. I just want you to maybe give us your insights. If COMESA had chosen the cooperation, coordination approach, how long would that road have taken to reach first a stage where there is a binding supranational institution, and secondly, the level of enforcement capacity that it now has? And then to Professor Fox, thank you for your valuable insights as well. I just want to find out, when you look at, if you look at the focus that you advocated for the AFCFTA, where its agenda or its scope becomes thin and targeted, where you are looking at the mega majors, you are looking at the most significant, most harmful cartels, global cartels. Would we stretch then that notion to say, if Africa were to be strong in that regard, do we still perhaps need a global framework that would then become the center as well to deal with what I would refer to as some level of regulatory selfishness, where things like export cartels, cartels are, are prohibited or are prescribed in the domestic markets. But as long as the harmful effects are going to be felt elsewhere, the regulators don't seem to care, especially the major antitrust regimes. So do you think we still need to revisit the WTO agenda on competition? Thank you.
Thank you. Nonkululeko?
Okay, thank you. I think all the panelists have mentioned all the difficulties and challenges that are quite unique to the African continent. But what I wanted to ask is, has the competition protocol, have you, as the Secretariat, have you identified the key focus areas that you're going to target in the short to medium term to kickstart the enforcement of cross-border anti-competitive practice? And also, have you identified the timeframes within which you're planning to implement or progressively implement all that you wish to do within the space of time? Thank you.
Thank you, Nonkululeko. I'll take one more question. Tando, I think you had your hand up.
Thanks, Mapat. I'm actually almost very well covered by the two previous questions. Mine is also just maybe a comment, so it won't chow time in terms of response. Yeah, so I think it's important. I've valued the quite frank remarks also from Dr. Mwemba on this, because he's probably more than all of us in the room got the most experience in running a multi-country enforcement authority on competition. And I think we need to learn those lessons. Even just building a team, replicating research capacity. You look at the type of study that the South African Competition Commission is able to do on concentration, and you map that and say, can we build a unit at a regional level that can do something of that scope and depth, right? It could take you 15, 10 years to do that, right? The only way you could shortcut that is to probably start to pull in capabilities from authorities that are themselves trying to grow. So it's important not to cannibalize as well. A lot of issues may be regional and supranational, but the majority of competition issues are still very domestic, and so we've got to protect the ability of these authorities to do their work as well in the different countries. I just want to endorse the idea that Eleanor's putting on the table here, that we've got to probably think in issues-based phasing in terms of, we may sign, but in terms of what we start to do. Working back from the problem, which is that we've got to have a mechanism for dealing with super mergers, right? That seems to be a no-brainer. And we probably need a mechanism to at least start to screen for cross-border cartels. There's some agreements we can chat on the side that I think already exist, right? And you work back from there. You say, for 5 years, we're going to try and do something in each of these areas. We needn't, I think, build an entire institution the size of this room elsewhere in the continent. I think that would be an unnecessary duplication. So I'd be certainly keen to hear what the ideas, Hardine, are on the table as it stands in terms of that interrelation between the local authorities, their research capacity, their ongoing internal priorities, vis-a-vis what may become regional priorities and, unfortunately, in some instances, distractions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me allow first Professor Fox, Malik, and Hardine. I think the questions that came were addressed at the three of you. Professor Fox?
Thank you. So I would like to respond to the question on export cartels, if I understand it. I'm sorry if I didn't quite understand it, but do we still need a rethinking on export cartels? And then here the answer would be both within Africa, another answer would be outside of, and I'm not doing the latter, but within Africa, export cartels between and among the African countries are very vibrant, and there certainly has to be, even if this looks at like a trade problem, there has to be a competition impetus to say this is a competition problem as well as a trade problem. The export cartels are totally inconsistent with an integrated Africa. To pick up on Tando's point and say just a word, which I didn't before, about the capacity building at the local level, which was really Willard's point. I agree totally that with Tando, we have to learn a lot from you, Willard. You are the one who has this enormous knowledge of a functional COMESA. So my word about, isn't this really a matter first for grassroots and building up? And there are so many countries that don't even have a functional competition law. And how can we expect the countries to be implementing a pan-African competition law? Here, I want to sidestep that by saying it's much more important that the countries domesticate the free movement law in terms of integrating Africa. The free movement law is the member states obstructing the movement across member states. It goes back to the export cartels. And as Tando and his group show by their research, it's often private interest, private vested interest, plus the government. And it's very important for them to implement that. It's not so important for them to implement what might turn out, and I hope it doesn't turn out to be, a full, very, very detailed competition law that is passed in the protocol. And there might be a statement that's saying, and all member states have to implement this. I just think that would be a mistake. So if that doesn't happen, and there is the attack on those very important trans-African perverse mega mergers and intercontinental cartels, it wouldn't matter to the functioning of the center as to whether some member states don't have their own law and are dysfunctional. It does matter in the whole picture, but that isn't the job for the center. It is a job. African Competition Forum does a good job in facilitating this, and the regionals are trying to facilitate it, and that is a job that should be devolved. Thanks, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Prof. DC?
And really thanks for the question, and I think comment Tando. By the way, this is at least what I see, the greatest opportunity for the continent, the AFCFTA. This is quite clear, you know, here president, all presidents on the continent, they talk about this. This is the institution that has built a secretariat in a very short space of time in Accra. They have a structure. And the good thing now is that the heads of state in January said to the Secretary General that he must go and engage the heads of competition authorities. There is that opportunity for the heads to influence the agenda, to influence the direction that this takes. It is also an opportunity that heads of state set and say, well, when you consider trade issues, look at IP, also look at competition, and look at investment issues. As you were talking about women issues, there's e-commerce. This is an opportunity. So we have not seen this, and we have not seen this drive on the continent, right? And I think we need to work and build on this momentum. I think, Tando, these issues of capacity, that's why I start with what is it? And I think the heads of state are saying, yes, competition policy is important. But what is important about competition policy? And Eleanor is talking about this. All right, Willard, you have this experience to say, what does this do to the poor? These are we represent certain people. We need to be able to explain and express what this instrument will do, what is it that it will achieve. Will it be adding to the cost of doing business, Chris? Right? If there are mega measures that we need to think about, do we all see that as a problem? I think this is something that we need to work on. And I think on this, I think, Thando, that point that you are raising, we do have the director here of trade, Muhammad Ali. I'm hoping this does not have to wait for tomorrow. The FCFTA can have an agenda for competition policy advocacy today. Nothing stops them. We can identify research, they can capacitate that, and then we can do all these studies that we think are important. And of course, Thando, I don't mean to market you, but you seem to be the only person doing this kind of work. So maybe you should talk to the director. So thank you very much. This is how I close this. But I think we see an opportunity, and it's for us to embrace it. Many people here, I see they're quite young. Some maybe have not heard of the FCFTA. Maybe in 20 years' time we'll see something different on the continent. Right? We won't see the inequality we see today. It's quite painful to see the inequality. I wish we could take you to Alex, those that are here, so that we're in Senton, but maybe next door there's a place called Alexander, not Alexandria, Alexander. So you can see the kind of reality we live with on a daily basis. You travel the continent, it's not just a South African problem. Right? So we need to have this narrative, and I think Ellen, you are here. I think we need that. I'm missing this. So when we are in these meetings, in discussions, it's all transactional discussions. It's not about what is it that we think this will do for us, what it will do for our people. So thank you very much.
Thank you, DC. The MC is looking at me. Maybe perhaps let me give Malik an opportunity to respond. I think it was Nonguleko's question, and then I'll give each panel member just 30 seconds to wrap up. Thanks.
Yeah, very briefly, I think at the end of the day, the scope of the protocol will be determined by the state parties and the outcomes of the negotiations. But the ambition is there, and there are some elements, I think, we should not be missing. And all the things we have been talking about in terms of regulation. I know some don't like regulation, but we need to regulate also the market in terms of cross-border trade and practices that will impact negatively the trade between state parties to the AFCFTA. And that needs to be there, in my view. The other issues is that this cooperation framework that also we need to have. Capacity building is very important given the different level of development in terms of competition. So we'll need to have a mix of all the essential elements for a competition regime at a continental and regional level to work. So this is, I think, what the negotiators will need to determine, keeping in mind the ambitions and the objectives that we have at a continental level and at in the agreement of the AFCFTA. So now in terms of the time frame for implementation, we'll need to get the negotiations done first. I think the objective is to conclude this month before the heads of states meet in November. And in terms of implementation, I think it will go along with the broader agenda of the AFCFTA and the Abuja Treaty. So I will not put this transition period, but once it enters into force, we'll need to put everything together to implement the agreements. because we don't have time. I think the agenda is there. We need to implement it as quick as possible.
Just 30 seconds.
Okay, my last word is simply to say this is a big opportunity. It is a good opportunity, and I'm heartened to hear of all of the many difficult problems, but doing it and making a difference for Africa is what's really important, and we hope will happen.
Yeah, so a good friend of mine, Bill Kovacic, once told me that, you see, if those who invented the plane never flew in it, they were not going to know if a plane can fly. So you have to invent, then fly. So the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Competition Protocol is a very good invention. It has to start. It has to be flown. But what is important is that the designers should be very careful to put in place things that will fly the plane. Thank you.
I think maybe this panel posed a lot of challenges in the implementation of ACFTA, but I think these challenges might be the opportunity on how, as Dr. Mwemba said, how to make the ACFTA flies well and have a sustainable flying course to its end result, which is the African people. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before Singezi brings the water cannons out, I think it's a difficult juncture for something like this. Nation states around the world are, at the moment, very much against anything that affects their egos and their ability to sort of row their own canoe. But I think it's absolutely worth doing because the upside is several $1 trillion of upside if we get it right. And I think Africa can do it. I think a balance will need to be struck between working with nation states and leveraging the treaty to at least force them to do what they need to do to meet the objectives. And it's that balance that needs to be done. Don't eat their lunch, don't suck all of their revenue streams up into some bureaucracy ivory tower. But I do think that there are ways to do this, and a lot of learnings from failed experiments elsewhere in the world that we can look at to make sure it does work.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the panelists, the audience, and the feedback received from the different members. It was engaging. And thank you, MC, for the opportunity. Sorry for the time. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Mapato. As has become custom now, the panelists stand closer together. The photographer is there. It would never have been in my interest, Mapato, to cut you short. My CV is floating in your office. Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to exercise an authority which I have to exercise. We are going to skip the tea break. It's the only way we can, one, try and restore some sense of the program, but importantly, at 16 hours, there is a bus for those colleagues of ours who came by bus who have to go back home, because once they are at the DTI campus, they then move on to wherever home is for them. And we are quite aware of the time and the challenges if we keep delaying what it will mean on the end of some of our colleagues, particularly our junior colleagues. So, with respect, I am going to insist that plenary session 3 take place now, Global Food Crisis and Competition Policy Responses. And with that, ask the moderator for that session, Alexei Ivanov, the director of the BRICS Competition Forum, to take his position. Of course, nothing prevents one from diligently, and in particular silently, from helping oneself and coming in for the purposes of just replenishing one's low supplies. With your indulgence, please, I'm not even going to ask for consensus here because that's the start of things going belly up. Let's have plenary session 3 taking place now, and then we cover a lot of ground by doing that. If people have to leave, here's the final request. Could we try and use that door or that door? These two doors are somewhat sensitive because this is the echo chamber of the noise, and particularly the camera crew somewhat finding it a little disruptive when people use these doors. If it's unavoidable, of course, use that door if it's the closest to you. Ideally, though, could we please try and use that exit door, far left and far right. Alexei, do we have a panel for plenary 3? Yes, we do. Come through, please, Jason. Alexei, please take your platform. Mbumi, are you in the room? Chabalala? She just stood up. A bit of good news. Tomorrow you will have a different MC. It won't be me. It will be Mbumi. So these are the last kicks of a dying horse. This is the penultimate session, or penultimate time I'll be coming through. Next time I come up will be for the book launch at the end of this session. And of course, buses will be able to transfer people from this venue to the gala dinner venue. But at 4 o'clock, if you know you are dependent on public transport, please make your way down to where the buses are for your transport back to Pretoria. Alexei, it's your time. Thank you. Could we close the doors, please?
Do we have any seating order or just randomly?
Randomly. Sit as you will.
Okay, I sit here. Thank you very much. And I think we should take the stage and okay, sorry. This one is working. This is working.
That one is better. Give it to you.
I think maybe you can. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so we're starting the plenary session, which actually devoted fully to the problem of food. And as today in the morning, Minister Patel was indicating the problem of food supply, food security, and disturbance in the global food value chain, that's exactly the topic we're going to discuss in two parts. The first part is working as a kind of BRICS competition authority discussion about this, BRICS Plus, because Egypt is on the panel as well, and Egypt is an important member of the BRICS Plus community, but also applying member to the BRICS, and we learned from press and that Egypt is joining the club, and club is growing, which is a very good thing. New blood, new membership is always great. So we start with our colleagues from competition authorities, and first is Jason Aposky, who represents Competition Commission of South Africa. Then we have Andrei Tsiganov, who represents Competition Authority, Russian Competition Authority. Then we have Yogesh Kumar, who represents Competition Commission of India. And last but not least, as I said, our colleague from Egypt, Mahmoud Momtaz, who is the chairman of the Competition Authority of Egypt. We also have with us a colleague from Competition Authority of China, but she's participating online and probably will participate in a discussion. I'm not sure if she's connected. So this session will take about, I hope, half an hour, maybe 40 minutes, because we are now running out of time. And I will start, if you don't mind, with a very short presentation, couple of slides, just to set a tone, basically, for the discussion. And if I have a clicker, that would be very helpful. If not, then maybe you could just put presentation. I will say next slide, next slide. Colleagues, I'm sorry. Is presentation on? No? Okay, I don't see it. It's just some scary pictures and figures that we all die one day. Is my presentation, my slides, like 7, there's a slide, like yellowish slides, yeah, my presentation. Sorry, yeah, meanwhile, just want to say that hunger is at the gate, you know, we're moving from the period of food abundance to the food, to the food scarcity type of mode. It's a very different type of thinking, different type of mentality, and different type of crisis. And definitely competition authorities shouldn't, miss out on this type of challenges and to jump in and be proactive. And that's basically the role general public anticipates, expects competition authorities to do to prove they are relevant for to deal with this crisis. It's everyone's basically problem, everyone's crisis, and competition authorities just can't say it's not our problem, and leave it to other departments of the government or business to deal with this. And that's basically the main question of our conference. So do we have a presentation? Do we have slides? Do you see the slides? No? No, no slides. Okay, maybe then we skip the slides because, if we don't have slides, so shall we wait a bit? Say it again? A couple of minutes, okay. Minutes are very precious now, Seconds, a couple of seconds. But anyway, so in the slides you will notice a couple of, really scary set of data. And those, in this information is provided by UN and other powerful institutions, saying basically there is a growing number of people in a finding themselves in a very vulnerable position of coming hunger, and that is a scary and very much a serious challenge for all the governments around the world, especially in Africa, because Africa on this beautiful slide I had, the first one you can imagine like the world, and in center of the world is Africa with almost in reddish and yellowish color, showing that hundreds of millions of people are actually experiencing some sort of food shortages or balancing on the brink of full-scale starvation. Then we see the reason why it's happening, and one of the reasons, and very important parameter of this, of this crisis, is that actually the food security is supported mainly, or was supported mainly for years, by food trade, by trade in food. And with the growth of population about twofold, a trade in food, especially in grain, was increasing sixfold. So making countries more dependent on trade in food rather than on local production or regional cooperation. And that's what created this crisis to a certain extent. Because dependent on global value chains, on global supply, on global trade, makes those countries immediately vulnerable and susceptible to the crisis as soon as the global trade is actually disturbed or experiencing some sort of, pressing issues and stresses like we see with COVID, then with the coming wars and other, crises of different kind. And the last scary picture I wanted to show you is a prediction made by McKinsey company. Oh yeah, that's the first one. Skip it. Yeah, this is the second, showing the dynamic of growth in population and in trade. So trade was growing sixfold, population twofold. Next slide, please. So Egypt is a very exemplary case, and I hope we can hear about a couple of words about this. So it's a growth in importation and the decline in self-sufficiency in the whole region. Next slide, please. And here the crises, COVID crisis, food crisis of 2008, and current Ukrainian crisis, they show the number of countries imposing restrictive measures. So restriction in trade, really like triggered by the crises, bring a lot of stress to the value chains. Next slide. According to the calculations done by some of the scholars, the current conflict we have in Europe between Russia and Ukraine actually already brings more than 20 countries to actually ban exportation of food. So it's a massive disturbance of the global value chain. Please, next slide. Please, next slide. Yeah, and this is a prediction by McKinsey company that basically in mid-2023, next year, we will have a massive shortage of food supply due to climate change which I didn't mention yet, but droughts all around the world. And Minister Patel was very, very right that the most dramatic challenges we can face in the food systems in the world, and also with this conflict going on, minus 40 million metric tons of food supply, so basically huge deficit expected for next year. And the last slide, so what we deal with as competition authorities is a form of global food value chain operating now, and we see that farmers being in the middle and basically those source of this production, they are not in a position, in a very kind of, enabled position to increase production because they locked in between two kind of monopolies. That's a presentation I wanted to do. Sorry, it took more time than expected because of technical issues, but now I'm turning to all the participants, and Jason, the floor is yours. Do you have your mic or my mic?
All right, thanks. Thanks, Alexi. I'm glad you got to see the slides. They are scary but interesting for an economist. So I think from the Commission's side in South Africa, I think when we think of food and global food chains, I think two trends we've noticed are important. The first is that we've seen over the last year or so, if not more, and this is true internationally and in South Africa, that there is significant food price inflation. And why we're interested in that is for two reasons. Well, let's say two reasons, particularly when we think about the poor. So obviously food costs affect our consumption basket, they affect our incomes and our disposable income, but the effect is particularly pronounced on the poor. One, because the food is a much greater proportion of the consumption basket of the poor versus the rich. But secondly, because, and we've seen research in this in South Africa, is you find substitution. So someone who's got limited income will substitute out healthier, more expensive food products for cheaper, less healthy products. And so not only do you have income effects, you also have nutrition effects, and of course that's related to the global hunger crisis that's coming as well. The second thing that we've noticed that's important as well is, and Alexi's slides show this as well, is you've got this increasingly leveraged international trade system. So you've got these global value chains, global economies of scale, which have a massive impact on the promises of cheaper prices and food that's available. If your production in your country is, you go through a drought, you can import, for instance. So there's lots of promise of value. But what we find is that it's almost like the global economy is more finely balanced than ever. And so when you do find these international shocks, and the last 2 years have been unprecedented, the kind of fallout or the impact of those shocks is magnified. And we see that across the world, and we see that in South Africa as well. And the last 2 years, of course, there's COVID, there's climate change, we've had the floods in KZN, we've had the riots and unrest, we've had international conflict, and it's just been one shock after the other in the last 2.5 years, which makes for interesting research, but not exactly good for people. So in terms of what competition authorities can do, the first, of course, is monitoring and intervention. That's what we do as competition authorities. And around the time of the onset of COVID and lockdown in South Africa, the Competition Commission of South Africa started monitoring prices of essential food. So it started out as a very COVID-related exercise, but as these repeated shocks have come on, that exercise has continued on a quarterly or biannual basis. And so that research is not now just about COVID, it's become broader and more broadly about understanding how these important food markets work in South Africa. And maybe just to highlight a couple of things, of course there was the initial price gouging behavior, and the Commission got involved in some advocacy work and some enforcement work in dealing with a couple of cases. But the one to highlight, or two to highlight, I thought today is, one is the end of 2020, beginning of 2021, there was a global increase in garlic and ginger prices, partly because of perceived immune benefits around COVID, but also because of production shortages in the centers of production globally. And so what the Commission did there is, what we found is that as much as wholesale prices were increasing, what we found is that retailers would apply a kind of standard percentage. So if they marked it up by 30%, even though prices went up threefold or fourfold, would still add the same 30%. And from a competition perspective, if markets are working efficiently, it's not something you expect. You expect those absolute margins to remain the same, and so percentage terms, you expect those margins to come down, as competition means that you go to the person with the lowest margins and lowest prices. But that didn't necessarily happen, and so the Competition Commission intervened in that, approaching some of the retailers to change that practice and to bring those margins down in that time of excessive prices. Excuse the use of the word excessive in this time of high prices. The other thing that we've also just done a little bit of a study on in the last week or two, we released our latest food price monitoring report. One of the products we focused on there is cooking oil. Now, cooking oil is very much related to international prices and commodities. You'll find it moves with international prices, and we understand that. But what we notice in this case is that there's been, in recent months, I can't remember the exact period, about 3 to 6 months, there's been a kind of decoupling between local prices for cooking oil and the sort of indices international indices that cooking oil tends to track. And that also alerts us to something. So part of what we do as competition authorities is we look at these events and say, one, the events are bad and they have negative consequences, but we want to ensure that companies don't abuse those events and take them as an opportunity for further exploitative or exclusionary conduct. And cooking oil might be an example of that. And certainly we've seen, or at least it looks like we've seen that in a lot of our local value chains where, for instance, on a certain layer of the value chain, like in food markets, processors in particular might have a lot of bargaining power because it's quite a concentrated market. And then what you find is only your largest commercial farmers can keep their margins and keep their prices, and smaller farmers are often excluded and not able to get the same terms. And so what these events have really can reveal to us is where we struggle, or where there are particular layers or pockets of market power that competition authorities need to be aware of and need to investigate if necessary. Beyond that, it's also important, and Alexi's mentioned this, but you've got this concentration of global inputs in food markets, which puts a lot of pressure on local farmers, and particularly smaller commercial farmers who are already pressed by processes and other negotiation issues. When you've got these concentrated input markets, smaller farmers are also, again, under pressure. And if we are to build sustainable food markets and value chains, we need to include the participation of smaller farmers in those markets and be conscious of that. And maybe one last thing is where we do see these kind of instances as competition authorities, where there are bargaining power, buyer power provisions, or price discrimination provisions, there's certainly an opportunity and a need for the authorities to use those provisions in terms of ensuring our smaller farmers, smaller producers remain participating in the market. That's what competition authorities can do, and we can play a role, I think, in terms of local value chains, making sure they're as efficient as possible, because that will also insulate local businesses against these international shocks. So that's one thing we have to do as authorities. But beyond that, of course, the previous session dealt with this. There's this problem of international concerns. We've got growing global food chains. We've got more production that's international. More of our imports, or more of our food consumption is imported. And so you've got a growing risk of international competition concerns, which is individual competition authorities, it's difficult to deal with. And so the solution is always cooperation between authorities, but we see in practice to actually action this is challenging, and this was discussed in the previous plenary as well. And I think in terms of authorities, beyond these kind of enforcement actions and cooperation internationally, I think there is a greater role for authorities to get involved into competition policy making, and as competition policy relates to industrial policy as well. Two things that I'd like to mention here. One in South Africa is we've got the Economic Reconstruction and Development Plan. And one of the aspects there is looking at cooperation for localization. So cooperation amongst competitors to buy more local content, more local goods or produce, depending on the value chain. And there is an opportunity for that to bring some stabilization. Of course, there's also controversy around it, but localization can have that impact, but it requires some cooperation and therefore requires some involvement of competition policy and authorities. And I think there's also room for deglobalization of particular parts of the market that affect value chains. So for instance, seeds. There may be a role for coordination amongst BRICS countries or African countries to develop seeds or develop seed bank and seed research to provide alternatives to the concentration that we see in seed markets internationally. And perhaps the last thing I would just say is I think ultimately, and Alexi's final slide pointed to this, ultimately the challenge is really around farmers. On one hand, we know farming, agriculture is key to GDP, it's key to employment, it's key to food security. It's so important to our economy, especially South Africa's economy. But on one hand, you need high prices because you want farmers to invest, you want farmers to expand in production. But on the other hand, you want low prices because you want consumers to benefit. You want things being as efficient as possible because this is a big part of consumption baskets. And so ultimately, the challenge somehow is to provide price signals that are predictable and are less sustainable to volatility in international markets. And that's ultimately the challenge. And I think that's key. That last slide of Alexi's focusing on the challenge of the farmers, it's probably the challenge, the thing that we have to focus on most when we think about global food chains and sustainability. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Jason. And I will return maybe after this kind of set of talks with some questions. And so, but now I want to go on with other speakers. And I want to continue with our African colleagues. And it's from northern part of Africa, so with southern and northern Africa are well represented here at this panel. And Mahmoud Montaz is a president or chairman of the Egyptian Competition Authority. And please, Mahmoud, I would appreciate if you say a couple of words on challenges you face in Egypt in the particular context and what could be done from competition policy point of view. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, I'm in the position where people point fingers at you when it comes to food. So why food are high, why prices are going up. So this is a challenge, I would say, that I face every day. And that's why when we put it together a strategy for our competition agency, we put two industries, I would say, or two sectors on our forefront, which is one is food, second is medicine or healthcare in general. And when it comes to food, I would say, I recall the first session today talking about concentrations and deconcentration and how things are going to be done there. And in our, I would say, experience, I would say three types of experiences. One is when the local industry tries to actually put a barrier to entry for imports coming from abroad, and this I would refer to a case concerning poultry, where industry agreed together on lowering prices to prevent imports from getting into the country and then recoup afterwards. So this is a one case when we talk about sometimes lower prices are not always an indication of better market competition, but rather it might be a kind of a red flag for a future or a long-term impact in that sector. Second, I would say the intervention and how intervention of a competition agency can actually make a difference. I would say last month we had an intervention in the eggs market, and here we also caught a cartel in an eggs market, and actually after the intervention prices went down by around 33%. Which I would say this is where you can put how you can intervene as quickly as possible and at the same time have an intervention. The third type is looking into the whole supply chain or the whole value chain, and I think this is really a very important matter. And here I recall a recent an abuse of dominance case that we had into what's so-called fresh yeast that goes into bread. We are a country that loves bread, as shown into your graphs. So yeast is a very important product. But here, looking into the different types of supply chain, so we have only a dominant firm that constitute around, I would say, 80% of the yeast market, which is which is really a kind of puts a red flag. Is there a problem in opening the market in that sector or not? And then looking into the distribution market, how the distribution market is concentrated also, what gives you another indicator of how you can resolve these matters on different levels of the supply chain. So that's I would say this is like the highlights of an experience that not even went to a global level, but even in a local level that's the problem. In a more global level, I would agree that definitely other types of market opportunities and market I would say capture in that sense would resolve a better market problems. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahmoud. And now we turn to Eurasian continent, and we start with Andrei Tsiganov from FIS Russia. And I want to ask you a question related also to seed market, which Jason was covering, that it was a very big issue for the global food value chain, and how this concentration in the seed area was proactively sort of addressed by competition authority. I know in Bayer Monsanto case you did something like this, so maybe you can a little bit reflect on this as well in your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. And first of all, it's a great pleasure for me to be here in Johannesburg and to take part of very interesting and important discussion on food crisis and the role of competition authorities in this process. Yes, in recent years, the competition authorities around the globe have paid increased attention to this sector of economy in order to stabilize prices for agricultural raw materials and food, to prevent supply shortages and to ensure food security and stabilize the economy, the national economies in general. And from my point of view, in the hands of competition authorities, the effective anti-monopoly regulation become a tool of economic stabilization in general. Following moderator's speech, I'd like to note once again the importance of this problem, and it is covered in deep details in the book of the group of authors that will be presented later today. Talking about global value chains, I can tell you that according to some global food security indexes, Russia makes a huge contribution to and is an integral part of the global food and agricultural markets, both like producers of some very important food and as a consumer of the agricultural products. And at the same time, we must remember about 150 million of Russian consumers, of Russian citizens. And we must do everything possible in behalf of, from the point of anti-monopoly regulation, in order to prevent unreasonable growth of prices for socially important consumer goods, and keep such products affordable and available in retail chains for the mass consumer. And frankly speaking, to find a balance between these two goals, to the goal of participation in global trade and the goal to support the local consumption, it's not an easy task for any government, especially for the countries that are netto exporter of some kinds of food. Here in Johannesburg, I should mention the activities of the BRICS working group on the research of competition issues on food market. This group is co-chaired by the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service of the Russian Federation and South African Competition Authority. And 5 years ago, in 2017, the BRICS competition authorities and a number of international experts, with the support of the BRICS International Competition Law and Policy Center, prepared a very important, from my point of view, report on the state of competition in the seed market of the BRICS countries in its first version. And it was not only a sort of theoretical work. It has very serious practical results. As Alexei mentioned just now, the outcomes of this report were issued in considering a number of global mergers, including Bayer-Monsanto case. And it led us to elaborate a set of effective remedies, including this new for Russian Competition Authority sort of remedies like technological transfer. It's very, very important and very, very good experience. And I'm convinced that the desire to find solutions to the current problems in the field of competition in agricultural market will give the Food BRICS Working Group a new impulse for further active and important work for the needs of populations of all BRICS countries. That is nearly a half of the population of the world. And it will allow us to find the most optimal solutions that will be relevant not only for the BRICS economies, but also for many developed and developing countries of the world. I'd like to spend a few minutes to briefly show the national experience of Russian Competition Authority during last 2 or 3 years in the food sector. Among such measures and activities of Russian Competition Authority are anti-monopoly regulation, stimulation of market self-regulation, development of anti-monopoly compliance in food sector, and control over agricultural subsidies, as well as the tariff policy in regulated infrastructural industries, because FAS Russia is responsible not only for competition, law enforcement and development, but for tariff regulation and public procurement as well. I don't like to concentrate on some specific actions that the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service made. Of course, like in many other countries, we constantly control and supervise the food market and try to use the whole combination of our responsibilities and functions to avoid the serious violations of competition law, to change and to develop the structure of this market using first of all a so-called soft law, the system of warnings, for instance, for the market participants that led them to change the situation in a positive, pro-competitive way without any strong sanctions and long investigative and legal processes. One thing I want to mention, and from my point of view, the transparency and awareness are very important because population have to know what we do and what is it for. For instance, in Russian Federation and in every of 84 our regional department, a sort of a hotline on food prices established, and any citizen of Russian Federation can make a claim if there are some problems with availability of the socially important items of food and the prices for these commodities as well, and vice versa. The Federal Anti-Monopoly Service regularly published the information about prices in different regions of Russia, in different federal and local retail chains, just to let the consumers to compare and to make the right decision. Many Russian food producers shows their social responsibility and make a lot of efforts to minimize the markups for their products, and the same activity is in the retail sector as well. And for instance, during last 2 years, the markups on 25 socially important kinds of food was reduced by about 15%, from 22 or 25 to less than 10% of final price. I don't tell more about the control over agricultural subsidies organized by the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service. I just want to mention that after the analysis of the regional and local regulations of the subsidies, the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service issued more than 20 warnings to local authorities to change the regulative rules to make these subsidies, the process of distribution of subsidies clear and transparent for all the market participants. And in conclusion, I'd like to note the importance of developing competition on the agricultural market and emphasize the need for further joint work of competition authorities of many countries, and especially of the BRICS countries, in cooperation with academia and sectoral experts. And markets became more and more global, and actually any consumer and any small or medium-sized enterprise using modern technologies can operate globally on this market. And in this situation, both the competition law and policy development and the practical enforcement is of critical importance for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Andrei, and great that you emphasized the role of the working group on food markets of the BRICS countries, because that's a very essential instrument for cooperation, international cooperation. And now I would like to our colleague from India, Yogesh Dubey Kumar, to tell how do you see this Indian perspective on this story, because Indian farmers, we know, is a very essential part of the global value chain and very, very vulnerable part. Like, any kind of insights from India for us?
So thanks, Alexei, and namaste, everyone. In India, basically the competition authority, I'm speaking in my personal capacity. So, but the competition authority doesn't have we have only antitrust and merger review rules. So we don't have subsidy or those kind of rules. Or ex-ante regulations are normally in sectoral regulators or ministries' purview. Nevertheless, CCI is having an eye on all markets, including the very sensitive agriculture markets, and having a very large population and large number of very small farmers. So it's relatively, both sides of the market are very sensitive in the sense you cannot just leave the market completely on its own. If the prices increase too much, they will affect a large number of small income having consumers. And but if you stop the prices completely, so these small farmers, they just get a remunerative prices for their produce in the season only. So that balancing act being done by the concerned ministry. For the CCI, we had certain cases which were related with agriculture markets. I will tell about few cases. The very first market study of the CCI was on agriculture markets. It was on onion markets, and during 2010 in India, so prices of onions were like increasing very crazily, just like nowadays in global markets, the prices of many agricultural goods are seeing very steep rise. So when the market study was done, certain bottlenecks or hindrances in supply chains, they came out to the fore. However, and after that, very closely after that, a cartel case was filed in the commission. Investigation was done, but then finally it was found that it was mainly interplay of demand and supply in the market. There was no evidence of collusion between the traders or any players of the market at any level of value chain was established. Then there was a big merger case globally, Agrium and Potash merger case. And for potash, there are only 4 major players were there at that time globally. One was based in Russia, other one was in Belarus, and these two were, I think, based in Canada and some other country. And these two players, Agrium and Potash, they were having 4 joint ventures before the merger. And they said that because we are already together, we are in the market together in some way, so even our merger will not have any impact in the markets whatsoever, and you should allow it unconditionally. However, when the investigation was done, it was found that they were in JVs, but still they were independent players and they were having competitive constants and market over each other, and market was already very, very concentrated. Like I just said, there were only 4 players. So if they are allowed to merge unconditionally, it is going to have a significant impact on competition in markets. And India was like hugely dependent on imports from these 4 players, who were going to be 3 players. So basically the remedy which was prescribed by the commission was, out of 4 JVs, in this JV will be approved only if in other 3 JVs. The other 3 JVs were a bit different than this JV in the sense there were some other players also included in those JVs. So the bigger player was they were asked basically to get out of these 3 JVs so that those JV companies will become independent of the post-merger company, and they will still have a competition in Indian market and actually in global markets to see. And I think I have not seen the European Commission order, but I think in many markets this similar kind of remedy was done, and it was there was a significant coordination between various jurisdictions, competition authorities of various jurisdictions, and this remedy was achieved. So this was one of the case. And then regarding seeds are also very important. So only in 2021 we had a dawn raid on these carrot seed companies, and again they were global players having big supply chains, but it was found that they had colluded, and they said they were setting for the same quality and same kind of seed. It is alleged, because the case has not been, I believe, closed and proven yet. But the allegations are like in North India, they are saying the quality is different because of soil and climatic conditions for the same product. And for South India, they are saying it's different. And accordingly, different prices are being charged in collusion with each other. So that is one of the important ongoing case. And then on this global corporation Monsanto. So it was not exactly in food, but in agriculture sector, like in BT cotton seeds. So they have this IPR over the BT cotton seeds, and there were allegations of abuse of dominance and not dealing on FRAND terms, that is fair and I just forgot the full form, but I think it's very common, FRAND. So that case is also, they were fighting very fiercely, the Monsanto. I think they challenged at many steps of the investigation as well as, but now the case is maybe in advanced stage and the outcome is awaited. So, so these are some limited interventions by CCI. There is also a case in pulses, that is legumes and lentils market. Again, there are some global players involved in that, global traders. So India is dependent on imports for pulses. So like India had made very significant progress in production of many food commodities like grains. After independence, it has become completely self-sufficient. Luckily, it has one of the highest proportion of arable land in the world. So not being one of the largest country in the world, still it has one of the largest area of arable land in the world. That way it has achieved like green revolution for grains and Operation Flood for milk and yellow revolution for oil seeds. Still for oil seeds, we are dependent on import for significant portion. It's still, like from earlier days, the production has increased a lot. Regarding these pulses, I was telling lentils and legumes, these global traders are being investigated, and there was a down rate in just recent past in 2021. So I think that's all from my side.
Well, thank you very much, Yogesh. We have a little bit of time for a short sort of Q&A, but I would like maybe you answer one question maybe and just spend, I don't know, 1-2 minutes max per each, and this question would be same for all of you. We talk about farmers as vulnerable element of the chain, but also some countries to a certain extent do mainly in division of global labor and global division of labor farming work. Let's say Andrei mentioned Russia is a major exporter of wheat, for instance, and other grain, but at the same time major importer of the input factors of productivity inputs. So like seeds and fertilizers, not fertilizers, sorry, agrochemicals, we're producing fertilizers, but some countries importing, part of, and doing farming work. So they're vulnerable in a global value chain. What do you think in terms of competition policy, whether you have to, in the context of this deglobalization or reverted globalization or regionalization of the global marketplace, think more about internalizing value chain and bringing out all the elements of the value chain within the national boundary, or think about regional value chains like BRICS plus value chains, where you put all the production of the essential elements of this food value chain within. What do you think? Do we need to change our sort of presumptions, or how Minister Patel was mentioning today in the morning, like the way competition authorities basically focus or refocus in their attention in the food markets? Like 1-2 minutes, maybe you can say something about this, like whether you see this internalization of value chain in food markets, whether it's part of the public interest for the authority, whether you should think about this or not, or still kind of continue in the way global value chain narrative teaches us, to think about the food markets. Maybe Jason, we start with you in the same like sequence, 1-2 minutes max.
Sure. I mean, I think it's an incredibly challenging question and a challenging decision for governments to make. I mean, on one hand, you do have the benefits of global markets. You've got the efficiency, someone specializing in those inputs, and when everything is working well, hopefully it's working well. But do you make kind of wholesale changes to protect for these kind of global events? Or maybe we're in a market now in a world where these global events are just normal. So I think the difficulty in bringing some of those things internal, like the inputs, the fertilizer, the seed, or whatever, is that it's costly, it's inefficient. And that perhaps maybe links to that idea I suggested, that if you are going to bring some of those things more internal, maybe it's still cross-government, so a BRICS or African Free Trade Union, where you bring some of that internal, but there's some cooperation to still give you the economies of scale that you need, whether it's an innovation or anything else like a fertilizer or whatever it might be.
Good, thank you very much. Mahmoud, what do you think on the same topic, sort of internalization of value chain, regionalization of value chain, what competition authority should think about this, or still kind of rely on global market forces?
I think this is, from my experience, I would say it's learning by doing in that sense. It needs to be explored, it needs to be focused more. And again, anything that has to do with, I would say, more of opening markets, kind of making sure from a competition standpoint that there is a competitive neutrality with a level playing field, that this could enable the enhancement of the level of competition in the market and for the market. That would be, I think, the key solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahmoud. Andrei?
From my point of view, the global market exists, and any attempts to divide these global markets to the national pieces are not good from the point of view of efficiency of the economy. And from my point of view, maybe the internationalization of competition law enforcement and a way to the unification of some competition rules is the better way that attempts to internalize the global value chains that exist for not for years but for 1,000 years now.
Okay, good. So internalization of the global competition regime could save global market. Yeah. Internalization. Yogesh, what's your final remark on this?
Okay, so I think, as rightly pointed out by speakers before me, there are pros as well as there are cons. And we cannot stop globalization now because, as my colleagues have pointed out, there are lots of efficiencies, and that kind of technology which is there in global markets is required by many countries, many markets. So, and with the digitalization of many sectors, including agriculture sectors, the competition in the market is turning many times competition for the market because of the tipping of the markets, network effects, etc. But basically, competition authorities, in my view, have to be careful and they have to carefully watch the market so that there are no anti-competitive conducts are happening and there is enough deterrence. So, but it cannot be stopped. Yeah,
Thank you very much, Yogesh. And we have online our colleagues from China, but I was informed that Guo Qian, who is participating from State Administration of Market Regulation of China, is not going to speak at this session, but still to make the BRICS group complete, so we have our Chinese colleague Zi. So at this, I will wrap up. We will close the first. You want to say something? Yes, definitely.
Yeah, sorry, just one last point. The important development in India which happened was a Food Securities Act in 2013. So basically, India has guaranteed by law, it has given right to food to its population. And basically, there is a huge distribution system called public distribution system through which subsidized grain and many other food items are reaching to 80% of the population. As well as in schools, it has midday meal schemes. So these kids are being provided with nutritional food supplements. I thought that may be of interest.
I think it's of great importance, and I really hope that by efforts of BRICS authorities, BRICS Plus competition community, we can really have a will and capability to face and address this challenge of global food shortage, scarcity, and disturbances in global food value chains, which bring a lot of people, especially in most vulnerable countries, to the brink of hunger, which we started with. So let's hope, and let's hope that this type of regional formats could work and could work better. So at this stage, we wrap up the first panel, and we open up a second part of the plenary on food crisis, or a competition response to the food crisis. And I would suggest to have a round of applause for our colleagues, and we have a change of participants, but not of the topic. Yeah, I would invite to the stage, or you do it, huh? Yeah. Okay. I don't take your work, no? No. Please. Picture.
Thank you very much, team. Thank you very, very much. This is the one and only panel session today to be given time and to conclude before I stood up. That is worthy of a round of applause, Alexei. Good man, Alexei. Well done. Well done.
See, I don't try to steal your job, though. So see
I appreciate that. Could everybody else please learn from you, indeed? Okay. This is the final session about to start now, but perhaps I should introduce the gorgeous lady to my right. Everything I've done, she's done better. I studied law. She did it in record time. Studied a master's at Stellenbosch. She went to the UK. Did articles. She did them and got admitted. I'm at the commission. She reviews my work at the Tribunal. Nombumelelo Chabalal. Nombumelelo, please introduce the next panel, because today this platform is yours and all yours.
You know, what I really appreciate about Songezo is he's made my job easy. I think all I need to do is smile tomorrow, and I might be seen as a little bit more gentle than the Duke himself. But in the meantime, let me get into our plenary now. Our final plenary has to do with, is this the, apologies, these are not my notes.
We are here.
We are here. Thank you. The final plenary has to do with this book launch to deal with global food value chains and competition law. We have on stage the distinguished persons that we've seen before. We've got Eleanor, who we've heard from before, Eleanor Fox, good to see you again. We've got one of my personal faves, Ilianos Lianos, the president of the Hellenic Competition Commission. We have got our retired, might I say, judge, although depending on whether you were watching some cases last week, he's semi-retired. That's the Judge Dennis Davis. We also have Simon Roberts, who we have heard from before, professor at UJ. We've got Claudio Lombardi, the lecturer at Aberdeen University. Very good to see you here. And we've got Pierre Ridgeville, the chief economist at the DG Comp. We are overjoyed to be able to hear from you today, and I'm going to hand it on over. Thank you.
Yeah, presentation of Eleanor. Can you put it here, please, slides? Thank you very much for this lovely introduction of us, and I will try to also, keep the record of good time management. Yeah, it seems like I have a skill, to manage the time. Very nice. So good to learn. So we start with Eleanor Fox, who would have some slides to show as well, and hopefully they would work. And you can do it from here or from the stand. It's up to you. It's totally, very flexible. Yeah, it's up here, definitely. So, and please, the floor is yours. And yeah, sorry, guys, I have to say one thing. We have this book, one single copy, the only precious one, because actually we also suffered from this disturbance of global supply chain. Actually, we ordered from CUP, and shame on them. They didn't manage to deliver for such a long period of time books on time. So they say like it's going to be tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, maybe, one day you get it. I don't know what type of transportation they're using, but they're still on their way. But because otherwise I will love to give, all the audience, of course. But yeah, you can order it on Amazon. Okay?
though the session for this unique book is a scarce resource, as we'll see.
But you can touch it. It's here.
And if it's a scarce resource, we have access to it. So, a contradiction. Okay. Okay, so first, if I'm on, I want to congratulate you, the authors, Dennis Davis, Yanis Lianos, and Alexei Ivanov, for a really wonderful book that contributes a huge amount to this subject of the food crisis, food scarcity, access to food, and what competition law can do about it. I think its big contribution is the facts, the perspective and the facts, because it is an enormous resource for, in its various chapters, and there are many chapters, and each one, standing alone, contributes an enormous amount to understanding the food crisis problem and should make every agency want to act. So I will start next slide. The next slide is also a preliminary slide, and also it fits very well with the panel that we have just heard, or the part of the panel we've just heard. And indeed, I think here that we're preaching to the choir because South Africa is acting, and the BRICS countries are generally acting, and so it might be that the ideal audience, you are an ideal audience, but the other ideal audience would be those from the many countries that have a competition law that does not include exploitation. And I'll tell you, you'll see what I mean as I go along. So first of all, the outline of what I'm going to say right now is there is, of course, a crisis in food and food availability and security. And I want to say a few words about its attributed causes. Then I want to talk about the role of market power. Is market power a contributing cause to this crisis in food and its availability? And is antitrust a contributing cause or solution? Then a few words on what might be a better antitrust, especially in the jurisdictions that do not have a unilateral conduct violation for exploitation, because this is a real problem. The exploitation of farmers, especially, which trickles down to exploitation of the poor in many countries, and especially developing countries, is the big, or a big part of the problem that may not be seen in some countries. So let's go on to the crisis and its attributed causes. There will be an image in between, all right? The wheat prices have gone up by about 56%, and it's different in some different countries, as some of you have pointed out. The next slide, please. The crisis and its attributed causes. Well, my first few words here are about the crisis. And even before Ukraine war, about 800 million people were in a state of chronic hunger. And many families in poor countries spend up to 80% of their income on food, and if food prices double, they may not be able to buy food, and they may be faced with the most difficult, crucial choices. And wheat prices have gone up, as we've seen, and maybe in some countries doubling. What about the causes of the crisis? And here I'm going to mention the Sustainable Development Goals, and that's a little anachronistic in terms of time, But the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations are anticipating. They didn't have to anticipate a food crisis now because it was already there, that so many millions of people go hungry. A point I want to make about the SDGs, and I also want to make a point, a kind of similar point about, or a greater point about human rights community and their relationship to antitrust community. The SDGs attribute the problem of food scarcity and the fact of millions of people starving to causes that are clear causes, but I want to bring in right after this the market. Climate change, growing demand for meat as people move into the middle class and eat more beef, and the beef eat a great amount of grain, and the poorer people depend upon grain for their staple foods. In addition, financial speculation, now the pandemic, the war, the inflation. And the SDGs do not mention market power as a cause, but it has come onto the agenda of, not an SDGs, but of a cause of the problem of inflated food. It's interesting that the human rights community is more likely to look away from markets and away from antitrust in general, not 100%, but I see that there is often a kind of disjuncture with many in human rights community saying the markets are always the problem and antitrust is part of markets and antitrust cannot be a solution, and therefore are less likely to look at market power and antitrust as an alleviation of the market power and therefore part of the solution. So let's look, next slide, that market power is actively a contributing cause. And probably everybody in this audience thinks yes, but I have to tell you that there is a very large conservative community of antitrust that will say market power has not played a part in this, and antitrust has virtually no role to play in it. But I think it's clear to me, I think it's clear to any reader of the book we are celebrating, that market power is a cause of prices going up and prices going up in food, even if that other string, that other litany of causes is also real. The book lays it out very clearly in many chapters. The big agricultural mergers, and a number of them have taken place, and have taken place without being prohibited, with some spin-offs, but the mergers were not prohibited, are a big indication of mergers that increase concentration, they increase it in the food sector, and in that increase in concentration, there is almost surely an increase in market power. Bayer Monsanto is one, ChemChina Syngenta is another, Dow DuPont is another. There have been, as our Russian colleague just on the last panel said, there have been some creative relief, but the mergers were not prohibited and would have prevented the need for the creative relief. Cartels are thriving in the sector. There are fertilizer cartels, oil cartels, poultry cartels. Canada was notorious for its potash cartel a number of years ago, and now with the Russian-Ukraine war, potash has become scarcer and market power has increased in Canadian potash. As chapters in the book show, and this is just one example, that 4 firms produce about 90% of grains in the grain markets, 3 produce about 60% of seeds, 4 produce about 85% of beef and packing, and all of those prices are going up. Next slide, please. So that was meant to show market power as a contributing cause. And now I want to say, is antitrust a contributing cause and a possible solution? And it's at this point where there's a lot of rhetoric today with some people saying, and antitrust is a cause too. When you see antitrust as a cause, it really means that antitrust is standing by while this great concentration happens, and it keeps happening. And it's fair enough to me to call that a cause, with antitrust standing by. Why is antitrust standing by without doing something or enough? And I want to talk a little bit about the philosophy of the US competition law, because it makes it very clear why antitrust is just standing by. And on this slide, I'm really mentioning the fact that in some jurisdictions, such as my own, beginning in about the 1980s, which I know is a long time ago, but it's still continuing today, antitrust used to have a big political economy component and was very much in touch with political economy. Beginning in about 1980, for the most part, the competition philosophy changed. There was no political economy connection, and presumptions came into the law about mergers are good. The firm's good and efficient and good for people and good for consumers. That the companies wouldn't do the mergers unless they had benefits. And part of this philosophy, market power is hard to get and hard to keep. And if a firm, this is still part of the philosophy, and if a firm gets market power and raises prices, the market will catch it. It won't be able to continue to do that. So that leads to the laissez-faire philosophy. So this meant mergers presumptively good, vertical mergers especially presumptively good, and also the idea that firms ought to be left to exploit. This is not a violation of US antitrust law to exploit, even for a dominant, even for a monopoly firm to exploit, on the idea you've just got to let the markets alone. And if they try to exploit, the market will catch them. And exploitation is just part of the market process, that firms will do things that sell more to consumers. They need the flexibility to charge prices high and low in order to make good in the market. So the exploitation is not only considered natural, it's actually been applauded in our Supreme Court opinions. Also, and I'm still talking about US at this moment, consideration of public interests in antitrust is taboo. Consideration of equity, fairness, and distribution concerns is taboo on the grounds that they dilute efficiency. We've had some big changes in our antitrust organization lately since the Biden administration, but not in the Supreme Court cases. But with our Biden administrations and our current enforcers, there's great sensitivity to fairness and to fair distribution, but it still remains to be seen as to whether these elements could carry into the law itself, because the law is conservative. Also, and in line with somewhat the same thinking, but for very different reasons, in the US competition system, trade law, or thinking of trade restraints, is out of bounds. And the very different reason is the competition people say they're afraid of bringing the trade to triggering trade people who will be protectionist. And therefore, US antitrust is very much in a silo. It's antitrust, it's efficiency antitrust, allocative efficiency antitrust, no fairness, and don't talk about trade, stay within your lane. That is very limiting, and really the converse of what you would conclude ought to be the policy from reading the book. So a better antitrust, what can a better antitrust do? Number one, reset analysis. if you are in a jurisdiction that has the conservative antitrust, but even many more, I mean, including EU, too little weight is given to the harms to competition, say from a merger, and too much given to the credibility of the firms when they say, oh, but this merger is so efficient, it's going to be good for everyone, like Bayer Monsanto. There's a huge amount of credence given to those efficiency stories of the defendants that, frankly, virtually never pan out. Number two, the remedy, and I've mentioned that before, that the agencies do not seem to have a strong backbone for enjoining what is an anti-competitive merger. And what happens is US will look at it if it's anti-competitive and require spin-offs for US citizens. EU will look at it and require what needs to be done, spin-offs for EU. And then in a case like Bayer Monsanto, throw the rest of the problem to the rest of the world, meaning Africa and countries in Africa, South Africa. It's your problem, you handle it. So one is not taking the action that would be done if you're really looking at the case from a higher level. And it's causing agencies in developing countries to do much more work than they should have to do because there should have been an injunction. So number one is this analysis. Number two is a more complete, realistic picture that there is the ecosystem. And this is very much in the book, the whole ecosystem, that the farmers are part of the picture, not just what is the output to consumers. If you look at the farmers and the harm to the farmers and the squeezing of the farmers and the fact that for fertilizer, for example, a huge crisis. And in many countries, and I have on this screen 3 that are having, or at least will at the time I wrote this, I think they still are, having a very hard time getting fertilizer, or fertilizer is just at hundreds of percentages more. Kenya, Ghana, and Cameroon, they don't have enough fertilizer that is affordable to even plant their crops. And they are squeezed to the bone, which is not a healthy environment. And we are missing pieces of the picture, the whole picture, which the book gives. And we are also suspicious, as you've heard from some of the CRED researchers today, that there seem to be chunks below the radar screen where there are facts that would show, if you examine them, that the flows of trade are not what you would expect across borders in a competitive society. Something is wrong. Somebody is restraining somewhere. We need to fill those blanks. We need to find the facts. And this is one of the challenges to the agency working together with researchers such as CRED, to follow the clues that there must be a restraint and what is it. Next slide, please. And I'm concluding. So I have a couple of more words I wanted to say on a better antitrust, but the next one, which I number in number 3, is really a caution. And to realize the limits of antitrust, and it does depend on what country, what jurisdiction you are in. There are certain things that antitrust is better at, which is opening markets. But there's certain things that antitrust and competition policy has a bit harder time, and exploitation, like excessive prices, is in this area. However, we know very well that South Africa is on it. South Africa is on top of it. It is on top of the issues of the bad distribution and the excessive pricing, and it has made great inroads and has been a pioneer. And the last is that we need multi-level cooperation, and we need to have fewer silos and more links on all aspects. And I'm thinking particularly cross-border now, and the fact that it is suspected that cross-border cartels are very complicit in the prices of food going up. Competition authorities, the first thing I'll say is very well known, should confer with the competition authorities across the border. Competition authorities should be conferring with their own trade authorities, with the trade authorities across the border, and with the sector authorities like agriculture. This ought to be, and I think it's becoming, the era of fewer silos, more opening up, more collaboration with your neighbor agency or sector regulator, because it's a realization that antitrust in a silo is too cabined and does not get to the real problems. So a concluding slide, new slide, is simply to say that the book we're celebrating is really mind-stretching in terms of how it assembles the facts and the law that goes with it, and linking the value chain problems with competition law. We should be, and this is my 5, but I'm going to have a 6. I'll say it fast. We should be attacking the market power in food and agriculture while recognizing that competition policy doesn't attack all market power. It attacks it only in certain events, like mergers. And much is beyond antitrust. Number 2, find and attack the big competition problems that are below the radar screen. Lay the pathway for multi-level, multidisciplinary interactions. Engage with the Chicago School critique. This means conservative antitrust I was describing, that says this food scarcity problem is not my problem. If it's not a cartel that I see, it's not my problem. Engage with that more. 5, see the holistic picture. And 6, read the book. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eleanor, and thanks for your very kind words about the book. And it took some time, longer than expected, to produce the book, but it couldn't come more timely. So maybe it waited. Some things they waiting to be born exactly on time. So because now you see like all these debates, and it's there to look for a solution. So next speaker is Yanis Lianos, who has a solution, actually a number of solutions, to be ready to present it to you. Yes, and please, Yanis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Eleanor, for your very kind words. Deeply appreciated. The FAO Food Price Index, which basically measures the prices of food, average in March 2022, 159.7 points, which is actually the highest it has been as far as I can remember. Since then, actually, looking to the FAO index now, in July 2022, there has been a significant drop. It's 140.9. However, it's still more than 16 points higher than last year. And in any case, we have predictions by the World Bank and forecasts that the food prices will rise in 2022 by 20%. And for certain inputs, which are very important for the production of food, in particular fertilizers, we hear of an increase of around 300%. And of course, energy, which forms a significant part of the farmers' cost, has also seen a significant rise. Should we abandon, or is it a...
Probably a monopolist in seeds and
doesn't want to find out about the solution. Oh, no. All right. So, so in a way, these developments might create issues with regards to the way, farmers will be able to maintain, let alone increase their production in the future. And some analysts actually suggest that crops may see yield reductions of about 50% in the next couple of years, particularly in countries with a large share of small farmers. And of course, this will generate even more problems of affordability of food and availability of food. And the issue of availability of food, of course, has been put forward by the Secretary General of the UN, who warned a couple of months ago that we face an unprecedented global hunger crisis. But also Janet Yellen, the US Treasury Secretary, who has recently stated that the world is facing an extremely difficult time for global food security. So in a recent UNCTAD report on the global impact of the war in Ukraine on food, energy, and finance, it was acknowledged that more than 1.2 billion people face severe and significant exposure to the food, energy, and finance shock resulting from the geopolitical situation. And of course, to be a little bit more gloomy, if I can, we have the climate change crisis and the way this will affect the production of food and the availability of food in different parts of the world. So, in a way, we have this specific reality which is developing in front of us at a quite quick pace. At the same time, we have international rules about the right to food, and I really liked Eleanor's discussion about the role of human rights, the link between human rights and competition law. I think it hasn't been explored very much. I mean, there is a chapter in the book on this issue. And the right to food, of course, results from 1948, I mean, the UN Declaration of Human Rights. And it has been interpreted as a minimum, as a right to a minimum package of calories, proteins, and other specific nutrients. And to a certain extent, we have this international law framework, which I think should bind all, basically, states that participate in the UN, and including the authorities that are enforcing different legal fields, in particular competition authorities. So that's kind of as a way of introduction to the international dimension, the right to food, and the reality that globally we will face significant problems. Now, that said, I mean, the design of the food supply has been global. We have a global food system that has been created in the past few years. We have a number of global food value chains that are operating. And this global food system is extremely complex. And it has become extremely complex because of this focus on efficiency. The idea is to develop a system which will respond just in time to demand, basically, increases. And this is how actually the whole system was built at the first place. And this is, of course, is based on the assumption that there's global trade, their logistic problems are solved very quickly. We actually can transfer a good very quickly from one part of the globe to the other. The containers, these revolution in transportation systems actually help to achieve this just-in-time efficiency. And what actually we have seen with the first shock that we had to incur, in particular the COVID-19 crisis, was that the just-in-time food system collapsed. Actually, we had unexpected disruptions, and in the context of a just-in-time system, I mean, in principle, the maximum tolerance for disruption is basically 1 week. So this has led a number of jurisdictions, including the UK, to exclude competition rules from application in supermarkets, for instance, to facilitate the collaboration of supermarkets in order to deal with these unexpected disruptions. So and this is something extremely important, of course, to have in mind, because this type of discussions will probably come back again as we face now important other shock events, like, for instance, the war in Ukraine and the geopolitical crisis. Why I'm saying that? Because I think if we address a problem as a complex systems problem, we can also see the importance of shocks in the way actually this complex system elaborates and evolves. There has been a study completed, among others, in 2015 by the international insurance company Lloyd's, attempting to assess the potential consequences of a global food supply chain shock caused by a combination of global climate change disasters and some other natural factors. So this interdisciplinary study simulated a scenario involving a major tornado event in the US, a flood in agricultural regions of India and Pakistan, I mean, we had one now, a major drought in Australia and countries of Southeastern Asia, as well as wheat disease outbreak in Turkey, Ukraine, and Russia. The simulation results predicted a devastating impact on the production of major agricultural commodities, leading to a fourfold increase of the price of wheat, corn, and soya prices compared to average prices, and an almost 500% increase in the price of rice. And of course, if we have these facts in mind, we can understand what are the political and social consequences of these facts. In a more recent study by Wesley, Preston, Lane, Bailey, they analyzed global food supply chains by estimating the volume and value of staple foods passing through maritime choke points. And basically, they looked to the most important areas in the world where food is produced. I mean, what is interesting is that the global supply, for instance, of grain is highly concentrated in specific regions. The US, Brazil, and the Black Sea account for almost 53% of the global exports of wheat, rice, maize, and soybean, and just 6 countries export 70% of globally traded wheat, maize, and rice. Second factor is that, as it was mentioned before also by the previous panel, that many countries have become increasingly reliant on imported food due to numerous reasons ranging from population growth to change in diets, lack of resources, slowing yields, growth, competition for land, or natural disasters. And of course, international trade has become, therefore, increasingly important when it comes to ensuring a global food security because we built our system as a global food system. So the study identified 14 choke points of strategic importance in the global network of overland and maritime transport routes that could be exposed to a range of disruptive hazards and threaten to delay critical food shipments. Be careful, we have 14 choke points in the whole globe that basically are extremely important to maintain equilibrium with regards to the prices of food. So it's extremely limited. And I think this shows that we have a centralized network structure, and in a way it might be more efficient, but at the same time it might be less resilient. Because centralized networks are on average less resilient than decentralized networks, with scale-free networks scoring for better in terms of resilience. So this actually has important effects when it comes to organizing the global food system, and it's actually a factor that we need to take into account when competition authorities will deal with the problem. I mean, we need to have this global perspective. So I think these discussions and various other conversations with colleagues in various competition authorities around the world may be proposed in UNCTAD back in June 2022, a proposal which is the Global Initiative for Competitive Food Value Chains. So I think what is important is to understand that this is a global problem. It cannot be solved with just intervention by some member states. I mean, today I was actually listening previously a discussion in Parliament in Greece concerning the situation in terms of the crisis, in particular the supermarket prices. And I heard my colleague, university colleague and friend Yanis Varoufakis criticizing the competition authority for not intervening harder with regards to the price of supermarkets. I mean, we hear that. I mean, I'm just mentioning it because I was just hearing before. We hear this type of discussions not only in Greece, I guess, but this is something that we discuss also among colleagues in competition authorities in all member states of the EU. And of course, the Greek authority is one of the authorities that have been the most active in this front. I mean, we have the most in terms of number of down rates and sectors that we in 2021, 2022 in Europe. But I think even as many down rates as we do, and as many actual investigations as we open, I think what we realize is that the problem actually is a global problem. It comes actually from these global disruptions, and of course you may have also country-specific causes, and of course you need to do investigations to discover these country-specific causes, but these will not necessarily deal with the broader picture. So we need to have also action at the global level. So what is this action that I've been suggesting? The first is to map the specific global food value chains that will be mostly affected by the current disruptions due to the geopolitical situation, as well as the long-standing problem of climate change, and identify the choke points and bottlenecks that we have in the global food value chain that may contribute the most to the rise of food prices, on the scarcity in food production, as well as the problems in food distribution. And to do that, this mapping, which I think is a very important thing to do for competition authorities, but very resource intensive, you need to have a collaboration with academia. global academia. So I think it's important to take advantage of the existing international organizations like the OECD, UNCTAD, for instance, in particular, the research partnership platform of UNCTAD, to create this collaboration with a large group of academics, specialized staff from FAO, other UN agencies, OECD, NGOs, and competition authority staff that will be involved in the production of these relevant reports for specific sectors. I mean, an example is, for instance, fertilizers. I mean, we've seen an increase of 300% of prices. We know that for potash, for instance, based fertilizers, an important part of the fertilizers imports were coming from Russia and Belarus, which are now basically necessarily, at least for some countries in the EU, blocked. We have actually another large source of supply is Canada, where we have Campotex, which is basically a sort of an export cartel in a way. One might qualify that. So in a way, we have actually these type of issues that we need to address value chain to value chain in order to understand what are the possible problems. And the second thing, and I'll end up here, is to develop, and this is a little bit more ambitious, is to develop common and simultaneous action by many competition authorities around the world against business practices that may affect their consumers, but which take place abroad. And I think, obviously this is about extraterritorial application of competition law, but it's extraterritorial application of competition law that might have an effect, because, of course, if a small country goes and applies extraterritorially their competition law to a large company, I mean, obviously that will not, multinational company, that will not have any effect. But you have a number of countries to do that, that will be it will be a much different situation. And in a way, we can think of how we can organize this consortium of competition authorities. It could be possible to determine the best place to act competition authority in terms of collecting the evidence or imposing sanctions around the competitive conduct. And of course, this could also create some pressure to the competition authority of the domestic, let's say, competition authority of the specific company to take action as well and to create a little bit less openness to export cartels. So this is a little bit my suggestion, and thank you very much for the time.
Oh, thank you, Yanni. I think my title of effective time manager would be recalled probably after this, but still I will try. Okay, I hope colleagues will help me to keep this, Dennis Davis, co-editor of the book and very, active advocate of GVC methodology. And we heard now that GVC not working anymore, at least as they expected to. How do you going to change your methodology? Whether you're going to propose something else or you stick with this good old nice stuff? Does it work?
Does this mic? It does work. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's always nice to be invited when you've retired to events. There was a time, as I indicated to the new commissioner, that certain Silk said to me that the Competition Commission conferences, which included the Tribunal, seemed to be designed to have a bunch of international experts to show that the Tribunal was right and I was wrong at the Competition Appeal Court. But things have some changed since then. I have a massive disadvantage here because, as has been suggested, there's only one copy of this book. Now, the book was written about 2.5 years ago. I mean, you're somebody like myself who can't remember yesterday. It's true. This morning, I got onto an aeroplane to get here and discovered that I didn't have my driver's license, which is rather difficult to get a hired car. It required every bit of persuasion to get one. So now you ask me to talk about a book of 2.5 years ago without having seen a copy for 2.5 years. And the answer is what I want to try to do, if I may, in a few minutes. Firstly, to say, Eleanor, thank you very much. And I agree with everything you've said. So could we take that as read, that your conceptual understanding of where competition law is and should be is absolutely correct. But when we talk about global value chains and we talk about food production, what are we really talking about? And it seems to me we need to be analytically more precise. Let me give an example of what I mean. When we talk about the value chain itself, Well, there are a whole series of parties here, and each of them, in a sense, has legal relationships which should be subjected to scrutiny, whether by competition law or by anywhere else for that matter. So, give an example. They're the producers that research, grow, trade food commodities, corn, cattle, seeds. The processors, both primary and value added, that process, manufacture, and market food production, such as flour and bread. The distributors, including wholesalers and retailers, that market and sell food. The consumers, government, non-government organizations, institutions, regulators that monitor and regulate the entire food chain from producer to consumer. So when we talk about the problem, we need to be precise. Each of these links have implications for regulations. Each of these links trigger off particular forms of inquiry. The second thing I think we need to ask ourselves is, when we talk about global value chains, are we talking about all food? There's an extraordinary difference, it seems to me, between, let us say, seeds, wheat, grain on the one hand, processed foods, packaged foods, etc. Some are clearly subject to global value chains. Others, increasingly susceptible to regional value chains. And obviously, if you take fresh food, it's true that a lot of that has been exported to various countries, through African countries, etc. But if you think about it, in a way, this is much more a regional component than a global one. That doesn't mean it shouldn't be regulated, it should. But the question is by whom and how and why. And so what I'm trying to say, and obviously I'm very anxious about time, because I'm not going to go on for much longer. I'm standing between you and a dinner, and that's always a dangerous position to be in. But the point about it is that we need to have an analytically precise idea of what we are talking about and what implications there are. Now, if I could just make 2 or 3 final points. Obviously, if you kind of follow through this analytic, and I don't have time to go through it all, you'll see that there has been a variation between what myself, Mike Morris, and Rafi Kaplinski argued in our book about global value chains. I'm persuaded generally, and not just in trade and food, that Rafi Kaplinski, who's written a new book on sustainable futures, which, by the way, I cannot but recommend, persuaded me, looking at the work of Carlota Perez, that in fact, if you look at global value chains per se, they may be the last gasp of mass production, and that a whole range of other implications have to be thought through about production, which of course may well, which is what I'm trying to encourage, some analytical thinking here. But if you look at it, if you take the point, my starting point on competition law, which comes from Eleanor, which is not entirely surprising, since Eleanor has been an absolute extraordinary intellectual inspiration to all of us. I should tell you, a session with at competition, and well, I was the only retired one, but you're quite right, I'll still pop up from time to time. And the other judges, and David Unterholzer said to me, my goodness, if I could be so lucid at 65 as Eleanor is now, I'd be very, very happy. And I take my starting point from her. So that means that when you look at some of the components of the seeds and the inputs, which of course have been subjected to the kind of global value chain and mergers, manifestly what she's saying is absolutely correct. But if we talk about fresh food or forms of food which may be more subjected to regional chains, we've got to ask, how do we... It does seem to me to basically pose the 2 challenges. One is, how do we get better global cooperation in relation to the points that you're talking about, Eleanor? How do we get better cooperation on the regional side? I mean, I think these are really important questions which we need to answer in this particular form. Because the one thing, and I'll end with this, which struck me, it's the sort of nightmare scenario. When we adjudicated, 3 of us, 2 years ago, the cartel case of banks, and the question of banks who had no link to South Africa per se, but the effect of their conduct was enormous. And you can extrapolate that to precisely what we're talking about this afternoon. Then it really worried me as to how we were going to assume kind of a jurisdictional regulatory control in that scenario. And it therefore does seem to, I mean, we did in fact do so. Whether that judgment is correct or not is another matter, but it wasn't appealed, surprisingly. But the point I'm simply making is that we need to start thinking through how do we actually empower the national authorities through broader regional regulation and obviously in certain instances international global regulation. All of these have to essentially be thought through if you're going to look at the various elements of the global value chain and you're going to look at the differences between global chains for certain forms of food and regional chains for others. Unfortunately, I really don't have much more time to develop this, so I will shut up at this point.
Thank you very much, Dennis. And I really hope that, I mean, I see that we're running out of time, but maybe before the dinner, we still can stretch a little bit here and there, like 10 minutes. Huh? Can we negotiate about this? But still, we'll try to abuse our market power slightly, a little bit. You don't have exploitative whatever close on this stage. Sorry, Eleanor. But I will give a floor to our distant participant now, from Brussels directly to Johannesburg, Pierre Rigibaud. Hope Pierre is online and hears us and sees us. We don't hear you, but we still have a hope. Pierre, or shall we? 1 minute? Okay, so maybe then Simon Robbins, maybe if you don't mind, if you don't mind, maybe we can go. So Simon is a co-author of the book, and Simon, if you don't mind, you start, and then we give the floor to Pierre. So, Simon Robbins? Yeah, okay.
Thanks very much. I don't think I'm a co-author of the book, but congratulations to the editors who are here. The book, we did some of the work early on. I mean, and it's an important fact, actually, because we did some of the initial working papers, which then went in or were drawn for the book. And while the book was taking 2.5 years to come out, we actually took some of the insights from the working papers and turned around and started thinking about what this meant in Southern and East Africa. And the first thing we did was look for data. And there's actually very poor data outside South Africa on what the prices of agricultural commodities are. Obviously, the people involved in trading the commodities have the prices. Private participants, they know what all the prices are. But if you want to understand those prices and do the kind of comparisons that our colleague from FAS was talking about is being done in Russia, it's actually very difficult to do. We then started looking at concentration and merger patterns. And while Yanis is frightening us at the global level, if you read the working paper that we've done in the middle of this year, a couple of months ago, looking at how mergers have happened across Southern East Africa, it's really scary because it shows that we need a very rapid step up in terms of regional enforcement. And the margins that are being made between the farmers and the consumers are astronomical. People have been talking about 40%, 50% increases due to things like the Russia-Ukraine war, etc. Those margins are much, much higher. Prices have doubled in most of East African cities. They were 30% higher than comparable cities in other developing countries already. It's very expensive to be poor in African cities, much more than even being poor in cities in Latin America or Asian countries in terms of the cost of food. And it has got a lot worse in the last 12 to 18 months, which is what the data that we're collecting shows. And that's not because of global developments. Global developments are raising the base, but it's because of the lack of regional value chains. Because at the same time, Africa as a whole is a big net importer of food, but has huge potential to expand agricultural production. But the places where the agricultural production can be expanded, those farmers are getting very low prices. So they're not expanding that production. And so let's take Zambia. Zambia is one of the best places to grow. It's the potential grain basket of the whole region. It's equivalent to the American Midwest or the Mato Grosso province in Brazil. But in our context, it has to supply markets across borders. If we were in Brazil, it would be 2,000 kilometers from the growing areas to the ports and the cities within the same country. It would cost $60 to $90 transport costs. The margins between Zambia and Nairobi are $400 to $500. So the farmers in Zambia are getting incredibly low prices, and yet they've seen fertilizer prices doubling. It's not a hypothetical. The yield or the planting of maize this year in Zambia went down, and maize production went down by 25%. There was good rains. It's just a response to fertilizer prices and the prices they're receiving for their maize. The prices in Nairobi are $700 to $750 a ton for maize. Just for comparison, South African prices are around about $250. We're talking 3 times the prices here, right? This is now. This is July, August prices. So I'm going to cut to the chase. We're doing an African market observatory, which is just collecting and observing prices on key staples and looking at market structure. It's what the South African Commission is doing incredibly well with the food markets tracker, etc., but it's doing it across borders. We've got to do this regionally when we're looking at these markets. A legacy of how the borders were drawn, etc. It's what we have. And we think this is a really important part of the answer, together with the global initiative that's being launched. So we welcome the book, the global initiative, and we just urge you to pay a lot of attention to what's happening on this continent more broadly, and not just within South Africa or within the other countries that we're from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. And sorry, my confusion, because you participated in this bigger report, and then report shrink to the book. But it's exciting numbers. We have to think about second edition and to incorporate these case studies. Yeah, definitely, it's timely. But another co-author of the book, and here I'm not confused, Pierre Rigibou, he participates online. Finally, we managed to organize a technical channel of communication. We see you, Pierre. We don't hear you, but now we hear you. Great.
You hear me now, right?
Yes, great. So the floor is yours, and we know that you worked on this innovation aspect of global food value chain, how this strategy changes, or maybe it's not affected by the current situation. Yeah, thank you.
Well, let me start by warning you that you have a severe moral hazard problem here for 2 reasons. First, I'm not taking part in the dinner, so I can make you wait as much as I can. And then I'm also quite eager to kind of soon dispel the notion that Alexei has any kind of time management capability. But still, I will still try to keep it relatively short. Now, the question you asked me is actually...
Let me pretend for one night, just for one night.
Okay, I'll try to be nice to you, sorry. It's a difficult question because it's already quite difficult to fully work out the impact of the various shocks that we experience on the management of the value chains and what the policy implications would be. When we talk about innovation, we have to go farther and go even one step backward. So we have to speculate even more. So rather than something really kind of well constructed and definitive, I'll give you a few thoughts. And to start with, we have to, of course, describe very briefly the kind of ecosystem of innovation in food. And when I talk about food here, we talk about the main staple, your cereals, rice, this kind of stuff. And essentially, you can think of kind of 3 main poles, right? There is the innovation in terms of the kind of seeds that are used. Then there's innovations to all the complementary products. It could be pesticide, insecticide, herbicides. It can be fertilizers. And then there are also kind of methods of production. For example, the move towards more computer-intensive method of production that reduces the need for all of those complementary products and so on. Now, when you think about it, and if you think of the disturbances that we have, something that you can really expect is that there will be a strong policy push to rely less and less on things like pesticides and herbicides and fertilizers, especially those that depend on resources that are only available in a few places on Earth. I think that most governments have been spooked by the fact that once the supply chains kind of collapse, there all local industry, especially food industry, can be hostage to producers, of potash, other kind of elements that goes into those products. So I think you can expect a very big push in this direction, and correlated with this, probably a big push in trying to, subsidize technology or encourage innovation in technologies that save on those things. Now, 2 points about that. First is that one important exercise when you look at kind of those issues of breakage of the value chains and the dependencies that it creates for different parts of the world is to have a good idea of who actually controls what. And quite recently, we have a few co-authors, we went through this exercise not for food, but for the main elements that are really the rare elements that are used in the production of chips and electronics, and went through the trouble of tracking not just the whole value chains, but the whole chains of ownership and indirect ownership and so on. I would suggest that such an exercise in the field of food would be quite timely and quite important. The second point is to realize that many of the large food operators do not quite have the right incentive in terms of the kind of changes the government would wish to see. If you are a farm, especially that is integrated between, say, seeds and fertilizers, or seeds and herbicides, your incentive to, invest in other type of seeds and no longer relies on the kind of other secondary products that you'd be making a lot of money from are not necessarily socially active. So that's the first kind of market failures that we would want to emphasize. Now, stepping back and going a bit more towards innovation, what are kind of the main factors that determine the innovation strategies? Well, one are, of course, economies of scale. And I'm not just talking about economies of scale in production, but economies of scale in innovation. If the two are related, if you can essentially get to produce more or less the same kind of wheat or the same kind of banana kind of everywhere, well, that's great in terms of production. That's also great in terms of innovation, because it means that you can concentrate your innovation on those few varieties and get, therefore, significant economies of scale on the innovation. Okay? So that's one, so economies of scale is kind of one effect. On the other side of us is productive efficiency effect that would tell you that, on the contrary, you should probably use kind of seeds and crops that are best adapted to the local conditions. And there are, there's a trade-off between those two. The problem, again, is that the optimal point in the trade-off from the point of view of society is also unlikely to be the optimal point in the trade-off from the point of view of companies that probably have much greater incentive to exploit the economies of scale, which is a point that we made already in this book. Now, the third factor is diversification. Especially now that we've seen the realization of a number of big risks, we do realize that diversifying against risk is a good idea. But again, the private incentive tend to be not aligned with social incentive. And in terms of diversification of risk, there's a general tendency, not a rule, but a tendency for the private sector to provide insufficient amount of diversification compared to what would be optimal for society. And that can be in terms of location, in terms of type of R&D, in terms of kind of crops that would be planted. So from the point of view of society, faced with the shocks of collapse of the supply chains following, COVID, Ukraine, and the corresponding energy shocks, or the ongoing shock, if I dare say, of climate changes, what would be kind of a rational worldwide response to that? A rational worldwide response to that would be to redirect innovation away from this kind of few privileged homogeneous crops and towards crops that are much more adapted to local conditions. That would give you kind of more resilience and to a large variety of risk. That's going to give you to more resilience against drought, against the spread of disease, against the collapse of the value chain. So that's the way we want to go. The problem is that, again, if you're a dominant firm right now, from a significant market power, you are kind of loath to lead the revolution, because the revolution essentially replaces the status quo, which is the status quo you like a lot, because you have a market power. So from the point of view of policy and of competition policy, we have to watch out for strategies that might kind of delay such necessary adjustment, and that can involve looking much more, thoroughly at potential vertical integration that I think we will see. It's a tendency for firms facing uncertainty over value chains to react to this vertical integration, where those vertical integration also create a lot of possibilities for strategic behavior and foreclosure. So that's something we should not necessarily assume is benign. Also, if we're going to go to a world with more kind of diversified local crops, we have to worry about maybe increased concentration in the local markets. So we have to pay increased attention also to horizontal mergers. But also, very importantly, we have to look at what is necessary to achieve this migration from one type of innovation to the other. And there, I'm thinking mostly about seeds and patents. So it's worth re-examining again what has happened to the patent, because when I last look at it, of course there was a concentration of patents on herbicide resistance and so on, but all the big firms also had a bunch of much more interesting patents about drought resistance, soil resistance and so on that they hadn't used. So it would be interesting to know what the stock of these still applicable patents are, to see whether they are important enough patents that it might give those firms with market power a possibility of interfering with the move towards these technologies. Again, they're not eager to cannibalize their current dominant position. If that's the case, one should think about tools like mandatory licensing. And of course, what might be true at the level of technology and patent is even more likely to be true at the level of seeds, where we know the concentration is very high. Because even if you've got the know-how, in order to deliver all those kind of genetic modification, either through GM or hybridation to the market, you need access to enough of the seed stock to be effective. And there as well, mandatory services or mandatory licensing are things that we might consider in the future. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Pierre. And we have it's a pity you missed Gala dinner. It's a beautiful dinner, I hope. We have the last but not least speaker covering the most important part of global food value chain, which is sustainability. Claudia Lombardi, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed, and thanks very much for inviting me here today. I'm really happy, although I know that, at least figuratively, I'm standing between you and your dinner, so I'll try to keep it very short. So what I would like to do today is to show you a sort of hidden pattern that I could find, perhaps I'm the only one, in the book, that connects data, agroecology, and competition. So as Alexei said a moment ago, I will talk also about sustainability and biodiversity. So we know that with the rapid developments in ICT, the current agriculture business have become increasingly data-driven and are supported by advanced data analytics techniques. And this is apparently, according to many stakeholders, the future of agriculture, but to a certain extent also the present, because we have seen some, we see some well-known tech giants reusing and repurposing some existing technologies, especially in the clouding business, such as ADFS owned by IBM, but also Amazon, AWS owned by Amazon and Google Cloud, but also other tech companies building ad hoc infrastructures, such as Microsoft AgriStack and Amazon and Cisco Systems similar projects. And this feverish activity in this sector has attracted a host of new and old investors, both public and private. Now, regulation in this sector has gone in a seemingly good direction for sustainability, because we have seen both international and national and regional regulatory proposals and also laws and regulations showing that the aim of these technologies should be the one of protecting biodiversity, actually improving it, and social and environmental sustainability. We can mention, for example, the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, the Camin Declaration, the Cartagena and Nagoya Protocol, but at a more regional and local level, we have the EU Common Agricultural Policy, where social and environmental sustainability take a central role, especially when we talk about the role of innovation, as Pierre was mentioning before, and data-driven technology, data-driven agriculture. And yet, we see that the market is going in a quite different direction. In a meta-study realized that the University of Utrecht, at the question of what are the objectives of these data analytic platforms, referring to data analytic platforms in agriculture, the answer was that increasing production was the most mentioned objective in the studies, and the others would be reducing cost effectiveness. There is no mention whatsoever of either social or environmental sustainability or biodiversity. But even more importantly for competition lawyers, we see that these markets are taking a very familiar structure and shape, with both at national but also especially at the international level, where a very recent UN study, UNCTAD study, shows that typically low value activities, tasks, are usually performed in developing countries. For example, repetitive tasks such as labeling data, while high value activities are generally, if not always, performed in developed countries and by very few corporations. So these has obviously exacerbated problems in the distribution of power in this industry, and so exacerbated the problem of unequal bargaining power. And also here we have a very interesting chapter in the book. You should read it. And the conclusion of this UNCTAD study was that, and I can quote here verbatim, in the future, multinational agriculture companies might collect raw data from farmers, then use them to develop systems of routes that optimize productivity and output, and subsequently sell the data back to those farmers who provided the raw data. The existing trajectory of data-driven economy suggests that it is unlikely to contribute to the attainment of SDGs. Then we have to pair this consideration with also with the fact that most of farmers worldwide are very small or family-run farms that are excluded by these studies and by these data-driven technologies. However, they are also the indigenous people and small farmers, family-owned farms, are also harboring, according to several studies, about 80% of the planet's remaining biodiversity. So excluding them would also jeopardize not only the aim of social and environmental sustainability, but also one of biodiversity. So what can competition law do? Well, first and foremost, not being part of the problem, as we've seen before in some other talks that we've seen today. So, and I think that this is particularly important. As a law student, I was also a paramedic. I was volunteering as a paramedic. People would ask me, "What did you learn?" Well, first of all, how not to kill people. And I think that also competition law enforcers should learn, first and foremost, how not to kill the very sectors that they want to protect. But it can do more, definitely. Many studies have recommended actually the adoption of sector-specific IP and data protection laws. However, we have seen in other industries that IP and data protection laws very often tend to be quite teethless when it comes to enforcement. so that very often they are operationalized, these rules, through the use of competition law, which adds a regulatory failure to already an existing market failure, thus exacerbating also the cost effectiveness, lowering the cost effectiveness of the whole regulatory system. So competition law should be thought as part of an overall regulatory environment that addresses these problems, including the more active use of superior bargaining power, And here I'm done, yeah. So, however, these are all ex post solutions. There are many ex ante remedies that are nowadays studied and also implemented, such as the DMA and the DMU, that they should definitely take into consideration also these markets. And with this, I'm done, and I would be very happy to talk about this with you later at dinner.
Thank you very much, Claudio. Thank you very much, Claudio. Yeah, and I want to thank Claudio in particular, because the only precious copy of the book was brought by Claudio himself from Italy. So we can see it only because Claudio did it.
And also to thank Claudio for his contribution to the research project in general,
yeah.
Because Claudio was the inaugural research associate for this project when it started in 2016.
15.
So, and of course, the book has been one of the outcomes of this project, among many other, of course, that we envision. Thank you very much, Claudio.
Thank you very much. And although we eaten time from dinner, but I hope we feed you with the food for thought instead. And thank you very much for all the participants. And I think it's a very ambitious goal to leave assigned lane, as Eleanor put it. All this segregationist approach to antitrust should be ended. And finally, antitrust should be free again to to serve a better purpose and, to make us all finally, fed properly. Because, hunger, we can't stand hunger. Sorry, I can't starve. I mean, I don't see myself starving, and I hope nobody else, should experience this any time in their lifetime. So we should get rid of this, and for this we should do markets work differently. Really, focus on sustainability, not only greed and efficiency in a narrow sense, but also on some important public goods and public interests. So that's kind of my conclusion from the conversation. Maybe you have your own, but thank you very much for tolerating us and our long panel. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Mine is only to offer announcements in relation to what happens from here. There are buses from Sandton to Houghton. And then in Houghton, there will be buses returning back here. There are some colleagues who are parked here. There are some colleagues who will be staying here overnight. They shall be covered. Just as much, there are colleagues from Pretoria who will be participating in the dinner this evening. Therefore, there shall be a bus to drop colleagues off at the DTIC campus later this evening. So if you are here and are going to the dinner, at least you will get back here or go to Pretoria. The dinner will have to, given the time now, start at 19 hours. It's 10 to 6. I imagine people have to change and just take a breather of some kind whilst all the while negotiating traffic. I will find a way to be there at 19 hours, and I promise you now the main course will be served with or without you. I do understand it's good South African food. Tables. There are a couple of tables, obviously, that are marked for our international guests and the likes of Dennis. And look, if you know you don't belong at a particular table, I'm not going to tell you. You should know. There are normal tables and there are those tables. Please don't go to those tables if you're not one of those people. Mbumi, in front, is your program director tomorrow. Please treat her well. It has been a pleasure standing in front of you today. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Give yourselves a round of applause. Give the panel a round of applause. And let's look forward to tomorrow. Panel pictures, please. Panel pictures, please. I'll get about more on this. I can talk about this.